man.
If you're to take...
But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's going to be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from a Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord?
brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Heru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Mad, meanings and symbolisms of Medu Neter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a podclass. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podclass on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
Stand on
that's
it,
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the topic.
I'm talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
And my point is simply this. So we're going to give like this. Respect to Tehuti. Tehuti didn't want the topic. I won't say he was running because we had the conversation. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
Does this mean you refuse to answer my question? Are you refusing?
That's not even. Hey,
are you refusing to answer the question?
Scared to debate. This is what they do. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
I'm only talking to you.
But I'm not talking to you. You scared. You were scared to talk to me. Don't come on this.
So he is God, the most high God. And when he repented, he
Me and Tehuti shook our heads at the same time.
Tehuti believes on writings on the wall that he don't know who wrote it. He don't know who wrote them writings, whether it was the Greeks or whether it was the Kemet.
Brother,
I need to clarify that with you. I think I need to clarify. You should let me clarify. Because I wasn't talking to you when I was talking about the writings on the wall. There's no name given to authorship, and there's no date given whereby we know when those writings on the wall were done. That's all I said. I didn't mention anything about you. So he is God, the most high God. And when he repented, he
Me and Tehuti shook our heads at the same time.
Tehuti believes on writings on the wall that he don't know who wrote it. He don't know who wrote them writings, whether it was the Greeks or whether it was the Kemet.
Hold on. Okay.
Hey, what is that? What does it say there in verse 9?
And they that were with me saw and were afraid, but they heard not the voice of him that spake to me.
Right. This is the same.
Mm-hmm.
So those that were with him, they heard the voice, or they didn't hear it?
Now, according to what he's saying here to, who's he talking to here? Felix or Agrippa? Yeah. According to this, he says they heard the voice of him that spake to me. That's what the other one. Where's the other one in Acts 9?
No, I just want to establish one thing. Those who were with him, they did not, according to Paul, not hear the voice that was with him.
Yeah, you're right. I remember reading this recently, and I was like caught on that. I was thinking like, that's something that I don't understand because I don't see what, it sounds like a contradiction.
Isn't it easy to understand?
No, it's not. Wait.
Have you ever heard of a liar?
It sounds like a contradiction in Acts, doesn't it?
Right. It sounds like a lie, doesn't it?
No.
When something is said and something is said the opposite, both things be true at the same time?
If something is said the opposite of something, can they both at the same time?
Yeah, yeah. Can I be 6'4" and at the same time be 5'11" at the exact same time? I want you to pick which one is the truth.
You can try to make me look like a dummy, and maybe I am.
That attitude. I just wanted to know which one.
I still honor God above man, and I don't put my trust in man.
Okay, I just wanted to know which one was the truth. I want to tell my son which one is the truth.
I mean, that's fine. I've been up against the wall before. I know what it feels like. It's all right.
It feels strange, right?
Swimming up, no, it just makes you stronger.
Do you feel stronger right now? Mic check. Press 1 if you can hear me. Mic check. Press 1 if you can hear me. Check the room. So everybody's doing today. Everyone is doing today. Let me check this room. Welcome everybody. Let me check the room and see who is here today. I have the Tehuti podclass. Oh my gosh. Okay, who is here today? Wonderful. We got, okay, I'm seeing this room now. All right, peace everybody. Greetings. Shout out to some new people here. Me and Mommy says Shabbat Shalom family. Shout out to one of the moderators who says, Hotep Ma'at everyone. The other moderator says, welcome and welcome back. Nice. Bean Frank, shout out to you. Greetings everybody. Jody Southworth, shout out to you. AJ Super Magoo, one of the members of the great team. Arcad Infinite, Master K. Arcad Infinite, another member of the great team. Stephen E., one of the best supporters and donators ever. Jamie X, what's up, my brother Jamie X? Another good supporter. And we got Carolina Mankilla Hernandez. Oh, peace, Carolina, peace. Shout out to you. We got everybody here. Okay, we got Danny Salinas. Shout out to Danny Salinas. Shout out to you, good brother. Wonderful. We got a lot of people here. J Doe, shout out to you, J Doe. And Miss Jody, welcome to the podcast. Okay, we got a lot of people here. Everybody's here. And we got Carolina saying, nice shirt. Yes, ma'am. Okay, we got some new people here. We got Play, what's the name here? Play is Cole. Okay, I remember Play is Cole from last week. Shout out to Play is Cole. It says 2C. Shout out to Ahati Ma'at, one of the best, great moderators and leader of the team. Shout out to you. And shout out to Darius McNair. Darius McNair, shout out to you, my brother. What is your What are you on Cash App and PayPal? What are you? I want to give a shout out to you, but I don't know what your name is on the Cash App and PayPal, but you're definitely here in the room every single podcast. Shout out to you. I just don't know who you are when you are supporting. Is it still Darius McNear, another name? And he says, Tehuti, did you see the debate with Chief X and Sekou? I saw parts of it as much as I could. I can't, I know he reminds me of the guy from the Gas Face video. Sign on the dotted line. I don't know. I just can't, it's hard for me to watch that. All right, shout out everybody in the Tehuti podcast. We have 30 people here. Let's get started and let me explain what this podcast is about. So before we even get started, let me fix the lighting a little bit here. And boom, that's pretty good. Lighting is interesting. Okay. So before we start, we're actually going to start with the affirmation as we do every class. We always start off with the beautiful vibrations of the affirmation. This is how I start off not just the class, but I start off the mornings with my goddesses. I start off family meetings. I start off my personal classes with this morning affirmation and meeting affirmation. This is how I start. Just working on the lighting a little bit here. Okay, good. Boom, let me get this up like that. Okay, wonderful. I'm going to put it on the screen, and it is going to be in transliteration in the Medu netter and also in the English. And you all can say it with me, say it together, or just read it, or however you wish. This is just how I have to start my important meetings of which this is one of them. Here we go. Let me go ahead and get started here. Turn the music down a little bit. Okay. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki ma'at un ms nin tet aset and mayat min habapet and mayat her and hu kiwi her ikut. I live for ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of ma'at. Every day I advance towards ma'at. My being is stronger than darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti podcast. Yes, I am inundated with questions. Let me go ahead and explain to everybody, especially the new people, what this podcast here is all about. I'm sure people are wondering what is going on here for the new people that just stepped in, and I will gladly introduce myself and explain what this podcast is about. One moment, let me just move the screen up. Oh, wow, I'm going through some old documents. I'm trying to get a little treat for all of you all. Oh, I see. One moment, everybody hold on. Let me fix this here. Okay. We'll fix this. Get the capital off. Okay, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. We are now going to explain what this class is about and what is actually going on here and how the class is in actuality run. So my name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. I've been a teacher for over 30 years, teaching on all different types of topics of consciousness and the raising of consciousness. And I was teaching in the public for several years, all throughout Canada and all throughout America. During that time, I was a part of an organization where I rose to the top of that particular organization, after which there was some interesting occurrences that took place where certain people in the organization, according to the teacher, said it was dangerous for me to continue to be around the particular people due to jealousy and other situations. So I had to step away from that organization. In that state, I actually stepped away from teaching in general, and I focused on income, finance, and business, and how to bring the community of the group of people that I saw up in a financial way, how to teach them how to open up LLCs and how to start businesses without having to work for the European or work for the system. So I continued to do that, and I basically secluded myself from teaching, and I just started raising up people by educating them on business, finance, and actually housing people that were in the organization that were homeless and just providing information for people that could get them in a better financial state. After which, I went into another type of seclusion where I just stopped teaching altogether. And I just secluded myself, focused on my business, focused on finance, and focused on other things of that matter. And then I started coming back open and teaching on a place called Pal Talk. It's actually something I'm looking for right now. Actually, I'm scrolling through, looking for the little thing I wanted to show you on Pal Talk. A little difficult to find it right now, but I started teaching on a website called Pal Talk, and I did that for a couple of years. I put together a book, 2 books in 2006 called Stepping Out the Matrix and Melanin Dark Consciousness, which everybody here is familiar with. That's these 2 books right here, Melanin Dark Consciousness and Stepping Out of the Matrix. I put those books together back in 2006 or 7, somewhere between there. And I was teaching on Pal Talk. Anyways, I went into seclusion again because I felt that people were not appreciative of the way that I taught. So I just started teaching my inner core family for a long, long period of time, from about 2007 all the way up until whenever after I met Ahati, really, because I ended up moving to California, teaching my inner family here, not teaching in the open. And anyways, as I was just teaching my family, I came across a brother named Ahati Ma'at, who is in the room right now. And I took him up, teaching him. He was very loyal and dedicated to me upon meeting me and asked me questions. And I saw that the brother was in a situation where he needed some knowledge. So I taught him one-on-one. We would take walks after my performances out in the open, and I started teaching him. After a while, gaining trust, I invited him to come and meet the rest of my family and my goddesses, and he became my protector ever since, learning from me one-on-one, the only one who was allowed to learn from me directly, because I stopped teaching the public. After a period of time, Ahati Ma'at said, brother, there are people on YouTube teaching all types of nonsense. You need to get on there, clear the situation. I said, I don't want to go public. I don't want to teach people in public anymore. I just want to teach my family. He said, people are missing out. So eventually, after about 5 months of him continuously just persistent, he was just very, very persistent. I said, okay, I will come onto the internet. I went and looked on the internet and saw a bunch of chaos going on. And because of my inner emotion of not wanting people to be led astray, I said, okay, I will come on there. If that's where people are, I will come on there. And I ended up going on an interview on a debate league, and the debate champion challenged me to a debate. I was just there for an interview. I had never debated on the internet before because I was in the street debating. I never did it on the internet. So he said, he challenged me. He was a Hebrew Israelite. And anyways, that commenced, and I ended up beating him, becoming the champion there of that league. And then the rest is history. I ended up just beating everybody that the league owner was sending me. It was a Hebrew Israelite league. So, of course, the majority of the people in that organization did not want me to be the champion of that group because it was a Hebrew Israelite league. But anyways, I went through debater after debater after debater after Unquest, Commission, Ministries, all kind of different guys. I don't know who they are. And eventually I went on to Stan Netter. The owner of the league said, yo, you got to take on this guy named Jabari. I'm like, I don't even know who that is. I don't know what. I'm not familiar with all the public, popular guys on the internet. I'm not an internet person. I'm an in the streets person since 1994. So anyways, he set me up with a interview with Sonetter. Sonetter ended up interviewing me, and interestingly enough, right now good brother Jabarian and Garfield have a debate that's set up for December. This debate have already been announced about 2 months ago, so they've had 2 months, plus this month, October, November, December. That's 5 months they've been having to prepare for this debate. I went on to Sonetter at I think 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and Jabari came on and challenged me to a debate at 6 o'clock in the evening. I literally had 3 hours. I had 3 hours to prepare for a debate with the so-called Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. and they said he's the best. He's the best. He's undefeated, 70-0, 1,000-0. You know, he's like Cassidy, I guess. So, anyways, I had 3 hours. Had a debate with him. The crowd almost unanimously voted me the winner of that debate. So then, I believe the next day, they set me up with a debate with Zion Lex. Next day or two. So I only had 3 hours to prepare for Jabari, and maybe 40 hours to prepare for Zion Lex, something of that nature. Ended up going and beating Zion Lex, and so on and so forth. I'm just a teacher. I'm here to teach. I'm not here as a debater, but if you do debate me, you will see my teaching abilities in the debate. So anyways, I went on to continue debating others after that, and then eventually I just got bored of it. Everybody press A1 if you can hear me. Again, I'm going to do a little mic check because something happened with the screen. Press A1 if you can hear me. Tonight's class is going to be incredible. I see the questions in, and it's going to be woo-wee. Press A1 if you can hear me. Press A1 if you can hear me. 11111 if you can hear me. Shout out to all the new people in the room. Let me fix my settings just a little bit. Just a little bit. Perfect. Okay, shout out to all the people in the room. I see everybody hears me. So anyways, I went on to Kill a Priest. Impressed the people at Kill a Priest so much that the engineer started wanting to pay me out of his pocket. Ended up debating people. The next week I was there on Kill a Priest. Kill a Priest made me the host of the show. That has never happened before in the history of Kill a Priest. But the very next week, the first week was an interview. The next week, I was the host of the show. And then the next week after that, I was the guy there. Rasul challenged me to a debate, debated him, beat him according to Kill a Priest and everybody. And I just started teaching on Kill a Priest. And then all of my old students, not all of them, but a lot of my old students from 1995, 1996 saw me on the Kill a Priest show, and they wanted one-on-one classes with me. Some new people wanted one-on-one classes with me. I tried the one-on-one classes. It took up hours and hours and hours of my day. And so I announced, here's the beginning of the Tehuti podclass. So I announced on the Kill a Priest show, I announced to everybody, listen, instead of people doing one-on-one classes with me and paying me for one-on-one classes, what I will do is I will put on my existing YouTube channel that I've had for over 11 years or so, I'll put on my YouTube channel an open forum where everybody can come and learn and ask questions, and all you have to do for reciprocity is send the question into the super chat, which means that I do not read questions in the regular chat. Send it to the super chat, and that will show me that you appreciate the quality of work that I do. The super chat will pop up in the room like it did on Kill a Priest show, and then boom, I will answer the question. So YouTube demonetized me, took away the ability to super chat. So I said, okay, I will create something that's never been created on YouTube before, as far as I know. You will send me Cash Apps and PayPal with the questions written in them, and I will personally manually put them on the screen as I go through them in my Gmails, and I will read them to the group. I will applaud, commend them, appreciate them, and then answer the questions extremely thoroughly when I get to them in sequence. Boom! This is the beginning of the Tehuti podclass. That is how it all started. And so people may be saying, well, hey, I go to all these other YouTube channels and I just sit there and watch them for free. And let everybody give lectures or whatnot, and I let people know this is actually what I do for a living. For the new people that are in the room, when you see the quality of the way that I answer questions, which you're about to see in probably about 5 to 8 minutes, you're about to see the quality in which I answer questions. You will understand why people send in donations with questions on them to support what I do. This is reciprocity in the so-called conscious community. Unfortunately, we have disassociated monetary from biological imperative from knowledge, which means that we really just take this knowledge as a hobby. We don't associate with paying for the knowledge and appreciating the teacher that is in front of you, because we've been bred to believe that everybody just has an opinion when it comes to the conscious community. When it comes to going to school, we get tuition. We have tuition fees. We have to buy notebooks for $100 a pop or even more. We have to get student school loans if you want to be a doctor, if you want to go to school, all type of taxes, different things you have to pay, because we've been taught to respect that educational system and not respect the educational system of our own knowledge. So I say to people that if you appreciate what I do, which I'm sure people have seen, and for the new people, all you have to do is support. It is reciprocity, meaning that it takes me a very long time to organize what you're about to see me display tonight. I'm the only teacher that has absolutely no topic to teach on. I put the topics on my class, of which I don't know what they're going to be until you send in the questions. And either I answer them there on the spot, or they get saved for the next week or so, and I answer them, which means that everybody in the room here controls the class, not me. I am your servant. This is what I do for a living, though, just like your family doctor, or just like the person who makes your popcorn. Speaking of which, we've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on popcorn, movies, watching Thanos, Spider-Man, eating donuts on a regular Friday night, going to the club, paying for the club, buying shots, going to the strip club, throwing ones, throwing 20s, buying more Moet drinks or whatever it is, buying the latest shirts, the latest shoes to look fresh, spending money on bubble gum and all type of things throughout the years. I am switching people's mind states to say that appreciate knowledge more than you appreciate the Avengers. Just to go to the latest Woman King or Lion King or whatever King movie, or the Avengers, to go there with your family, it's $70 easily. A bag of popcorn is $8 to $10. The movie ticket is $10. You got 4 people. You go in there with the popcorn, you get the salt, whatever it is that you do, and you come out, spend 2 hours looking at the screen, watching nothingness, and you come out $80 cheaper, and that's done by our people, by the millions. How many millions of people went to go see Thanos, Avengers, Spider-Man, Venom? So what we do here, the Tehuti podclass, is we show reciprocity by me taking my time to teach, and you all supporting. So the way you support is this. I'll go ahead and explain to everybody. I've set up a Cash App PayPal system. When you send in the PayPal, such as this good brother, this mystery brother, Nito Campbell, who always, I don't know who this brother is, but every podcast before the show even starts, he sends in multiples of 9 of a donation. Most of the time, it's not even a question, such as this one right here, Superior Teacher Tehuti, $27, right? And then, of course, we have E-Manifesto, who sends in great questions. He actually sent me in a question, which I got to get to next week. It's he sent me one on the Magi. I have so many questions piled up, but he sent me one, I believe, on the Magi and Nubians being suppressed. I got to go back and look. He's also a dedicated student of the Medu class, which I saw him in the last week's class. I know he's going to be dedicated. So it pops up like this on the Cash App, and it shows the question at the bottom for totems. That was great. That was an awesome class. And we got Black Alucard, who is an extreme supporter. He told me there's a little issue going on with his bank. That's why he hasn't sent his support in the last couple of weeks. But he said that should be fixed. But he's the first one to kick this off, actually. The first one to kick off every week, just sending support of the big amounts. He was the first one to do that. Black Alucard, also known in the room as Boss Fee, in the room. So he sends $45 for thanks for the knowledge. People that are new in the room are wondering what in the world is going on here. When you see the way that I answer questions, you will understand why that is. Here's Azim, good brother Azim. He actually just came back. Can you elaborate on what happens after you die? There's Stephen E, who's probably in the room right now, who sent the question in. Explain the relation between the Natiru and the Anunnaki. That was awesome. Then you, of course, have the big-time monsters, such as Owen Hythe, who's probably in the room right now. He's known as Ascari 43, one of the first to give a huge donation. I think the first to give a huge donation upon his arrival of 143, and then he gave another one the same day. just to say Supreme Teachings. Shout out to Owen Hythe. That's what happens when you send the Cash App. When you send the PayPal, it pops up like this. Freddie Cali, good brother, who always pops up between here and the Killer Priest Show. He sends 1982. So when it pops up on PayPal, it looks like this. And then you have all this room to send in a question. Rodrigo, who's a great donator, he says, peace to Hooting to the podcast. Could you get into the ITI, please? And thank you. So on the PayPal, you actually have more room to ask a question. That's how it looks on the PayPal. This is how it looks on the Cash App. Hirokeka Kepara, one of the monster donators, who always supporting me with big donations. He really appreciates me. E-Manifesto, another one. And it goes on and on and on. There's Hika Kepara again. And this is one of the first monsters as well. Kemet, him and Black Alucard were the first ones to kick off these huge donations. Really, Kemet and Black Alucard kicked it off. So there's an example. There's Owen Hythe again. And also, if you want to be anonymous, you could put in the PayPal, keep anonymous, such as this brother here. He sent $10 on the strength, and he said, keep anonymous. So then I clip it out, and you stay anonymous. Then you got the monsters like Scribe, who dedicated for Portal Light Conscious ETs, $111. Raphael Gary, who constantly support. Actually, Raphael Gary is wanting to have me on one of his hip hop tracks. He requested, and we're working on that actually. Shout out to Raphael Gary. Andre sent in 20. So that's what it looks like when you send in the Cash Apps, and when you send in the PayPals, it pops up like that. So you send that in, and I go ahead and answer the question, or you just send in it for support. The Cash App, of course. I have to let you know what the Cash App is, right? For you to support. Cash App TT Amoon. And the PayPal is PayPal at Rocky SV. Cash App TT Amoon. Those are for all those who want to support me and what I do. Because it takes a lot of time for what I do. Shout out to everybody in the chat room. Shout out to all the people. Big Vapes is another brother here. Big Vapes, I don't know if he did it last week, but Big Vapes always, this is another constant supporter. He always waits until the day after the class, and then he'll shoot me a support every single class. He always does that. Shout out to Big Vapes, Squano Trending, Kemet always gets on people for the likes. Shout out to Kemet. Shout out Kemet. Olda Schulian, quality is supreme. Thank you. Appreciate everybody who is in the room that appreciates what it is that I do. Also, let me go ahead and show you everybody in the room. The brother put it in the chat. Here it is right here. Support our brother in arms, Tehuti Cash App. There's a Hati Ma'at. And I thought I just saw the website in the chat. I thought I just saw that in the chat. That's okay. I'll put it in the room myself. Teachings of Ma'at.org. Let me go ahead and show you all our beautiful. It says site can be reached. Very, very interesting. So for some reason the site can't be reached. And maybe it's my computer. Not sure why, but teachingsofma'at.org. The brother Scribe will put it in the room. Freddie Cali, shout out to you. Freddie Cali, salute, love. Freddie Cali's all about love. Freddie Cali, love and respect. Shout out to Freddie Cali. It is teachingsofma'at.com. Speaking of teachingsofma'at.com, I will scroll the camera down, and you will see on my shirt, beautiful gift from our creator of the website. I also featured this on Sonnetter. You can go check out the Sonnetter. I was just on there on Monday. I'll put that. Look at the beautiful teachings of Ma'at.org. See that? And there is the Tehuti logo right there. And you see start off the room. Right? Tehuti logo right there. You all see it? Boom, 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 boom. And it is teachingsofma'at.org. Beautiful shirt sent in to me by the Scribe. Everybody go on the website. Pick up your teachingsofma'at.org Teachings of Tehuti shirt. I recommend it. I approve, and it is on right now. Different variations of the shirts will be out. This one is out right now. Go on the website, go check it out, and support. On my hat is Charlotte. Charlotte represents weaving, as in photonic entanglement. That is Charlotte on the hat. Around my neck is Nakash, the beautiful, the one and only awesome Nakash. How you doing, Nakash? Boom. Shout out to Nakash. He's one of my most colorful, radiant, colorful snakes, all the way from Honduras. This is Nakash. Shout out to Nakash. Nakash is a word for the whisperer or the enchanter, and the word was Nachasi. They took the word Nakash and made it the serpent of the Bible, and that became Genesis 3:1, the serpent called Nakash in the Bible. In actuality, the original Nakash were the serpent people, which I broke that down already, the serpent people of the bottom of the Nile. One moment, everybody. Let me grab something here. Okay, got it. And let me check something here. Got it. Okay, good. We are back in effect. All right, 49 people in the room, but there are hundreds and hundreds of people in the drama room. So that is good because it is quality over quantity. Shout out to everybody in the room. Let me go ahead and check my my Gmail to see what kind of support I've gotten in so far, and I'm going to go ahead and start the class. Oh, Big Vapes. Big Vape sent in the Big Vapes. Remember I said Big Vapes always sends in the day after the class. He always sends in and he puts a date for it. So I guess he didn't send it last week. He just sent it to me now. Shout out to Big Vapes. Shout out to Big Vapes. I already see a couple of supports coming in. We're just starting though. We're just starting. Let's go ahead and begin the Tehuti podcast. I'm going to get some water, but first I want to tell you all who is helping keep the room in order. Who is helping keep this room in order? You may see them with wrenches. You may see them posting up things in the room. You may see them saying thank you for the support. Who are these people? Who are they? Are they the moderators? Are they the moderators? Nope, they're not moderators. Thanks to a brother named Stranger, they are the Ma'atarators. Shout out to the Ma'atarators, and we've just added Scribe. You see at the bottom, we have Nanya Setmer, Ankia Ma'at, Ahati Ma'at, and the Scribe. Those are the Ma'atarators. If you look closely at the screen, you'll see something. Well, press the one if you can hear me while I'm showing this. Let me see if the sound is still on while I'm actually showing this. Press 1 if you can hear me, please. Press 1 if you can hear me, please. Press 1 if you can hear me, please. 1 1 1 1 1 1 1. If you can hear me. There we go. Oh, Shembo Shane. Shout out to Shembo Shane. Micha, who sent in a question today. He sent in a question about, are there any box-shaped things in Kemet that deal with portals? I'm going to go ahead and address that today. How about that? We got a lot going on. And next week, I got to get to you, my brother. You have 2 of them in, 2 questions I believe in. One on best. I'm so backed up. But yes, you got one on best and some. The sugar. Ooh-wee. How many do you have to do those back to back? You may get a treat. Boss Fee. There's Boss Fee, one of the greatest donators, and the team member Tehuti Most. Speaking of Tehuti Most, and by the way, how do you guys like the moderator visual designed by our visual engineer? You can see it. Look at it. It's much more advanced than the last one, designed by the visual engineer, and the visual engineer who designed this is hold on a second. Let me go ahead and get him. One moment. I'll be right back. There he is. It's me, Tehuti. I am the visual engineer that designed the moderators So yes, I'm a teacher, the visual engineer. I do a lot of different things. The one-man show on the podclass with the help of the great Ma'at Raters. That is a play on words with the word Ma'at in it from a brother named Stranger, who I haven't seen in class in a long time, and I've had his question ready to answer for a long, long time, and I haven't seen him in the class. Waiting for him. So anyways, everybody, speaking of Tehuti, everybody can go to, let me do this right here. This is going to be a good one today. I feel very, very good about those who support me, those who are loyal to the mission. And let me go ahead and show something here. So, whoops, let me go ahead. So everybody, you can go back to, I'll go ahead and do a screen share, move this off. So Tehuti, I did a class. I did a class that ended up fully converting Tehuti, and it was on Moses, the existence of Moses. Thank you, brother. One of the new brothers, somebody said the snake is off the chain. I guess literally. So Moses, Tehuti saw a class that I did, and it fully converted him over. I went ahead and did that class with the intention, and here's where I did the class, everybody, so you can go look. I did the class on, where to go? Present screen share, boom, 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 boom. Screen share. I did the class right here. Everybody can go to Sonnetter TV after the class if you didn't see it. And here I am 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 classes back 4 days ago, already at 12,000 views. And there it is right there. Tehuti presents Moses stolen from Kemet. Everybody can see where my mouse is. This is my 8th appearance on Sonnetter. And I am representing the truth and representing information. And it was a great class. The focus of the class was to first give a dedication to Tehuti, the brother who actually converted from being a rabbi. I was very impressed by that, and I said, let me go ahead and go to Sonnetter and do the class, and maybe this will hit other Hebrew Israelites like that. It will hit them similar to that. So anyways, here is an interesting synchronicity. I go shout out to Heru Tumos. Here's an interesting synchronicity, is that I go do the class. It is a Honduran tricolor. It's called a Honduran tricolor, hypomelanated Honduran tricolor. For the brother who asked, what type of snake is it? It's a hypomelanated Honduran tricolor. It's supposed to be 3 colors, but it is super melanated. So the melanin actually took over one of the colors, which made it all black and red. They're not supposed to look like this, but it got extra melanin in his genes and came out looking black and red, and it's a Honduran tricolor. Okay, so I go to Sonnetter. I do the class on Moses not existing, and let me show everybody what happened. I go there to hopefully maybe convert other Hebrew Israelites, or at least let them see the knowledge on Moses. And look at the synchronicity that happened. Something very, very interesting. I'm going to put it on the screen in a moment. Somebody came on there to debate me or to challenge me. Let me see if it pops up here. So somebody came on there to challenge me. And let me go ahead and put it in the room, and let me show you what actually happened. So this person, no. So this person came on. Let me go ahead and do it like this. Click off here. This person came on to challenge me, and here's how that went. Let me go ahead and put this on for just a quick moment, and then we're going to get right into the pod class. So here we go, video file. This, we're going to go now. Okay, here we go. Boom, put it over here. Oh, no, it's not called that. It's not called that. It's called Argue, right? Oh, no. Nope. 1 second, everybody. Let me go ahead and see what it's called. It's called changes. Okay. Let me look it up under changes. If not, I'll have to do it manually. Changes. Okay, here it is. So here's everybody. Brother comes in to argue with me. Remember,
man, like I said, all of.
So I did this for Tehuti Mos. It was a class on Moses, and I broke down how Moses never existed, how we saw him from Tehuti Mos. So I did this class as a dedication to the brother who was a rabbi who was called Tehuti Mos. And here comes the first guy up to argue with me. And here's how about 1 minute of that went. Everybody check it out. Here we go.
You are under the spell of these white supremacist English-speaking seminary schools. Y'all been taught this nonsense all y'all life, and that's all y'all know. And everything that y'all try to study or build or come to conclusions to, all of it is based on white supremacist teachings. Now, Tehuti, the one thing that you said that was off track and it derailed me is you was talking about how Moses wrote on the tablets, right? But if anybody can look this up, if you look in the original 1611 King James Bible, it does not say that he wrote on tablets.
Oh,
it says that he wrote on tables and tablets. Those are different in the Hebrew language. A table is a table. A tablet is actually a jewel. It's actually a tablet is a jewel, like some type of jewelry. It can also be a table. But for the sake of the conversation, when you said that Moses wrote on,
he's trying to get your attention, brother.
Oh God.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Good. Your name is Moses 777. Nice to meet you, brother.
You can call me Tutmos because that's who that is, right?
Okay. Good.
Tutmos is actually Moses, right?
So your name is Tutmos now. You've given up the Moses from the presentation. Now you're Tutmos.
There you go. That's what's up, brother.
Nice
You make the steps, brother. You're on your way.
Nice to meet you, good brother. All right, so that's what happened there. So the brother came on to debate me. I did a class on Moses dedicated to a brother who changed his name to Thutmos or Tehuti Mos, who's in the room right now, who was a rabbi. I went on to the Sonetta to do the same class and hopefully convert other Hebrew Israelites. And the very first Hebrew Israelite guy that comes on to debate me or challenge me, his name is Moses. And right there on the spot, you see live in front of everybody, he changed his name live publicly to Tehuti Mos or Thutmos. So that's two Tehuti Moses converted over their name from this class. Magic. All right, everybody. Welcome to the Tuti podclass. Just wanted to show you all that. Very interesting. That brother from now on, his name is Tehuti Mos. That's what he says now because I taught it. So shout out to everybody. We're going to get into the first question of the Tehuti podclass. Let's get into it. All right, Nakash, I'm going to just put you down for just a moment. Hypomelanated. Let me put you down for just a moment. All right, so here we go. Ready? Yeah, you didn't hear a question from the brother because they don't come on to ask questions. They don't come on to ask questions. They come on to display. They come on to display their information They come on to display their information or challenge. So no questions asked. All right, everybody. Boom. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. We are about to get into why people support Tehuti for the answers he gives. Let's get into the first question. So, shout out to everybody. Let me go ahead and pull it up. Here we go. Maybe a good one tonight. Will be a good one tonight. So let me go ahead and scroll down and see. Here we go. So we're gonna do a two-in-one, because a brother named Octavia asked a question about the Saba fiends that I see here, and then Biged Leisure asked a question I'm going to go ahead and do a 2-in-1 right now. I'm going to answer both their questions at the same time, simultaneously going into each other. Is B Get Leisure in the room? Is B Get Leisure in the room? Here we go. We're about to get started. I'm putting this in order. Is Octavia here? He's probably just watching. Is Octavia here? If not, he's probably just watching. Not a problem. No problem. Hey, Rick rolled. Shout out to you. Okay, here we go. We got Zep Tepi Slim. Yes, Mishak is here. I want everybody to listen close. This is the way when I answer questions. Respect to all the other teachers out there, but please make no mistake. I humbly just say, please make no mistake. When people out there in the last class says, Tehuti is one of many. There's many brothers doing what Tehuti does. The best out there are Tehuti, such and such and such and such. And I always have to say the best at what? Because what we're doing here in the podcast, I will let you know, has never been done, to my knowledge, in history. You're about to see what I mean. Here we go. So the brother Mishak is here, and Octavia is probably just watching. Let's go ahead and put their questions up in the room. And the question is starting from Octavia Sinth. Let me go ahead and put that in the Chrome so you all can see it. I give everybody their respect by showing their question or showing their thought. And look at these questions. Look how hard these questions are. I mean, look at these questions and tell me if anybody who studies Kemet has ever been asked this before or seen any answer to these questions. These are random, beautiful questions. I love them. No question is stupid. Every question is appreciated. We go by facts here. You will not be insulted. There will not be any ad hominem going on in the room, because my motto that I invented, that everybody now follows that comes to this classroom, is what it is, ladies and gentlemen: ancestral artifacts over religious opinion, ancestral artifacts over religious opinion, ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. We have literally no time. Time is running out. We have no time to be wasting on opinions and different foolishness. Time is definitely running out. Isn't that right, Captain Tamu? Isn't that right? Absolutely. Time is running out. Send your support. That is my AI moderator support with Cash App TT Amoon. Let's get into the questions. Here we go, everybody. We are about to start. Get your pen and your pads ready. This is how we answer questions at the Tehuti podcast. First question that came in is Octavia Sly, who says, what do you know about the Saba, Sebi-U fiends? Sounds like Saba, doesn't it? The Saba-U fiends, what do you know about it? All you people who study Kemet, E-Manifesto, Heru, all the brothers in here, tell me if you've ever heard this question asked to any of the Kemetic teachers before. If so, please send the link in the chat where they have answered it. What do we know about the Saba-U fiend? There's the first question. And of course, let me fix this light. The monster donator, who I'm about to show you right now, who is Beget Leisure. This man is no joke whatsoever. He sends in, woo. He is always supporting. He truly appreciates me. I helped him out in not only knowledge, but several situations, personal questions, and also things that just help him out in his regular life. And he actually converted. He was about to become an atheist before he saw my debate with Jabari. And after he saw my debate with Jabari, he decided to fully come back over where he's supposed to be, which is Ma'at. And that man is none other than who? That man is none other than Micha, who is, watch this, everybody. Tell me where you've seen this ass before. None other than Beget Leisure, the master supporter, who sends so much support. Much respect to Beget Leisure. Constantly. Look at this, $50. We get leisure. Thank you, my brother. You are awesome. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. $50 from Get Leisure. Shout out to Misha, Get Leisure. Appreciate the support, my good brother. He is so humble, so grateful, so dedicated, so consistent, so supportive. None other than the one and only Good Leisure. Shout out to you. That's $60 in total from last week and a week ago, 2 weeks ago or something from Octavia. I'm not sure when. But anyways, I put those two questions together. Let's go ahead and read the second one. What is this? Kemetic people, tell me if you've seen this question before. If so, have you ever seen it answered? What would you say about this question if it came into you? Friend Saba, I told when I teleported to the past. Sometimes when he types, I don't understand how the wording is, but I'm going to try my best. When I told when I was teleported to past, prehistoric time through shining box. I left my goddess, was there watching me get sucked into it. So he teleported and went through some type of vortex, some type of doorway or something that was like some type of box. He got sucked into it, the three lights on front. He did some research about the fake Greek stories of Pandora's box and Eve and the tree of good and evil, right? Same play. Saba, do you know anything about in the Medu talks about portals in the shape of a box? And then he added with three lights in front. Sorry for the babbling, Saba. Fantastic time of awakening. In other words, he's trying to say he is really excited. Very, very excited. Okay, here we go. So we have one question about the Saba'u fiends, and then another question about a brother getting teleported through a box shape, some type of box shape thing, and is there anything in Kemet about portals and box shapes and lights in the front? What a question. Shout out to Get Leisure. Kemetic brothers, how would you answer this? Kemetic sisters, how would you answer this? You know what they would do to Get Leisure? They would say, you're a pseudo, you're crazy, go see a doctor, or you know what, we don't know nothing about going through, there's no portals in Kemet, there's no vortexes going through time travel in different dimensions, none of that stuff, none of that's just the principles of Ma'at, and you'd probably get laughed out of a lot of the conscious rooms. Yes, you would, but not here at the Tehuti podclass. Here we go. Cash Peden says, join the Men on the Mondays. That's right, Men on the Mondays. Boom, boom, boom. And Cash Peden says, yo, Tehuti, your main objective out here is to do nothing but eat. Eat MCs. All right, so everybody, once again, did you see the question? I mean, I just have to show it again because really, I mean, look at these questions, everybody. Really look at these questions. First one, Saba'u fiends. Ever seen anything like this before? What do you know about the Saba'u fiends? Anybody here know about the Saba'u fiends? Back to back with vortexes, square box shaped vortexes and time travel. Is there any kind of box shape traveling tool in Kemet? Any type of portals, moving, transversing in Kemet, dealing with box-shaped objects. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podclass. I am about to answer the question the way that I do. Please sit back, get your pen and your pads, get your seatbelts out, and enjoy the movie that we are about to see. Here we go. Let's break it down. Everybody ready? Let me go ahead and do a screen share and attempt to answer these two questions. Let's go. Boom, boom, and boom. There we go. We're going to hide that. And it's going to go off. And we're going to pull it back up again. Here we go. What are the Sebiu fiends that are the enemies in the Netzerkert, the realm of the unseen, in one of the many dimensions that cannot be seen on the beta wavelength, which will lead us directly into box portals? Let's begin. So how do we do this, everybody? How are we gonna tie in Seba'u fiends, explaining them, and using the Seba'u fiends to go into the box portals? Welcome to the Tehuti podclass. Here we go. Starting off again with the very first spiritual afterlife book in history, going back 2550 BCE to the scribe Ani, called the Per Em Heru, as people call it. Let's go ahead and read on page 24, plate 19. Let's go ahead and read it. Over heaven, hurt, thy heart is glad. The lake of Tess, become at peace. The Seba'u fiends has fallen. His 2 arms and hands are cut off, severed, the knife sinews. See that? So here's the Seba'u fiends mentioned in the Per Em Heru. That is plate 19 on page 124, for those who have this Per Em Heru. Also, we're going to go to plate 1, and it's going to on page 2. Right for thee. One moment, everybody. Let me do this. Here, boom, 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 boom. Let them play around. Here we go. Right for thee, Tehuti, Ma'at, to every day, and thine enemy is given to the fire. The Seba'u, everybody see right there? And it has an image of a serpent. See that right there? The Sebiu. There's a Saba'u. Okay? So then enemy, the Saba'u, the serpent, is given to the fire. He's fallen, his arms are bound and removed. Raw, his legs are removed. Sons of the impotent revolt. Never shall they rise up. Little jewel on this, everybody. I'm going to break down. I broke this on the Medu class. I'm going to give this jewel right here. Everybody in Medu class, don't answer this. Those who are in Medu class. What is the opposite of creation? But not those who are in the Medu class. Go ahead and type it in. We're going to interact a little bit. What is the opposite of creation? Not those who are in the Medu class Monday. Everybody else. Type in the room. You have creation, and the opposite of creation is, what is it? Type it in the room. What is the opposite of creation? Boom, boom, boom. Does anybody know? Type it in the room. What is the opposite? Tyrone. What's the opposite of creation, everybody? Anybody know? I'm looking at the screen. The screen is not moving. What's the opposite of creation? I saw a tangerine on turkey. Milk snake. Okay. Destruction. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. The opposite of creation is not those who are in the Medu class, please. Destruction. Destruction. Death. Nothing. Somebody put nothing. Nothing. Okay, good. So when you ask anybody what is the opposite of creation, the opposite of creation is destruction. I'm going to break a little spell for you right now. The opposite of creation is not destruction. The opposite of creation is not producing. Get that in your head right now. Lack of reproduction is the opposite of creation, not destruction. Why? Because in order to have destruction, you have to have creation in the first place. If you have nothing in existence and you have creation, that's an action. The opposite of doing that would be not to create. In other words, would be going against your biological imperative. Your biological imperative is to be a reproducer and recreate and produce. That is the opposite of destruction, of creation, is not producing, to affect your biological imperative. Thus, the Saba'u were called those of the impotent revolt. What is impotency? Impotency, of course, we're very familiar with that term. It's a term when a man cannot have an erection. When a man cannot have an erection, he is the opposite of men, so thus he cannot create. So one of the ultimate sins in Kemet was the lack of the ability to reproduce, to not create something, to be the opposite of men, which is the creator or producing something sexually and mentally. So thus the people are the beings that were opposite of creation, were called the sons of the impotent revolt to go against your biological imperative. Notice that the symbol is a serpent, but the ability for you to want to produce anything, that is to have sex, to protect yourself, to eat. Of course, you have the dopamine, but before the dopamine, you have the oldest part of the brain, that is the reptilian brain, that is the serpent brain, and that is the fight or flight area of the oldest part of your brain. That means that as you went through all your millions of years of evolution, one part of your existence stayed the same, and that is the reptilian brain. The reptilian in Kemet was called the neck, or as I had there, the nakash, the neck serpent. Interestingly enough, if you actually were to look at one of the most popular terms in the conscious community, when you ask somebody, how do you say know thyself? They'll say nuk pu nuk, nuk pu nuk. Nuk is the same thing as neck. And if you ask anybody what is nuk, they'll say nuk means I am. Why? Because the I am is the original self, which is the oldest part of yourself. The nuk, the oldest part of yourself, is the serpent. The negative part of it is the opposite serpent, the impotent revolt serpents, the Seba'u, that is the negative ones that do not want you to reproduce. So thus the attack on gender war. Thus you have women becoming men, men becoming women, all type of sexual diversities and strangeness, and 72 genders and 144 genders, so that you can become the sons of the impotent revolt. That is the opposite of creation. The opposite of creation is not having the ability to produce, which is destroying a woman's view of what she looks for in a man, which is why 99% of black women today do not look for an Osiris as a mate at all. The standards of having a man has nothing to do with being an Osiris, and the other way around, most men are not looking for an Isis or an Osset. That is the impotent revolt, the impotency. That was not even a part of the class. That was not even a part of any answer that I have written. Nothing that I just said right there has anything to do with the actual organized answer. I'm just giving that to you as a little extra treat to explain why the Seba'u would be called the impotent ones. Opposite of sexual reproduction is impotency. Opposite of creation is the lack of creation. Now we're going to get into the Seba'u and break it all the way down into the portals. That was just a little inside jewel for you. Understand neck, and nak is the serpent, and nook, NK, nick is also you, because the oldest part of you is the serpent part, that is the reptilian brain. The children of Renunet, called in the Param Heru, the serpent children, that is you. The serpent was not negative to you. It was both positive and negative, as it was in Kemet. Let's get into the answer, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. That was just an answer within an answer. Let's go, everybody. All right, so this one who got his legs and his arms cut off, they were called the sons of the impotent revolt, and never will they rise up again, right? They will not rise up again, okay? So let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. We are about to break this down step by step. Let us get into it. Here we go. All right, so remember, a large part of the matrix runs off of neuro-linguistic programming, links and associations, subconscious anchoring modalities. Okay, so a large part of the matrix runs off of NLP, neuro-linguistic programming, links and associations, subconscious anchoring modalities. Thus, they give you things that are familiar to your subconscious from your ancient self, that sounds familiar to your ka. So when you hear it again in the revamped, mutated religion, your mind, pre-anchored, gravitates towards it. With that in mind, we can already see where they stole many biblical concepts just from these few verses on the Seba'u fiends, which is why everyone here knows them all, but knows nothing of the original teachings of the Seba'u fiends. What is it that everybody here knows? Let's take a look. What does everybody here know? Boom! Everybody knows number one, hands and legs removed. Everybody in this room knows this story. So the Lord God said to the serpent, the Saba fiends, because you have done this, cursed are you above all livestock and all animals. You will crawl on your belly and eat dust all the days of your life. So of course, this creates the concept of why serpents don't have legs, called the nak or the nakash, do not have legs. So we're all familiar with this, right? But remember over here, we just read, look at this. We just read, this is 1250 BCE. This is 900 years, 1,000 years before the book of Genesis was even written. Thine enemy given to the fire, bound, removed his legs. See that? Removed his legs. So his legs are removed over here. And we have here, the arms and hands are cut off. And what the arms and hands are cut off of what? The Seba'u fiends, which is, when we blow it up, 1250 BC, the serpent. See the serpent? So the concept of the serpent being punished with his arms and legs and hands cut off was a concept from the Heru, 1250 BC, 1,000 years before the book of Genesis was even written. But they put it through NLP, neuro-linguistic programming, anchoring modalities, so that you gravitate towards it, and thus you like the story, and this is more susceptible to you. The devil, Seba'u, was put in the fire. See, notice over here, the devil was put into the fire. You see that over here? The evil one, placed into the fire. Son, see right there, set, the enemy given to the fire. So the serpent was placed into the fire. So the serpent was placed into the fire, but let's look how specifically the plagiarism takes place. How was he put into the fire? Notice how specifically the serpent arrived in that fire. Look at the word Urta. We're going to get a good look at the word Urta, describing the Seba'u fiends. And here it is right here. Given to the fire. Look closely at the word Urta, and you're going to see a hand there. Given with a hand. So a hand is putting or throwing the serpent into the fire. That is in the Heru 1250 BC. How does the serpent arrive into the fire in the book of Revelations? The devil who was deceived them was thrown into the lake of burning sulfur, where the beast, the false prophet, had been thrown, will be tormented day and night forever and ever. So by the time you get to the Bible, the devil, the serpent, from the Seba'u fiends, is put into the fire. His arms and legs are cut off, just like the Seba'u fiends. He's put into the fire, just like the Seba'u fiends. But now the way he's put into the fire, the Seba'u fiends are put into the fire by a hand, an Urta given to the fire. So of course, when they copied into the Bible, the way that the Seba'u fiend, or the devil, this great serpent, is put into the fire, he's thrown. How coincidental is that, right? He's thrown. And how do you throw things? Of course, with your hands. You see that the copy of the Seba'u fiends copied right into your Bible, and that is why you accept it so much, because it's been in your DNA for thousands of years. Of course, with hands, thrown into the fire, just like the Seba'u fiends. Okay, so here we go, everybody. Let's break it down. What number one the Hebrew Christians associate with the serpent of the devil? What number? What number? And I'm going to ask everybody in the room, what number does the Hebrews and Christians associate with the devil? What is that number, everybody? I'm going to look in the room. What is the number that Hebrews associate the devil with? What is that number? What is that number? Anybody know? What is that number? Very, very popular. What is the number that everybody associates with the devil? Right? We have 6 3 times. So the number is 6. It's just 6 3 times. So 6, 6, 6. Right? 6, 3 score 6. We went over that last week with the St. Paul Cathedral, St. Paul VI Cathedral, who's shaped like a reptilian, the Seba'u fiend, shaped like the reptilian, and it can only seat 6,300 people in the worshiping temple of the St. Paul VI, the Pope from the word apep, which is the other name for the Saba Ufin. They're just taking the stories and copying it. So the number is 6. 6 is the number the devil is associated with. Boom, boom, boom. Here it is right here. Here is the wisdom. Let him that understands count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man. His number is 600, 6. Revelations 13:18. That's the book of Revelations. Now, the book of Revelations is 110 AD. Let me take you to the book of the Amduat, tracing back to Tehutimos. There's Tehutimos again, 1479 BC. In the 1479 BCs, that is 1,589 years earlier, and see if the number 6 is associated with the devil, the serpent, and his punishment. Because remember, this whole book of Revelations and what we've been reading before is the serpent being punished. Remember? He's being thrown into the lake of fire. He's being bound for 1,000 years. He's being punished. Let's go into the book of the Amduat of 1479 BC and see the Saba Ufin, or the serpent, being punished. How is he being punished? Let's take a look. Here we go. Hey. Okay, boom. How is he being punished? Let's take a look. And we're going to go down here. Now we're in. This is the Amduat. One of the walls of the Amduat, the Neter Circuit, tithering the neck of the depiction of one of the enemies of Ra. And Heru Tesu, holding him from the tail. So here is one of the enemies of Ra. See the serpent right there, the Saba fiend. And how is he being punished? With the knives in his back. See that? That's how he's being punished. Thrown in the lake of fire, arms and legs cut off, and now he's being punished with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 knives in his back. That's how he's punished. All right, okay, so here it is. The Neter journeyeth in the city in the path of the circle of Osiris by means of the utterance of words of power and Aset, and of the words of power and of Sa, that he may journey on his way against Neka Heru. There's the Neka again. Of these words of power, Aset, and those Serbe uttered a pep, shall be turned back and shall be shut up in Amenta, the hidden place of the Tuat. They will be uttered in the earth, and shall be likewise. Whoever shall utter them shall be one of those who are in the boat of the Ka, both in the heaven and upon the earth. But whoever knoweth not these figures shall not be able to repulse the Neka Hara. Okay, so there he is, right there, being punished with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 knives in his back as he's thrown into the lake of fire with his hands and his legs cut off. Boom. Note it mentions the enemies of Ra drinking upon your waters. If you lack knowledge, the enemies of Ra, who are also your enemies, are energy succubuses that feed upon unconscious in the afterlife, who do not have, let me go back, succubuses that feed upon the unconscious in the afterlife, who do not have their Seka'u conscious memory, most of which are floating as specters readily available to be fed upon. Let me show you this reference in the Per Em Heru. Tell me if this sounds familiar. Okay? All right, so it talks about them drinking your waters in the Neter Kurt, taking your energy. But here we are back in the Per Em Heru. Let's go ahead and read this and see what this says. Tell me if this sounds familiar to anybody. I come forth from heaven, I sit down by the side of the divine Ka, Ku, spirit. Alas, I am weak, feeble twice. I walk along, I am weak, motionless in the presence of teeth gnashing, their mouths in the Neter Kurt, Osar, scribe, Ani. So there is somebody, something in the afterlife moving around, but he's weak and he's feeble. And what does he notice around him? Teeth chomping and gnashing in this underworld. Does that sound familiar to anybody at all? In the afterlife, teeth chomping, gnashing? Okay, so These fiends, as you see, are associated with feeding upon you. As I said earlier, another concept stolen and placed in the Bible. Where have you heard this before? Gnashing of teeth before. Well, Matthew 22:13. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Let's take a look. And thou shalt cast them into the furnace of fire, the same place as the Saba fiends, right? With the serpent, with his arms and his legs cut off, with sticks in his back. There shall be wailing and gnashing of teeth. Matthew 13:42. Boom. Matthew 22:13. What does Matthew 22:13 says? Then the king told attendants, tie him hand and foot, throw him outside into the darkness, where there shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth. Boom. Okay, so all these beings are being thrown into places where there are weeping and gnashing of teeth. Of course, it sounds familiar because they're taking the stories of the Saba fiends and creating their Bible. Here we go. So, let me ask everybody this question. You can answer me, please. What is a fiend to us today? Everybody remember this. What is a fiend? Let me go in the room and ask everybody, what's a fiend? When you think of a fiend, if you were to walk downtown or walk outside and say, man, yo, there was fiends everywhere. Yo, there was a fiend trying to talk to me. A fiend asked me for $1. What is a fiend to us in this day and time? What is a fiend? Everybody type in the room. What is a fiend to us in this day and time? When you think of a fiend walking up to you, what is a fiend, everybody? Type it in the room. Shout out to everybody in the room. What up, Bragadino? There we go. Drug addicts. Boom. So a fiend to us is a junkie, addict. A fiend is an addict. Somebody put Tyrone Biggums. A crackhead. You see this, everybody? So a fiend is a crackhead, a drug addict, a junkie. Right? Somebody put smartphone users. But what's a fiend to us, everybody? What's a fiend? Of course, a fiend is a crackhead, an addict, somebody who is a druggie. There we go. Everybody knows what it is. Everybody knows what it is. A fiend is somebody who is looking for something to consume and can't control themselves. No matter what they is. I'm fiending for a chocolate bar. I'm fiending for drugs. I'm fiending. It's usually for something that's consumed and you can't stop yourself from eating it. Pookie, addicted to chemical therapy. Druggie. Okay, we all know the answer, so we all got it. And then Kemet put the average person, right? So, what is a fiend, everybody? What is a fiend? Here we go. Boom! Remember this guy? Everybody remember him? Somebody even put in the room Tyrone Bigham. So there is a fiend to us today. A crack fiend actually comes from Hawaii. We're going to get into the history of that. So a crack fiend actually comes from Hawaii, the concept of it. Here we go. Let's look up crack fiend. Originated during the Hawaiian Industrial Revolution. It was used to describe the workers who had become addicted to crack due to poor working environments. Therefore, crack fiend has been passed down through generations of Hawaiians and has morphed into a new meaning. It now is used to describe any annoying people as well as people addicted to crack, and sometimes is used to describe people who wish they were addicted to crack. Okay. Got it? So that is a crack fiend. Notice the word fiend, Saba'u fiend. Crack fiend, right? A crack fiend. So there it is. Let's see how the concepts morph. Watch this. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. I'm going to give you the true definition of fiend, which has nothing to do with what anybody thinks. Here we go. But in the Per Em Heru, the Saba'u fiends meant enemy. In the Per Em Heru, nobody in Kemet was doing crack. Nobody was addicted to any drugs in Kemet, but yet they had the word fiends. But in Kemet, in the Per Em Heru, it meant enemy. What if I were to tell you the original concept definition of fiend had nothing to do with addiction? Let me show you. You know I do this to you every time, ladies and gentlemen. I give you what you commonly think exists, and then I'm going to break the spell. I'm going to break the matrix, because fiend originally had nothing to do with crack or drugs, but it was the Saba'u fiends, which meant enemy. Then the concept in Kemet was an enemy that was feeding upon you. Let's go into it, everybody. Let's look up the definition of fiend and see if it has anything to do with drugs. Everybody, here we go. We're in the etymological dictionary, and we're looking up the word fiend right in front of you. Let's check it out, everybody. Fiend. Uh-oh, what is that? An enemy. Uh-oh. Nobody in the chat put enemy. Nobody. Why? Because the concept of what a fiend originally was, which was the Saba energy forces in the Netzerkert realm of the unseen that feed upon you, they were considered enemies, sucking of your energy, so therefore you couldn't be born again, and therefore you couldn't produce. Right? So they were the sons of the impotent revolt. They were about impotency, the lack of the ability to reproduce or to produce something while sucking your energy. And that's why when you look up fiend, the first definition is enemy, but nobody that you know has ever used the term fiend for any but enemy. And that's why nobody typed it in the room. Nobody says, yo man, I saw a fiend downtown. Oh, I meant an enemy. Nope. That is the definition of fiend. Look at that. Enemy, adversary, originally present principle, to hate. Look at that. It means to hate, disaster, to blame something, hostility. Look at this, everybody. Fiend, to hurt, to scorn, to revile, skin disease, sorrow, misery. I'm scrolling through. There's not one thing in the definition of the word fiend about a drug. Isn't that interesting, ladies and gentlemen? Because that is what's called transverse memory, where you get the memory of something based on what a concept changes into, but the original definition of it is actually lost. So now when you're asked a definition of a word, your definition is based on what the concept turned into. When you look it up in the dictionary, it actually goes back to the Per M. Heru's definition. The Per M. Heru was an enemy that hates you, but feeds upon you. That is the definition of a fiend. So when did the meaning shift to something that has an uncontrollable hunger and need to consume something? It didn't. Remember? I am weak and feeble. I walk along. I am weak and motionless in the presence of the gnashing of teeth, their mouths in the underworld, beings that are ready to consume you. Those were the fiends. Those were the original fiends, the enemies, the Saba'u, sons of the impotent revolt. These fiends are the enemy in the spirit world to you, just as the lion is the enemy of the zebra, but loves to eat it. These beings fiend to feast upon your ka. Today, some of them are called succubuses that feed upon the unconscious astral body. As you float around in the astral realm, they fiend to eat you, and they are your enemy because they're there to feast upon you so that you can no longer reproduce, because they are the sons of the impotency. They're about impotency of you, not themselves. They are reproducing, they are eating, but they want to destroy and feed upon you, but want you alive just enough to get your energy force. These are called succubuses today. Okay, succubuses and incubi succubus. Stories of unseen lovers, traditionally called incubi or succubi, go back many thousands of years. An incubus is a male version, succubus is a female version, although both of these terms describe the same being in different forms. These types prey on susceptible living humans and feed upon their sexual energy. It's in a book called Astrodynamics. You can check it out. But all the people that study succubuses and incubuses and out of body, that study the succubus, they know that these are fiends, but they're not just feeding off of anything. They're feeding off your sexual energy. So, of course, if your sexual energy is being drained, what would that make you? An impotent. An impotent is someone that can't reproduce sexually. So they are the sons of the impotent revolt, feeding off of you with the gnashing of teeth, or you, as you are floating around feeble in the Netzerkert or in the out of body. In the early stages of incubus's approach, partial full paralysis will often be induced. Logically, such paralysis is produced by directly manipulating the mechanisms related to sleep an astral projection. Often, a beautiful face and body will be seen and or felt by the victim as the spirit makes love to him or her. If victims succumb to the charms of the incubus and become enamored, they will often begin to deliberately summon the incubus each night by wishing it back. This desire gives the spirits involved all the permission they require to exploit people further. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast, everybody. This is how we break down answers here at the Tehuti podcast. I hope that you all are appreciating it and the time it takes to put this all together for you, breaking it down, questions that have never been asked before that I know of, and if so, send me the link. So here we go. So, yes, your spiritual, quote unquote spiritual, enemies will always love you or love to feed upon you because that energy needs you to survive. Thus, the Seba'u are energy fiends that feed upon your double because in that realm, only your double exists. Thus, on the other side, your ancestors and you in the afterlife feed upon the bioenergetic template double of offerings given at the altar. And if you're unconscious or unaware in that realm, the succubus will feed off of you. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast, everybody. Let us break it down step by step so that all is understood. These are the doubles. The astral world is the double world. Let's take a look, everybody. Let's go back to the Pura M Heru. And what does it say? In the presence of the keepers of the Ma'kait scale, that everybody's confusing with Ma'at. Like people say Ma'at means scales and balance. No, it's Ma'kait is the scales. Thou art my double. See it right there? My double within my body, forming and making my limbs strong. May thou come forth to the place of happiness. So the Ka, the energetic, bioenergetic template, is the double. That is, now we're going to go back to plate, go to plate 30. I have come advancing to thee, the gods great. I live upon offerings which eat what, everybody? What offerings? What do they eat? Which eat their doubles. Which eats their doubles. That is the energetic double body, everybody. Let's take a look. So, wow, that's deep, Tehuti. But wait, Saba'u sounds a lot like Saba. Why would the word describing such negative beings to us sound so similar to the name of a teacher? They are similar. Are they similar? Yes, which leads to global transient amnesia. But I'm going to stop right there for just a moment because that is the answer to the question of what are the Saba'u? What are they? Saba'u, sons of the impotent revolt, the incubus, the suckers of sexual energy, the negative serpent energies in the afterlife. So thank you, Octavia. I'm going to go in the room. Thank you for asking that question. After this, we're going to go right into the Saba'u and the Beget Leisure, but I'm going to go in the room to see if anybody in Octavia appreciated this answer. That is my answer for this particular part of the question. I'm going to go right into the next part, the Saba'u, which ties into my name. And how does my name tie into the Saba'u? And what does that have to do with the Saba fiends? We're going to get into it, but let me check the room to see who heard this answer. Maybe everybody's heard this before in other Kemetic rooms. Let me check the room and feel the temperature. There you are. You're on the top of the hat. Okay, perfect. Let me check the room and see what everybody thought. Boom. Okay, Star Feather put, wow. Big Vapes put, what is that? Hand claps. Thank you, Big Vapes. Big Vapes for hand clap. I don't know if Octavia's in the room. He's probably watching, but let's check it out and see. Whoever else, Unki Ma'at put parts. Let's shout out to the microphone fiend, okay? Then S.M. Mer put explosions. Boom, 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 boom. And Kemet said also was taught some feed off of fear as well as sexual energy because they're both based off the same thing. Boom, they're both based off the same thing. What is fear based off of? The reptilian brain. What is sexual energy based off of? The reptilian brain. They both deal with fight or flight and the need to survive. I must have sex in order to survive because I must have more children for fear that I will die. I'm afraid of that thing because my reptilian brain is creating the activating the neuropenephrine, so I'm fearing, so I must fight. Fighting, defense, which is what men do. Fighting, defense, looking for sex. Fighting you, looking for sex. Fear, because any man who's ever been in a fight before knows that you're afraid while you're fighting. You don't know what could happen. Even if you're winning the fight, you don't know the guy could come on the side with the slit your throat. You won the fight. He brings it, slit your throat. You're in fear while you're fighting, and it's the same energy from the reptilian brain that looks for sex. So they feed off of both energies. They feed off of the fear, which is the adrenaline pump, and while you're having sex, you're having an adrenaline pump, adrenocorticotropin. Boom! There's a little answer there, a little free answer for Kemet. I usually don't comment on but Kemet is awesome, so I'm going to answer him. There it is. Boom! So there's my answer, everybody. I hope that you all appreciated it. And we're going to go right into the next part, man. Right into the next part, right? Smoked them. Medulla oblongata. Okay, boom, 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 boom. Fight or flight. Okay, so boom. That is that. We're going to get into the next part of the question. The Saba is Micha in the room? Is Micha in the room? Let me get some agua. Is Micha in the room? Micha, are you in the room? Boom, we got 77 people in here. It's usually about 110, but I know that I think Sa's having something going on, so some people are over there. No problemo. Let's get into it, everybody. So there's a Saba. Woo! Let's get into it, everybody. Let's get into it, everybody. What I'm going to do is this. For just a quick moment. I usually put on, I usually bring the brothers up into the room during my break, but since I'm going back to back with this, I'm just going to step away for just a second. And in the meantime, I'm just going to put in this for just a minute. I'll be right back in just a second. Just going to grab some, come right back. Here we go.
Introducing Discover Online Privacy Protection. We'll help remove your personal data from 10 popular people search websites.
This is the mummy of Mahib. I'll be right back in just a second. Okay, this is found in the Valley of the Kings, KV 36. This is Mahib Pare, who goes back to the Ramesses period. Beautiful brother. He looks like he's just resting. You can see his beautiful hair and his braids and twists. And this is Mahib Pare. Okay, artifacts, possessions, belongings, vases, board games. This is what is left from an actual official who existed. So if you look here, we see what's called his canopic jars. Before canopic jars, we see even his board games. We see his net game over here. Okay, of course, we see his tomb. We see the places in the King's Valley of the Kings where he was actually found, all mapped out. Writings, most importantly, documentation of his belief, spiritual system, from first-hand account of how he depicted himself, which is something that is extremely missing in the Hebrew Israelite doctrine. Something where it depicts where the Hebrew Israelite actually says himself, he is a Hebrew, he is an Israelite. That does not exist in ancient antiquity. So here we go. This is the Per Em Heru that they will not translate. This is not the Per Em Heru of Ani. That's the popular one. This is the Per Em Heru of Mahib Pare. And there are your 7 cows that Napa was speaking of. There is Asar, and there are the 7 cows. And there's the beautiful brother Mahib Pare right here. They will not translate this Book of the Dead because they acknowledge Mahib Pare is undeniably a black man, and they will not translate this into English. You cannot find this translation. This is the Per Em Heru of Mahib Pare. So now let's go to an actual king. the most important man on earth to the culture, the wisest man on the planet. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you King Solomon. There he is, ladies and gentlemen. There is King Solomon, a modern day drawing. Okay, let's look up the greatest king on earth. King Solomon. This is what we have of King Solomon's remains. Pictures, modern day pictures. Let's take a look. Let me take this blue off of here. 1 second. Okay, so we look up King Solomon. We find something very interesting. This is a basic Wikipedia search. And let's see what Wikipedia says, or any encyclopedia basically says the same thing. Solomon, also called Jedidiah, because there was no J's then, Jedidiah, beloved monarch of Israel, the son of the and successor of David, according to the Hebrew Bible and the Old Testament. He is described as having been penultimate ruler, and it goes on. But interesting, it says here it is, hypothesized dates of Solomon reign, 970 to 931 BC. Okay, now something very interesting that's said here when describing Solomon. It says, according to the Hebrew Bible, hypothesized dates. Okay, when you look up actual people such as Barack Obama, Michael Jackson, Martin Luther King, or even people of the past, kings of the past, it doesn't say according to their book or approximate. It's always according to the Hebrew Bible. Okay, I am back. Press 1 if you can hear me. Mic check, mic check. I am back to get back into tying in this Saba Ufin succubi and going right into the Saba and this box-shaped vortex that Beget Leisure asked me about. Can anybody hear me? Press A1. Thank you, Kemet, for that comment. Press A1. Press A1 if you can hear me. Mic checkity check. Press A1. Let's go. Let's do this. Press A1 if you can hear me. Everybody, press A1 if you can hear me. Press A1 if you can hear me. Check back in the room. Okay, 1 1 1 1 1. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Here we go. Micha, you ready? You ready? Here we go. So just to remind everybody what the question was again. What was the question again that the brother asked? Look how intricate and interesting this question is. And the question from Beget Leisure, which we're going to go right into from the Saba Ufins into this question, which is, friend Saba, I was told I was teleported in the past. It's prehistoric time through shining box. I left my goddess. My goddess was there when I left, watching me get sucked into it, and had 3 lights in front of it. I did some research about the fake Greek stories of Pandora's box and Eve and the tree of good and evil. And evil's the same place. Saba, do you know anything about anything in Medu that talks about portals? Talks about it. Portals in the shape of a box. And he puts in 3 lights in front. Sorry for the babbling, Saba. Fantastic time of awakening. Okay, boom, there it is. So let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podclass. Let us get into this question here. He's asking about any box-type shaped portals. Let's get into it, everybody. Here we go. You ready? Here we go. We're going to go right back into the Saba Ufins. Can you all see that? Right back into where I left off. I'm going to hide that, put it right back. Here we go. All right, so the Saba Ufins. Wow, that's deep, Tehuti. But wait, Sebiu, that sounds a lot like Saba. Why would a word describing such negative beings to us sound so similar to the name of a teacher? Are they similar? Yes, which leads into global transient amnesia and energy portals. Let's look at the word Saba. Sabaú, what does this word mean? Here we go. Ready, everybody? Let's break it down. Let's break it down. Page 655. Saba, learning, instruction, teachers, place of instruction, schoolroom. Everybody see that? Pretty straightforward. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, pretty straightforward so far. Now, what I have gone over with you is that the Seba'u fiends are not on this realm, but can cross over to this realm. Has anyone in this room heard of the term watch to opening yourselves up to unwanted spirits? Anybody ever heard that term? Watch out for opening, quote unquote, opening yourselves up to unwanted spirits. Or have you heard the term an Ouija board is a gateway? And a Ouija board is a gateway to the spirit world. Or if you're possessed, that you are being channeled. Anybody ever heard of these terms? Watch out for opening yourselves to unwanted spirits. A Ouija board is a gateway to the spirit world. Or if you're being possessed, you're being channeled. Anybody ever heard of these terms before? I'm sure that you have. Okay, let's go into it. Everybody, welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Okay. Quote unquote opening, quote unquote gateway, quote unquote channel are all describing an entrance path or a doorway. Guess what else Saba means? Here we go, everybody. Boom, welcome to the Tehuti podcast. What else does the word Saba mean? Gates of the horizon, hell's gates, folding doors. Uh-oh. Okay. Sab, door, pylon. Everybody see that? Can everybody see the shape of the door on the pylon? Uh-oh. Saba taut, to you. The doors of the tuat. So Saba is a teacher, but Saba also means the door, the gates of the horizon, and the gates of hell. Basically, it's a door, folding doors, Sab, doors of a pylon, doors of the tuat. So the term Sab is doors also. Interesting. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Let's break the matrix. Let's understand what the ancestors taught that got turned into concepts of today. Yes, entrances means to enter or open yourselves to different dimensions. Let us continue. Boom, breaking down the Saba'u and going right into Sab and the doorway and the entrances. Here we go. Ready? All right. In Kemet, the shape that would trigger our subconscious was always squares within squares, or rectangles within rectangles. Same thing. The European taught you to call this a false door. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's break it down. Are there any box-shaped objects that deal with portals in Kemet? Let's get into it. The European taught you to call this a quote-unquote false door, but there was nothing false about it. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. We are breaking it down. Here we go. Shrink it down and get a look. Here we go. Here we are. Boom. Go over here to the Per Heru. And we see there's a section here on page 21 that deals with unbolting the door of the concealed things in the rostral. So there's an area here about unbolting a door, and inside that realm on the other side of the door are concealed things. Okay. They taught you to call this a false door. Here it is right here, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. We're going to go right into the museum to the quote-unquote false door of Ni-Unks Neferu. And here it is right here. Dynasty 6, and this is it right here. Here is your box. Here is your box within a box within a box, called a false door because it was a door that didn't have any doorknob or any handle or any way to open it, called a false door because it wasn't made for your physical body to enter. It was made for your to enter. This is why the Book of the Dead was called the Pur Em Heru. What is Pur? Pur is your temple, your body. This is where you get the word Par-E-E, Pur, which is the temple, which means the pharaoh, a great house. See, the house of life, the Pur. The Pur is a house, Pur. Right? You see that? Pur, a palace, right? But you're also called the Pur Em Heru, coming forth by day. And the word ray is chapters because it deals with sound vibration. That is how you create the word pur. It is from the P sound, which is the house sound, and the ray, which is sound vibration, which is why the ray means a mouth, because that is where your sound vibration comes from. So you're in a realm of subtle sound vibration. In that realm, you can enter through these doors or these boxes within boxes within boxes that were energy vortexes called Sabas. Okay, here we go. These box-shaped portals made for the Ka and the Ba's travels into other dimensional fields. These images and specific shapes still affect your subconscious mind today. Have you ever noticed at times you walk into a room and immediately forget why you went there? Let me go into the chat and see. Let me interact with everybody. Have you guys ever walked into a room? This only happens when you walk into a room. It doesn't happen when you go into your car. It doesn't happen when you jump in a swimming pool. When you walk into a room, you get into the room and you're like, why'd I come here? Wait a minute. Oh, why'd I come in the room? And you immediately forget. Has anybody ever had that before? People are putting yes here. I don't know if that yes is for the question. Oh, you guys have, yeah, you've had that before, right? Two constant, right? Two constant. Yes. Yep. Dogon Des says, hey, what's up, Dogon Des? Yep. And he manifested, I thought it was a memory. I thought my memory was going. Right. Everybody thinks that. Your memory's going. But notice this. Look at this. Where's the manifesto from? Where's Dogon Des from? Where's the scribe from? Where's Hikakepura live? Where does Right Truth live? Where does Tehuti live? Where does Micha live? Where does Auric That's It live? Right? Where does Boss Nation live? We don't live in the same place. We don't know each other. So how is it that we're all experiencing this on the podcast? We can all remember that, hey, we walk into a room and boom, the memory's gone. But you could live in Chicago. You can live in Cincinnati. You can live in Denmark. You can live in Canada. You can live in New York. You can live in Wisconsin. But everybody seems to share this experience. Woo! How is this happening? Welcome to Tutti Podclass. Let me break it down. This is happening because of the Sabas. Let's break it down, everybody. Here we go. Let's break down the energy fields. Let's break it down. So, you walk into a room and immediately forget why you went there. This is because the Ba would Pekka Mku. If you have been following my teachings, you know what Pekka Mku is. Pekka Mku is it separates itself from the past consciousness and starts a new beginning, thus affecting you today. When you walk through a rectangular or square-shaped entrance, it triggers your subconscious to forget its past thoughts from its former conscious, thus you forget. Boom! This is the real definition of transient global amnesia, everybody. Because remember, in the Pur Em Heru, when you become a Pur, when you become your Ba and your Ka, and you travel through the Sebas, which are in the shape of the false doors. Let me go back to it, everybody. Boom. So I'm going to break things down the Tutti Podcast. So you travel through the false door. There's the shape right there. You travel through this doorway, which is a door within a door within a door, but there's no handle because you're not traveling through it physically. Your Ka is traveling through it on a refined etheric level. But when you travel through the door, one of the things you do in the Pekka Mku, and as Pekka Mku, which is separate yourself from negative consciousness. You said, I have not stolen. I have not done this. I have not done that. I have not done this. I have not done that. I have not done this. Knowing that everybody has done those things. People always ask me, how come the Kemetians say, I have not done this and that when they have done it? Because you separate yourself from that old self of consciousness is not you anymore. You disassociate with that past. You Pekka Mku. Pekka is to separate yourself. M means from, separate yourself from the negative ku. Ku is like consciousness, but the ku in the Per Em Heru, when it talks about Pekka Em Ku, has the little bird at the end of it, which means negativity. So you separate yourself from negative consciousness because you are no longer that being anymore. You are born again, thus you are having a new beginning. That old you doesn't exist anymore once you walk through the Saba. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass, everybody. Let's break it down. Here we go. So you Pekka Em Ku. This is because you Pekka Em Ku separate yourself from the past consciousness and start a quote-unquote new beginning, thus affecting you today. When you walk through a rectangular shaped entrance, it triggers your subconscious to forget its past, the Pekka Em Ku, the past self, thought from its former consciousness, thus you forget. Boom. This is the real definition of TGA, transient global amnesia. Boom, 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 boom. Let's go to the Mayo Clinic to look up TGA, transient global amnesia. What is this? Transient global amnesia and the Mayo Clinic, symptoms and causes. Transient global amnesia is an episode of conclusion that comes on suddenly in a person who is otherwise alert. It's amnesia. So transient global amnesia is an episode of confusion that comes on suddenly in a person who is otherwise alert. This confused state isn't caused by a more common neurological condition such as an epilepsy. So it's not the epilepsy or stroke. You're just in a regular conscious state. During the episode of transient global amnesia, a person is unable to create a new memory, so his memory of recent events disappears. You can't remember where you are or how you got there. You may not remember anything about what's happening right now at that moment. You keep repeating the same questions because you don't remember the answers. Boom. There it is, everybody. If you've ever wondered why when you walk through this box-shaped door, this doorway, that is the only time you forget. You can get into your car. You don't forget. You can go by a swimming pool. But once you walk through that doorway, boom, it triggers your mind through programming, through anchoring system that I began this class with, and through the anchoring system, boom, you immediately start a new beginning. This example of TGA is definitely global, and sometimes everyone can relate to, why did I come in the room? What did I come here for? It represents going through another side in which a Saba doorway is needed on that side. Colors represent the energy, consciousness of the beings you come in contact with and the light energy that echoes your ka. So you go into the room, you're like, why did I come in the room? You repeat the question over and over again. Why did I come in here? Why did I come in here? And because it's global, then it's definitely global amnesia. Because I'm over here in California, AJ Magul's in Wisconsin, Scribe is in Tennessee. People are all over the world in this podcast, but we're all saying, hey, we all have this amnesia only during this exact time because of the so-called false door. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Let's get into it, everybody. Here's how I answer questions and why people support me at the Tehuti Podclass, because of the quality and in-depth way I answer questions. Let's get into it. We're going to deal with colors on the other side. When UCLA tested the auric fields generated by the person, they found blue was positive, relaxation, and red was rage. Blue is positive aura, red was rage. This was done by the UCLA just down the street from me. This isn't done by religious people, ladies and gentlemen. It's done by scientists at the UCLA. What did they find when they studied the coronas of people's fingertips? They found relaxed individuals have a blue and white corona. There's the blue one, the blue. The emotionally aroused state change to orange in the same person. What's the emotionally aroused state? It can be sexually aroused or anger or rage. Another individual in an angry state turned into a red. So you have orange turning to red. So red, orange is arousal and excitement. That's raising your frequency, raising your vibration. And then when you lower your frequency, then your energy is blue. So blue represents the positive, red represents the negative in that other world. Here it is. So testing Kirlian mental color changes using krypton gas-filled bulb instead of metal electron. So the testing Kirlian mental color changes using a krypton gas-filled bulb instead of a metal electrode. An individual focusing on thoughts of love, yellow-blue, light field, outrage, anger produces red. This is a scientific experiment done by the UCLA. Our ancestors have been teaching this and have been knowing this. So on the other side of the doorway, there's beings that are generating a red energy auric field, and there's beings that are generating white and blue. The white and the blue is the calm, the red is the rage. Okay, everybody get that so far? Now that I have taught and shown you that the Saba door was an energy portal, the energy portal that Beged Leisure is asking about, what is this box? You may see it as a box, you may see it as a doorway. It's any type of square or rectangular shaped object that you go through, and then you end up on the other side. Of course, they stole this, made Pandora's box where things come in, but of course, everything coming in is negative. But the real box, or the real doors, were stone doors made for your ka. Now that I've taught and shown you that the Saba door was an energy portal to the other side, which only light beings can be seen, blue energy is positive, red is negative. Hey, does anyone out here remember the Travis Scott event? Does anyone out here remember the Travis Scott event? Welcome to the podcast, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to get into it. Let us break it down. Here we go. You ready, everybody? Anybody here remember the Travis Scott event? Anybody here remember that? Very interesting event that took place. Very interesting. Eric Graham's all the way in Sweden. He's all the way in Sweden, and he knows what he experienced it. But anybody heard of the Travis Scott event? Yep. Okay, so remember, the red energy in the UCLA testing the mental color change in the krypton gas filled bulb instead of metal electrode. The red was the negative. The blue was the positive. These are the energy fields that exist in your physical realm, and also the energies that exist when you're in the out-of-body realm or in the death realm, because you no longer need your physical skin anymore. Now you're just composed of these lights that change different color. Remember the doorway? When you get on that other side, then you're just these lights. Let's go to the Travis Scott event. Uh-oh. What's going on here, Travis? What's up, brother? What's this on your shirt, man? What's happening here? What's going on with your shirt? It's interesting. Where do I get one of these? Where's the shirt? Hey, Scribe, you have this shirt on the website? What's this shirt here? It looks like blue beings walking through a square or rectangle, and they're turning red on the other side, and they have horns. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast, everyone. All of this has been in front of you all this time, hidden in plain daylight. There it is, right there. Boom! Note the door, beings going through, beings going in, and what else do you notice? They're red on the other side, and they have horns. The blue, and then on the other side, red. The same two colors going through the Saba energy field box, doorway, gateway. Here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast, everybody. Do the powers that be know about the rectangular door to the other side? Or is this all just a coincidence, everybody? It's just all a coincidence, right? It's all a coincidence. They don't know about the doorways. They don't know about the square doors and the blue energy being positive and the red being negative. They don't know about going to the other side, the Netzer Kurt being the other side. It's all a coincidence, right, everybody? Right, everybody? It's all a coincidence. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Let's break it down. Are you ready? Okay. Boom. Here are the doorways, everybody. Here's the real ones, the ancient ones. See all these doorways? Let's get a good look at these beautiful Sabas, vortex energy entrances that the Kemetians would teach. You go through this and you end up on the other side. Here's a lot of Sabas here. Notice there's squares and rectangles. Squares and rectangles. Do you guys see that? Rectangle within a rectangle within a rectangle within a rectangle. Then you get to the center and there's a square. There's your doorway. You see that? There's another one. Rectangle within a rectangle. And there's a square. You all see that? Boom. Oh, there's more. Look at them all. Look at all the squares and rectangles. These were all the energy field doorways, called by the European the false door, because he always likes to add negativity to things. Everything is about death and falsehood to him. So this was a door of going into the other side, into the real realm of everlasting life and immortality. To the Caucasian, it's a false. It's false. You have to put the word false in there. Nowhere in the Medu Neter is this called a false door. It is the doorway, vortex, the energy center, energy gateway to the other side, the box. There's your real box, the positive Pandora's box, or the gateway. So many Saba portal doorways for the Ka to go to the other side. Okay? Do they place these archetypes right in front of you to anchor your subconscious and lure you in? Remember, these doorways or gateways was to go to the other side. The Neter Kurt. Remember Travis Scott wearing the doorway in front of him, the blue, and when it enters in, it shows them red. But the red, the negative auric fields have the horns representing negativity. Before, when they're innocent, they're blue when they're just walking in. When you get to the other side, the focus is to become negative, right? To go onto the doorway to get to the other side. Did they know this? Did they show this in front of you just to lure you in all the time? Let's take a look, everybody. Let's go back to the Travis Scott. And boom, there's this big mouth and people walking in it. And what does this say? What is this? Apple Music? What's this? This tweet was deleted, by the way, but I got it before it got deleted. It says, "See ya on the other side." See ya on the other side. And there's the gateway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The symbol of infinity, the number 8. There is your gateway. See ya on the other side. Travis Scott went big for H-Town. Vortex Global Trans Amnesia symbol. And there is the man with the shirt. The blue. The innocent. Going to the other side through the box, the portal, the box gateway. Turning red as soon as you go to the other side. And then you have the horns. Woo-wee! Welcome to the other side. I'm going to show you the Saba gateway. See the man coming through in the red? See the man coming through right there? Part of his body's blue and part of it's red. As soon as he goes through his red, you'll see him right there caught in the middle of the door. I'm going to show you the real image. Let's go back to Mankara. Let's go back to the actual image of the Ka going through the door. Boom, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. We are now in the 24th century BC to Mary Ku-Ra, and there is the man coming through the Saba, the Sabayu, or the Saba, with the door within the door, and there he is coming through the Ka, 24th century BC, Mary Ku-Ra, Mary Raku, and there he is coming through the door. There they are going through the door. Welcome to the side, because that's him, Mary Raka, going to the other side. The portals, the realm of light, the realm where these exist, and only the light energy exists. That is the realm of the light land. Does Kemet ever talk about going through a portal and ending up in a realm of light? Imagine if the writers of Kemet ever talked about that, going through the portal and ending up in a realm of light. Uh-oh, did they talk about it? Boom, let's go to the writings here. Mary Papyri, right? Let's check it out. What does it say here? It says here, watchful leader, free of fault. It's talking about the other side, or the realm of the Ba. From the scribe, Papyri, the justified. On the other side, you can eat bread. Beside the Neter. At the great terrace of the Inia, the 9, Lord. You turn from there. Let's describe the other side now. You turn from there. Where is it? Where is this? Where he is? In the midst of leading counsel. You walk about amongst them. You consort with Heru servants, with the Heru servants. You go up, you go down, unhindered. It's talking about the Ba in the realm of light, and it says, you are not turned back at the gates, the Saba, the gates, the Saba, the vortex, the energy doorway into the realm of light, the realm of the Ku. You're not turned back at the gate. See that? Where do you go? Uh-oh. The portals of light land open up for you. Uh-oh. What did the Kemetians say? The portals, once you go through the Saba, the portals of the realm of light, the land of light, open up for you. Open for you when you go through the Saba of the Duat. The portals of light land open up for you. The bolts slide back themselves. You reach the hall of the true truth. The God who is in welcomes you. You settle down in the Neterkurt, the nether world. You stride about the cities of Hapi. Your heart rejoices as you plow. In your plot, the field of reeds, you are rewarded with what you have grown. You gather, harvest, rich grain. The ropes is roped in the ferry. You sail in the heart of the desires. You go outdoors each morning. You return in the evening. The torch is lit for you at night until the sun shines. Your breast, says to you, welcome, welcome. That sounds like an Arcade Infinite. Welcome, welcome, join us. In this house you're living, you see Ra in the heavens, light land. You watch a moon, the dawns, you waken gladly every day. All afflictions are expelled. You traverse eternity in joy, favorite of the God of with you. After you open the Saba gate, go through the gate, and the portals of light land are open to you, where you are just the pure energetic double in the realm of light. That is when you go through the portal and you go through this doorway, and then you end up in the Maka'it realm. What's the Maka'it realm? Here it is right here. The realm that looks like flame or light, because it's a tunnel of light called the Maket, the fire flame torch, the ladder. So it's a realm that you travel using a ladder, meaning that it represents ascension, going upward in the planes, the Maket. But what is the Maket? The ladder whereby Osiris ascended to heaven. The portals, everybody, into light land, called a ladder, but also called a flame. So it's a light ladder. It's something you're going through, but it looks like a bunch of light, like when you go through a vortex into light land. And that's what it would look like right there, a vortex of light, spiritual portals of energy vortexes. And to you, it would look like fire or realms of light, just light. And you spinning through, going through. Woo, here we go, everybody. And there is, who's this? Who's this coming through the door of light? What is this, everybody? Somebody's going through a door and there's light on the other side, everybody. Do they show this depicted through movies? So yes, in Kemet, to answer the question, beget leisure. Yes, so yes, in Kemet, square box-like shapes in the form of Sabas trigger our consciousness to go through energy portals into the light realm on the other side and start a new beginning. And this is what's portrayed in the Matrix movie when Neo's going through the doors, the different doors. Here is the light, and let me just tie this back into the Seba'u. Why is the Seba'u tied into all of this? Because they look like serpents, because these are portals or portholes. Portals are portholes, or tubular looking things that you travel through in that realm that would look like wormholes or snakes. Just tubular things that you're going through. So that's the tubular things were called Sabas, and thus they were also called Sebayus, serpents, which can be good or bad because they just represented doorways. The Seba'us, everybody. Here is Neo going through the doorway, and boom, there is Meriraka going through the doorway, and you see on the other side of the door, you see all this light. It's blinding light when Neo opens it up, and I'm going to just show you guys to end off this, a little clip for all of you, a little treat clip for all of you from my favorite movie. Let's see if I have it here. Woo! Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. We are here breaking it down. I'm going to see if I have it here, everybody. Welcome to the podcast. I hope I have it here for you all. It's a little clip. I thought that I had it. Maybe it's in the one over here. Boom, boom. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. But that is my answer, just to get to that little clip, a little bonus. But that is my answer. Let me check the room to see if everybody appreciated it. Boom. That is my answer of the Saba fiends, breaking that down, going all the way into the Saba, the doorway, the portals, the light land, the energy field, the global trans amnesia, and why you have forgetfulness when you go into a doorway, because for thousands of years they had these Sabas, which were doorways. When you go into it, it's a new beginning, lets you forget your past. You pekka mku, so now you go into a doorway today, and now you're like, why did I come in here? What? Because you had that thought of why you went in the past before you went to the doorway. Boom, there's your real box, no Pandora's box. They're called Sebas. That is your answer. Hope you appreciate it. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. If you get this information anywhere else, please send the link over here so I can join them and be a student of them. This is why people support the Tehuti podcast, for the quality of answers that you get here. If you appreciate what I do, then please send your support to Cash App TT Amun, or you can send your support to PayPal Rocky SV. Only if you appreciate what I do. If you think that what I do here is just like what everybody else does, then please send me a big 0, because you can get this anywhere else on all the other YouTube channels, so therefore send me nothing. But if you think this is high quality, unique information that you're not getting anywhere else, it takes me hours and hours and years and decades to put together for you. Some of these answers put together that I was working on since 2006. Just to answer your question now, please send your support to the Tehuti podcast if you think that I am worth anything whatsoever. If I'm not, just continue to watch. That is my answer. Boom, I hope you appreciate it. Be Get Leisure. And boom, I hope you appreciate it. Octavia, that is my answer. Let me check the chat to see if anybody liked the answer. Boom, let me check the chat. I gotta switch screens here and see what is going on here. See if anybody liked it. I don't know. Let me go ahead and check. Switch. And see. And then I'm going to take a little break, put on the team, and answer questions when I return. But let me check the. Let me check and see. Maybe it's in Oh, I got it. Let me check the room and see, and then I'll put on a little video. Okay, here we go. Boom, boom, boom. So, woo! Let's see. Damn, I have to catch it later because it's 5:15. I can't read some of these. I gotta blow the screen up. Hold on, everybody. Let me expand the screen. If I'm not reading your comment, sometimes I can't see them. They're small and I'm lagging also. So TGA would have been a great excuse to use when I was in school. That's funny. Okay. Welcome to my international classmates. Okay. Let's see if you guys heard the answer. And if you guys liked it. The mouth door, that's right. Hey, peace, God mine. Peace. That brother there is awesome. Awesome supporter. I'm way behind in the comments. I gotta scroll down and see the responses to the answer. I'm way up when I was talking about Travis Scott. Okay, here we go. This is why Master Teacher Tehuti gets the big $signs. Thank you, brother. Doors within doors. That's right. Doors within doors. Multiplicity. Yep. Okay. Good. Master Teacher Tehuti's breakdowns are second to none. Thank you. Trippy. Trippy. The focus is on us to become negative. Exactly. Sellout musician. Nice. Rez. The Schlacken. Oh, that's so freaky. Unk and Ma'at put wow. Ed Ren put the serpent and spider. There we go. What's that? He manifesto. What's that? Red pill, blue pill. You see now? The red pill, blue pill. We're going to get into the matrix in a second. I'm going to show a little clip. Okay. They want to make sure that we have plenty to devour on the others. They want to make sure that they have plenty to devour on. They want to make sure that they have plenty to devour on the other side. Exactly. They want us to stay lost. That's right. Okay. I have to put up the Cash App. Thank you. And then Starfeather says, I love this guy. I'm not sure if Starfeather's talking about me or Travis Scott. Okay. I got Jody putting wow. Okay, here comes the responses. We got Amin Ma'at Ra putting, what is that? Is that two hands? Oh, the ladder. Okay, yeah, that's right. The ladder. Cash Peden putting up mind-blowing. Well, the mind-blowing sign. New Manifesto put up Neo. Big Face put up Neo. Like the movie Contact. Yep, portholes. I'm dead. Deep meditation. Captain Tamahu. Okay, Misha put wow, Tua. Okay, there we go. Here's some responses. Tehuti is a mind ceramist. What an interesting term. I can actually feel my cerebrum reshaping itself with each breakdown. That's awesome. Thank you. Big Vase put claps. Tehutimo's put Netflix has nothing on Tehuti's teachings. Shannon put, this is such a relevant topic. Shout out to Shannon, who's actually been invited by my goddesses to go out to the woman's womb circle. It's interesting, in the last class, she asked if there's any type of class or something that is directed towards women. And so my goddesses actually invited her to go out to a womb circle, which is happening tomorrow. Shout out to Shannon. Hope you all enjoy yourselves. Okay, Eric put, that's fire. Jimmy P put claps. Jody put, wow, mind-blowing. Jimmy put fire. Scribe put the support. Jamie OX said, like no other. Heka Kepra lit the whole room on fire. That resonated well for me. Okay, good. Amun Ma'at Ra put, the hat and the spider. And Jimmy B put no one better than Tehuti. Shannon Southard put mind-blowing answers again and again. Chris MVP Chris, shout out to Chris. Who actually just did I gotta check that out. See how he broke down Abraham. That's very interesting. We did back to back. I broke down the falsehoods of Moses and Solomon. And then Chris went on there and broke down Abraham. I got to check it out, though. Shout out to you, Chris, for pushing the truth and breaking that Bible down. All right. That was on Sun Inner. So Darius put a Tehuti for the score. I'm looking at the front door. One of my favorite songs. Cash Peden put, again, more fire. Chris Harris put Tehuti, the wisest young brother on YouTube. Thank you, Chris Harris. Thank you, Chris. Tehuti most put Chris MVP Harris. Love the Abraham breakdown. More Harry Potter. Peace and love, good brother. Yeah, y'all go after this and check out. I'm gonna check it out too, probably tomorrow on Sun Netter, the Chris Harris breakdown. Check it out, support him, see what he did, and I'll look at it, I'll critique it, I'll observe it, I'll check it out. I will, I don't like just saying critique. I will compliment. Let me compliment it too. So, Scribe says, look at this, Chris, I got my students here. They love you, man. Facts. Great job on Sonnetter. Chris MVP Harris. Nice. To a breakdown. Okay, good, Misha. Answer was knowledge packed as always. Chris is thanking everybody. Nania Setmer says, yes, Shannon Southern. Everybody. What she said. Okay. What she said. Yeah, his crack comes from Hawaii. Okay. Amazing, mind-blowing. Amazing, great, mind-blowing answers again and again. And E-Manifesto says, I want to ask Saba about MIBs. Go ahead. Go ahead if you want to open that door. Go ahead. Go ahead and ask. All right. Incredible break. What's it? Peace and love. Incredible breakdown. And Shannon says, peace, sister. At Nania Setmer. Okay, good. 100. Good. Oh, look at this. Kim Amu says, the Doors band has a song called Step on the Other Side. Interesting, right? And their group's called The Doors, right? Nice. Okay. So everybody, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in the little clip of the doorway to show you they know about this. They put it in the movies. Let me show you the clip of the door, because in Kemet, the Sabas, the true doors that the European calls the false doors, the Ka and Ba walk through that, and then they immediately end up somewhere else through a portal into Lightland in some other dimension. That's what the Kemetians taught. Let's go see how they put it into the movies. Y'all enjoy. I'll be right back, and then I'm gonna let the team take over. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put the link in the room for the team to jump in. So as soon as I'm done playing the movie, well, not the movie, I'm not gonna play the movie. As soon as I'm playing the little small clip, the team can just pop up in the room. There's a link in the room. And Rigo put a door. Me and Mommy put Tehuti for president 2024. Shout out to you, Me and Mommy. Much respect, because you came saying Shabbat Shalom, which shows you have a Hebrew base, but yet you have a lot of respect for the information. I'm not even sure who you are, but you're brand new. But everybody shout out to Me and Mommy. Shout out to Me and Mommy, whoever that may be. Okay, so let me go ahead and put this little clip. Shannon Southern put, Cam Amma, great observation. Let me go ahead and put this in here, everybody, and y'all can see and enjoy. Where is it? It is one moment. Let me see what I called it. I called it Salvador's Vortex. No. Is this it? Let me see if this is it. No, that's not it. That's not it. Hey, where is it? One second, everybody. Hold on a moment. One moment. Where did I put the file? Maybe it's in one second. I really wanted to show you guys this. Maybe it's in so here it is. Got it. Okay, good. I didn't take, okay, I see what happened. I didn't take it out the original download file. So I'm gonna take this and remind me later. I'm gonna copy this and I'm gonna put it in the download files. The one-man engineer, I gotta do all this. Where's AD? AD, where I help? Okay, here we go. Put in the download files. Paste. It's now in the download files. So it's called back doors. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Boom, boom, boom. I'll now go ahead and put here we go. File. Here we go. Play this and let the team come in. So this is download file. There it is. Boom. Here it is, everybody. Enjoy. Watch how they took it and put it in the movie.
See you tomorrow.
I'm in.
Hello. You seek the Oracle. Come, she's waiting.
Where'd they go?
These are back doors, aren't they? Program access. How do they work?
The code is hidden in tumblers. One position opens a lock. Another position opens one of these doors.
Are you a programmer? Then what are you?
I protect that which matters most.
My goodness, look at you. You turned out all right, didn't you? Look, see those birds? At some point, a program was written to govern them. A program was written to watch over the trees and the wind, sunrise and sunset. There are programs running all over the place. The ones doing their job, doing what they were meant to do, are invisible. You never even know they were here. But the other ones, well, you hear about them all the time.
I've never heard of them.
Of course you have. Every time you've heard someone say they saw a ghost or an angel. Every story you've ever heard about vampires, werewolves, or aliens is the system assimilating some program that's doing something they're not supposed to be doing.
Programs hacking programs. Why?
Well, there are reasons, but usually a program chooses exile when it faces deletion.
And why would a program be deleted?
Maybe it breaks down. Maybe a better program is created to replace it. Happens all the time. And when it does, a program can either choose to hide here or return to the source.
The machine mainframe.
Yes. Where you must go. Where the path of the one ends. You've seen it. In your dreams, haven't you? The door made of light.
Roger that, Control.
This is Zion Control.
She's waiting.
Where'd they go?
These are back doors, aren't they? Program access.
How do they work? The code is hidden in tumblers. One position opens a lock. Another position opens one of these doors.
Are you a programmer? Then what are you?
I protect that which matters most.
Boom, so there it is, everybody. Let me go ahead and remove this. There it is, everybody. You see him. There's another part of the movie, of course, where he's running from the agents and he opens a door and it's a mountain scene. He opens up with something else. That is the doorways, and that came from the Saba. I'm gonna let the brothers take over right now. Hope you all enjoyed the answer that I gave. And I'm gonna step away and let the brothers take over for a moment and build. Peace, brothers. Nice to have you. Is there anybody missing here? Is Arcad Infinite here? Yes.
Peace,
yeah.
peace.
Peace, Saba. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Peace, Saba.
Peace. Yeah. One of my goddesses calls you all the Fantastic Five. So I just have to count 5 boxes, and I know you're all here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, good. The Fantastic Five. All right, I'm going to step away. You all take over, and I shall be back. Welcome to the Tehuti podclass. For all those who saw the answer that I gave and appreciated what I do, once again, please support, ask questions, seek ma'at, support with the Cash App TT Amun. There's the support with the PayPal at Rocky SV. If you believe that any of this information that I teach or how I teach it is unique and is worth anything, then this is what I do for a living and is the only thing I do for a living. I also have books that you can contact me with or go on the website. This is Melanin Dark Consciousness, Stepping Out the Matrix, and you can contact me directly at mysticaltelevision@gmail.com or go to the website which Scribe and the rest are about to tell you about. Thank you all for supporting. If you believe that what I teach is worth anything, I shall be back. Peace.
Peace. Hotep, my art, good brothers. Peace. I love the background, Scribe.
Hotep.
Peace and love,
Hotep, good brothers.
Hi, T. What's going on, good brother?
Hotep, hungry lion. Hotep.
Peace.
Hotep, brothers. Peace.
Peace and love, brother. I just want to take some time out and give a shout out to our teacher, because there ain't no other teacher like this on the internet. Let's just keep it real, everybody. Let's stop shaking and faking and stop pretending that there's other brothers out there breaking this knowledge down like this, helping you step out of the matrix. I'm going to keep it real with you guys. I used to be on some of them other chat rooms, checking it out, trying to get some knowledge, trying to, expand my consciousness. And it's just a lot of ISPEC going on. I didn't even know that was the name of the word. And just like Saba said, it's really very, very, very hard for me to stomach it now. And once upon a time, I was completely in the matrix. I actually looked forward to the chaos and the ISPEC, That's where my consciousness was at one point in time. So I just want to take this time out to just acknowledge what a great, the best teacher we have. And I challenge anyone in the chat room, peace and love to all you brothers and sisters here, to, just like Saba said, put the link in the chat so we can go check it out and learn, because all he want to do is teaching. All I want to do is learn. So put the link in the chat so we can all go and learn and we can all expand our consciousness, because there's no teacher like our teacher. Period. That is a fact. I tried to listen to a little bit of something today. I don't remember which one it was. I'm not a hater, so I'm not gonna put it out there like that. But it was just a lot of arguing, just a lot of no teaching, just a lot of arguing and bickering back and forth. And that's not where I'm at no more. I'm not there no more. I wasn't able to attend the Monday Meta class. I did participate. I always support and I participated. But I just want to say that I saw a brother, and I'm not even going to put his name out there, but this brother was at work getting this knowledge. It was so inspiring and motivating to me because he had on his work uniform, right? And that is the type of dedication that I have and that I made to myself. No matter what, I am going to learn, I am going to expand, and I am going to be better. I am going to find out what it is about me that those people hate so much, right? And how I was going to get out the matrix. Now, granted, I had no clue that how I was going to do it. I just made a conscious decision within myself that I was going to strive for the truth and I was going to seek it. And once I found it, I didn't know what I was going to do with it. But here I am, guys. So welcome to the Tehuti podcast. If you appreciate this knowledge, this support, go visit the website, teachingsofmaat.org. Support all of these brothers, especially Tehuti. Support the books. And I just want to shout out to all you brothers and let you brothers know how much you brothers motivate me. And when Saba said that we are all Sabas and he is a Saba, we are all growing and expanding. And, it's just a beautiful time that we're in. And I just want to also say that this knowledge is so deep that it is so excellent that we are able to have access to this because it's out there forever. This information is on the internet and it is there forever for you to get. So the truth is there for our children. Without taking up the mic, I just want to shout out Hail Tehuti. We have the best teacher, and I'm gonna let you brothers take it over from here. But I just wanted to just put an end to all the hating, man. Stop comparing our teacher to other teachers because nobody is doing it like that. Y'all seen his record, 11-0. He didn't even come to do that. He wanted to teach. So please stop it. Just stop right now, please. For me, I appreciate you guys. Peace and love, everybody.
Peace and love, Hotep Ma'at, to you good brothers on the panel. Saba Tehuti, of course. I know you're listening. Peace and love to you. The chat, shout out to the chat, everybody in the chat. I love seeing the consistency of the good brothers and sisters in the chat. Shout out to Shannon. She's a good, consistent sister. She's in the Medu class. Dogon Dez, he's in the Medu class. Cash Peden, we're growing in that class, and I want to continue to keep pushing that and reiterating that because that's just another day out the week that we can continue to keep utilizing and keep learning so we can keep breaking out this matrix and being able to help ourselves help other people. So I'm gonna keep pushing that, and it's an excellent class. I know everyone in here, especially in the chat, wants to continue to learn and loves this knowledge, but like Saba teaches about, this isn't for entertainment. This is for real life. So like the good brother Auric said, we got brothers in there who are at work, working in the class. So there's no excuse, and it's on you. But I do appreciate everyone here. Peace and love to each and every one of you. Manifesto, shout out to you, my brother. He's in the class. We are growing and expanding. Go to the website. Make sure y'all check out the website. We as Saba Tehuti put out at the beginning of the class that we are officially adding the Teachings of Ma'at, the Tehuti's Teachings of Ma'at t-shirt for you all to go there and purchase. So be looking for that in the coming week or so. And so you can go on there and, get your own shirt and represent us as you walk and traverse wherever you're at. So this is beautiful. We're going to continue to keep growing. And, I don't want to spend too much time. There's 3 more brothers here. So peace and love, Hotep Ma'at to each and every one of you. And, continue to keep grinding and learning. And thank you for your attention. Thank you for your existence. Thank you for growing. Thank you for learning. And it's always much appreciated from brothers and sisters like us. So tu'a to everyone. And I'll pass the mic with that.
Peace, AJ. You want to share something?
AJ, Tehuti most.
Hey, brother, go ahead.
I was waiting on AJ because that shirt fire, man. I was waiting. I guess AJ's shirt just talking for him, man. But that shirt is fire, man. I'm man, that shirt is fire, man. AJ, go ahead, go, man, because that shirt talking to me.
Peace, everybody. Peace and love. This, you know, what's interesting is this shirt is really old. Like, I got this shirt at Burlington Coat Factory, and at the time, I had no idea. I had no understanding of Nile Valley culture, of Kemet, of Tehuti. I didn't even know who Tehuti was. It's really interesting too. I just moved into my new place, so I'm not fully in alignment. As soon as I got here, my phone died, so it took a while for my phone to charge. But I just realized, I think I might have shared this with you brothers in a Meta class, which is changing my life, helping me crack all the codes of white supremacy, and my life is improving daily. And one of the things I want to share with people in the chat and anybody that's listening, Saba is teaching us that we create our own reality. You create your own world, your own universe with your voice. And man, I am like manifesting things and speaking things into existence in my life. I'm carving paths in my life that don't exist for other people. And it's from just being in community with all the brothers on the panel. It's the reading of all the books that Saba has written and that he has suggested that I start reading. He told me the reason why the people of Kemet were so powerful. This is in a one-on-one with him. He said the reason why Kemet was so powerful is because they imbued themselves in the culture and in nature and the language and love and light. Like everywhere they looked with the metanetter, what you know of as the hieroglyphic is the metanetter, that they were so imbued in their environment and they were so in tune with nature and the universe. That is why the Hekau was so powerful, their magic and the way they were able to live their lives, because they totally were committed to their culture, to their language, to everything that they were. And so now I just moved into a new place, and my number one motivation from moving into the new place that I am, well, I can from top to bottom decorate it and the culture and the arts, the music, the language, I want every nook and cranny of my house to be covered with things that pertain to Ma'at and to Kemet. And so my life, I'm transforming my life in the same way. And so this shirt is really, really old from Burlington Coat Factory. And it's like weird because now things that I purchased long time ago, not knowing about Ma'at, are like my favorite pieces of clothing. I got this from Burlington. I didn't even know like how much I would love all of my shirts with King Tut, with pyramids, with all of that stuff. So I'm holding up the mic and Saba's back. And so peace and blessings to everybody. Change your life into what you want it to be. You can do it. Saba, Ahati, Scribe, Arcad, Tehuti most are proof that you can live your life according to Ma'at. Peace, everybody.
Wonderful, beautiful, beautiful. Yes, I am back. We're about to get into it. Shout out to the brothers here, Ahati Ma'at, Tehuti Most, Scribe, Arcad Infinite. Shout out to you all. Ahati, did you want to say anything real quick before I step? I'm looking at these questions here. What is it? I got Agent Magul. I got oh my goodness. What's this question you sent me? Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. This is the hardest question. Look at this.
AJ.
Oh my goodness. Look at this question. Look at this question I got from Agent Magul. Tell me if you even understand this. I am wondering what aspects of the Medu netter involve science and astronomy. You know what? The Medu netter, the actual. I'm going to answer this question the hardest way possible. I'm not going to answer it with what any of the teachings say. I'm literally going to deal with the Medu netter, the actual letters and script of the Medu netter. How does symbols in the script itself explain astronomy? That's coming up soon, everybody. Let's get into it. Okay, Ahati, you want to say something?
No, I'm good. We can get into it.
Okay, good. Tehuti Most, I don't know, did you say something already? Are you good? I don't think Tehuti Most can hear me.
Good.
Okay, good. Okay, everybody, we're about to get into it. Let me see what the next question is. That was one of the questions. Why do we fear spiders? Oh my gosh. Here we go, everybody. We're gonna get into the next question, which is actually, you know what? The question was from Tehuti Most. Oh, also Scribe. Can you hear me, Scribe?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna begin the next. I'm gonna have to get to your questions. The sugar one. You sent me one on Bess a little while ago. I'm gonna have to open up the next class with those questions because I don't think I'm gonna be able to get to that before this.
Okay, great.
Okay. Okay, yeah. Maybe I'll or maybe when I see. Oh yeah, so Scribe is coming to see me. Yeah, so maybe when I see you this Saturday, maybe I'll manifest Bess in the room for you.
All right. I like that.
Okay. All right, everybody. We're going to get into the next question, which is from Tehuti Most, actually. Tehuti Most is usually not here when I get to his questions or his donations because it's late. So I'm going to go ahead and knock his question out right now. Tehuti Most, you ready, my brother? Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass.
Let's go, Saba. Let's go.
Let's go. The question that was sent in from Tehuti Most right here. Huge donate. First of all, I gave hand claps and horns, but I'm going to give hand claps and horns again because this is the question sent in from Tehuti Most. And actually, you know what I'm going to do too? Let me do this before I get into that question. Let me give a couple shout outs to some of the things that were sent in. Just giving shout outs to some of the money that was sent in during this class. Anybody new? Shane Harbor. Let me erase this. That's not a send in. Link it in. Here we go. Ma'at Amun Ma'at Ra. Where is he? He sent in a big. Oh, my screen is locked. Wait a minute. Here it is. Shout out to Amun Ma'at Ra. Amun Ma'at Ra. He sent in. Let me go ahead and put this in the screen. Shout out to Amun Ma'at Ra. If he's in the room, giving you a shout out. He sent in the 3333 to start the class off with. He actually sent this in, I think, a day and a half, I think, before the class started. Something to that effect. Well, let me go ahead and put this in the room. Shout out to the good brother here for the great support. And he sent in another one. I see 2 in his name. So here we go. Shout out to this great brother, whoever he may be. He is a great supporter. And this is, there he is.
Shout out to Ammon. Oh, I'm not reading, sorry. Where did the screen go? Oh, it's too small. Shout out to Ammon, Ma'at, Ra. Thank you for the 3333. Appreciate that, my good brother. Ammon, Ma'at, Ra. Thank you for the great support. You're always supporting. Let's see if he's in the room. I'm not sure if he's still here. Let me check it out and see. Oh, there he is. He says, peace. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Appreciate the support. That is awesome. Appreciate that. And of course, the next one in. That's awesome. Thank you, my brother. Shout out to you for all the support. You're always giving support. You're awesome. And he gave in another one. That's just, there's one at the top of the screen. This one's at the bottom. But he gave in another one. I believe it's him. Shout out to the brother. There we go. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Shout out to the good brother. And I'm going to do one more from, of course, from the awesome Anthony Drain. Anthony Drain, who always, right before the class starts, this man gives a donation. It's like a ritual. Some hours or so before class starts, we can always depend on this man here. Let me stop the screen. Anthony Drain, for always giving 1072 every class. Shout out to Anthony Drain. Shout out to your consistency. You are awesome, my good brother. I'm going to give you a round of applause just for being consistent. He's always, not even a question. He's always supporting. Shout out to Anthony Drain. You are awesome, my good brother. Shout out to you. Appreciate you. All right, everybody. Let's get into Tehuti Moses' question. Oh, who's this? Oh, shout out to Johan Biladu. Johan Biladu, who sent me a question, and I didn't quite understand it. And then he sent me an email to explain it. So now I can address it, or I can get around to addressing it now in order. But shout out to Johan Biladu, another constant supporter, who is always sending his support in and his questions. This one is just the support, which I appreciate it. Kind of eases me because I got a lot of questions backed up. But shout out to Johan Biladu, who sent me a question. And he sent me a clarification earlier today to clarify it. So now that it's clarified, now I can jump on it and actually start to get to it. There's Johan Biladu, who sent $10. Shout out to Johan Biladu. Much respect, my good brother. Whoever you may be out there, shout out to Johan Biladu. Okay, let's get into the next question from Tehuti Mos. Tehuti Mos, then we'll go Spiders, and then I think AJ Magul. Okay, Tehuti Mos' question is, first of all, this man here. And he sent another monster one in. Oh my. I didn't even get makes sense. This man is, I think this is my biggest supporter. I think for sure Tehuti Mos is my biggest supporter. It's between him and Beged Leisure. I think this is the biggest, most consistent, largest. Everything is large with this brother. Let me see if, look at this. This is from last week, I think. October 14th. Yeah, last week. Here is the brother Tehuti Mos' question from last week. Here he is. Wow, I already gave him horns and everything last week, but I'm going to give him horns again. He is awesome. Thank you, my good brother. You are the most appreciative. This brother is such appreciative soul. This man gave Sonnetter $100 on Monday for having me on. He sent a super chat to Sonnetter. It didn't even go to me. He sent it to Sonnetter. That's how appreciative this man is. Somebody has me on, and he sent $100 to Sonnetter. Shout out to this brother right here, Tehuti Mos. Just Let's go ahead and read this, though. What does it say? Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Tehuti knows literally the largest consistent donator and supporter that I have. He always says, my preservation is his motivation. Let's see what he says. Last week he sent this in. It was actually before last week, but the PayPal came in last week. It was actually from Mennonite class. But he said, Hotep Saba, my motivation is your preservation. My question is in the email sent to you. Cash App is down at the moment. And what was his question? Let me see if I have it inside the... Yes, it is. Here's the question, everybody. Let me go ahead and put it in and break it down. This is nice question. Nice question. It could have been answered simply, but you know me. So shout out to Tehuti Mos, if he's in the room. Everybody press 1 if you can hear me. My screen seems to be locked up at the moment. Locked up at the moment. Press 1 if you can hear me well. Press a 1 if you can hear me. My screen comment section is locked up ever since Amun Ma'at Ra said peace. My screen is locked. Somebody press a 1. There they are. They pop up. Okay, there they are. Okay, here we go. Okay, Eric, that's it. They're the ones. Okay, you guys can hear me. Boom, boom, boom. Higa Kepara Ma'at. Amun Ma'at Ra. Higa Kepara, Arcad Infinite, Shannon Southern, Southard. Oh, you guys have to go back. Look at this. Shannon Southard and Jody Southworth. Okay, the Southern ladies. There we go. Okay, shout out. Let's get into the answer for this. We got Master K. We got C1B1. Master K from Commission, C1B1. Master K1 and James Clark 1. Here we go, everybody. Look at this question here. And let me go ahead and put it on the screen. His question. I'll take this off the screen. Put the big screen share. $126 donation for support of me. And here's his question here. The question here is, Hotep Saba, I'm so happy and humbled to be learning the culture of the Nile Valley under you. Tua, my question is, what are the symbols squared in red that look like flags really mean according to our Nile Valley ancestors? Again, Hotep Saba, I'm so happy and humbled to be learning the culture of the Nile Valley under you. Tua, my question is, what are the symbols squared in red that look like flags really mean according to our Nile Valley ancestors? Tehuti Mos. This is from 10-4, from 10-4-2002. Here are the symbols here. Natiru, the gods, and here's what he squared off. Let's go ahead and get into the answer. Welcome, everybody, to the Tehuti podcast. We are about to get into it. Shout out to Humbled LLC. Shout out to you. Let's get into the answer, everybody. What are these symbols? What are they? Okay, here we go. This is a great question and a popular, common misteaching that is actually very popular in the conscious community. This misconception is derived from our eyes seeing this. Get a good look at this. I know it's a little bit blurry, but this is this in the glyph. Okay, and confusing it for this. So we see this, everybody. Our eyes in modern day 2022, we see this, then we see this, and then we confuse it for this. Okay, so he put that look like flags because there are a lot of people in the conscious community that are saying that these are flags. So let's break it down, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. So we confuse this for this. Okay, here is a clip from a popular conscious website promoting the misconception. Here it is, everybody. You can find this. this being promoted out there on conscious websites. I actually just screenshotted this from one of the popular conscious websites. The sign for Hut, Neter, Huit, Netcher, meaning God's house or temple, is composed of the flagpole symbol representing the flagpoles that decorated temples together with a rectangular enclosure. Although we can't find one flagpole on top of the temple in Kemet, but this is what the people teach. There's a reason why they're teaching this too. We're going to get into it. Okay, here we go. But what is the source of this idea? What is the source? The source is from here. Complete Gods and Goddesses, page 26. And it says right here, writing names of God. And here they show the symbol. And it says for main forms, writing the word God in Egyptian hieroglyphics. 1, a seated deity. 2, falcon, often on a standard. 3, a flag top pole. All right, page 26 and 3 of Gods and Goddesses. So here it is. So they're saying it's a flagpole. This becomes very popularized, and here we go. So, what is actually happening, though? Where does the idea of an ancient quote-unquote flag even originate? When we know that what we call quote-unquote flags today were not waving around in ancient Kemet. I will tell you, they're all confusing today's quote-unquote flag with the Shaddad emblem of 2400 BC. Here's where the confusion comes from. It comes from the Shaddad emblem. Welcome to the Tehuti podclass, everybody. Let's break it down. So here we have a flag. Here we have the Neter symbol. To us, it looks like a flag. The confusion comes from the Shaddad, which we're going to break down. So here we go, everybody. Welcome to the podclass. This is how we break it down. Here it is. Here's the Shaddad. Okay. And let's break it down. Here we go. Here we go. Boom. So the oldest metal flag in human history was found in this city, Shaddad. Kerman Province, Iran, ancient zone flag found at Shaddad. 2400 BC. This is now in the National Museum of Iran. Here it is right here. This is what they're confusing for an ancient flag, although this is metal. It's not waving around as a flag, but this is in the Anunnaki area or the Sugagi area. Okay, so now that I have established that the Neter symbol is not a quote-unquote flag, what actually are we looking at? So it's not a flag. It is not a flag. So what are we looking at, everybody? Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Let's take a look and see what we are actually looking at. Here's the symbols here, right from Tehuti Moses' question. I'm going to shrink it down a little bit. Let me show you. You may be surprised to find out that the Neter symbol has its roots going back 3.3 million years to these small cut stones. Also note the beginning date and the end date. If you know of the Kemetic teachings of the time of the Zep Tepi and the Cataclysm and what I teach on the Younger Dryas, the storyline fits perfectly. So let's go and see. Let's go back in time to this. What is this, everybody? What are we looking at here? Let's take a look. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. We're about to blow this up and take a look. I actually used this in my debate with Jabari that I had 3 hours to prepare for. Here we go. So the Acheulean hand axe from Egypt, found on a hilltop plateau 1,400 feet above sea level, 9 miles north-northwest of the city of Nakada, Egypt, Paleolithic, the Petrie Museum of Egyptian Archaeology, London, which is this right here. Okay, so let's look at the dates and we'll understand how this all ties in. The Paleolithic, Paleolithic, also called the Stone Age, is a period in human history distinguished by the original development of stone tools that cover 99% of the time period of human technology prehistory. It extends from the earliest known use of stone tools by hominins 3.3 million years ago to the end of the Pleistocene, which is what? 11,650 years ago. Those who know about the Younger Dryad and the Zeptepi will understand. Once the stone was wrapped on a stick, it gave it more momentum for swinging, while simultaneously moving danger of what you are attacking away from your hand through distance, creating a more formidable weapon which look like this. Let me show you the different stages of evolution. So here we are with what they're calling the Euclidean hand axe, 3.3 million years ago, all the way up to the Younger Dryas period with the cataclysm. And we see that this is something you'd hold in your hand and you'd cut things with, or you would hit something with, or kill or cut an animal with, but your hand would be close to the weapon. So thus your hand would be close to the enemy or close to the animal. Very, very dangerous to attack something with something right directly in your hand. So if it swipes at the weapon, it hits your hand. So this goes from 3.3 million years ago all the way to the Younger Dryas period. But here's the evolution, everybody. Let me show you the evolution. Here we go. Here is the evolution of the weapon. So you can see it starts off as the stone. And then once the stone was wrapped on a stick, it gave it more momentum for swinging while simultaneously moving the danger of what you're attacking away from your hand through distance, creating a more formidable weapon which looked like this. Let me show you the different stages of evolution. So you tie the stone to a stick. This gives it more momentum for a swing, and it keeps the enemy or whatever you're hitting far away from the danger, putting your hand in danger. Here's the stone. Here it is right here. And there it is wrapped around and on a stick with the rope. And now you're creating a more formidable weapon. Can everybody see that? You should be able to see that. All right. Wonderful. Here it is right here. You can actually see the same stone just turned sideways on a stick wrapped. And then we have a little sharper looking one over here. And then they have one that has a bend in it for another form of momentum, even keeping it further away from the hand. So if something goes and swings at this, and it even goes over here, your hand is all the way down here in an angle, creating confusion to your enemy or to the animal you're attacking. So here it is right here. Here's the evolution of it. Welcome to the Tehuti podclass. We're going from 3.3 million years ago all the way to the Younger Dryas period, 11,650 years ago, all taking place in Kemet. This is found in Kemet, in Nakada, as they call it. Is this starting to look familiar to you? Boom, there it is, everybody. There it is right there. Ancient Egyptian New Kingdom, axe, bronze, and wood. There it is right there. Now you can start to see the development as they start to look cleaner. And you can see it forming into something similar to what we're actually discussing. This is the Ancient Egyptian New Kingdom axes, bronze, wood. Provenance, unknown provenance. Florence, Museo Archeologico Nazionale. Okay, there it is. So there's right there. Let's keep going, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. We're showing you the evolution of where this symbol came from and why it was important to the Kemetians, to the point where it would be the word for the gods themselves. Here we go. All right, now you can see further development, and now things start to get pretty. Now things start to get really nice looking. We're now in the collection of Netert. This is the goddess Netert Ahotep. Okay, which is Amun satisfied. 1650 BC. Now we start to see that the axes start to develop into something more pretty with designs on them, stories on them. To the point where some of them are now not even used as the weapon anymore. They are used as for ceremony. Okay. Here we go. Cairo Museum of Egypt, 2.5 meters, almost 7 feet long. There it is. Jewelry and weapons found in the tomb of Ahotep II. There it is. Let's keep on going. So what I'm going to do for you is I went into the antechamber East Gable utterance 273, 276, and I put an arrow pointing down to this line here, which is a little unlegible. So what I did is I blew it up for all of you, and you can now see what it is a little better over here. And then what I did is I went over here and blew it up a little bit more, and then I actually showed it, and I showed this in the last class. We were talking about the walking pots. So there it is. There's the word netiru. There's a thing that people are falsely teaching as flags. And there it is in East Gable 273. There are the symbols right there. And it is the word for netiru. Okay. Let's keep on going now. And as a symbol of physical bloody battle. See this? These are battle symbols. This is an axe. A battle axe, a symbol of physical bloody battle, an actual weapon of bloody warfare found in archaeology. But wait, principles don't shed blood, do they? Is there a bloody war principle? For all those that say the netter represent principles, but yet the symbol of the netter is an axe shedding blood and cutting off physical people's heads, and that is a symbol for netter. Here we are in the battle axe of Baki, in the Metropolitan Museum, 1504 to 1447 BC. And it was axe found in the coffin of a man named Baki, whose formal name was Bak Amun. He was buried in the family tomb of Nefer Kuat. It was probably the father or his father-in-law. The handle has been partially restored with modern wood. Rawhide lashing modern based on ancient examples. So here it is right here. Now you see how pretty this is and how this actually starts to turn into a nice looking artifact. This is the axe. That is the symbol for the netiru. Okay? For all the people that say the netiru were just divine, positive, helpful principles, well, here is your axe that cuts off people's heads, and that was the word for the netiru. But why? Why is all this happening? How does this happen? How does this develop? Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podclass. We are now going to get into a section of a class that I got into. I believe maybe it was last week when I covered the Battle of Kadesh. So here's the Battle of Kadesh with Ramesses as a Shemsu-Hor of a custom of Heru, fights and defends the land, and is in turn called a netter, as we see below in the writings of the war. So here is Ramesses, and what does he have in his hand? He has the weapon about to cut off this man's head. As a matter of fact, we blow this up. We see another man under Ramesses, pretty much dead. Okay, so Ramesses holds up the weapon. Let's get a look into it, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti podclass. We see now the word there, netter, is God. See, the God, the beautiful God that fights. See that? He's fighting. He's cutting off heads. This is the part of Kemet that most people are not interested in, because Kemet is a country. It's not a religion. And to be a participant, man, bold, strong man in the country, you have to fight. You have to kill. You have to defend. You have to cut off heads. You got to rip out guts. This is what you have to do to protect the country. Just like in America. So while everybody's eating cotton candy and candy apple and going to the park and swinging on the swings and having a good time, there are troops that are risking their lives, getting shot and shooting to protect the land. That is the part of the country that people don't really focus on, is the blood shedding that it takes to protect a country. So there's the God that fighteth. Okay? The netter. Okay, let's keep going, everybody. Let us keep on going and breaking this down. I'm going to shrink this down a little bit. Okay, so here we go. And now we start to see a little bit more. Let's look more into it. We see now the weapons are in gold, because now these are now ceremonial axes. So we're into the ceremonial axe of Akmos 1, 1549. Seeing how pretty it is. And it has a story written on it. It has words and images written on it. And as a matter of fact, on the image, if we look at it, on the image of the netter symbol is what the netter symbol is about, which is the man with the weapon about to cut his head off. Okay, and there it is right there. You see? So that is what the axe is about. It is a weapon. Okay, a bloody, violent weapon. Okay, this was the battle. Oh, sorry. So, thus a pharaoh is a netter holding the rule of the great fighter. Heru, as we will see, this process is in the Turin Papyrus Kings list. We're going to get into it in just a moment. Here we go. So, over here, this was a battle axe aspect of the Netiru, but why? If the modern day New Age Kemetic teachers are telling us that the netters are high frequency, they're divine principles of our higher self, and only Set was violent, and our goal is to raise our higher ourselves away from Set principles. Okay, Kemetic priests, Egyptian spiritual guru. So once we rid ourselves of the Set principle, then we no longer use the netter glyph of the violent axe anymore? No. What is the real truth? The truth is that this goes back to the Shemsu Hor, commemorating the fight of Heru and Set and Sekhmet and all the other violent battles the netter were in as physical beings to reestablish into man after the Younger Dryas, reestablished into man after the Younger Dryas. So if they teach you that Set and violence, that's the principle of Set and violence we have to get rid of. Well, okay, once we raise to the higher level and get rid of Set and violence, then why do you still have a netter symbol on your shirt of an axe of violence and blood and warfare? If it's all about peace and the higher principles of the divine self and looking up at the stars and throwing crystals in the air and humming and doing yoga chants. No, if you're going to protect your country, you have to know about weaponry and warfare. Okay, this is not for the hippies. All right, so there it is right there. Let's continue, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podclass. We're getting into why this is a netter symbol and why it is so important. Ramesses is a Shemsu Hor, follower of the custom of Heru, fights to defend the land and in turn called a netter, as we see below in the writings, which I went over. So here we are. Now we're going to go into the record of the oldest rulers in Kemet, and that is the royal canon at display in the Egypt Museum in Turin. What does it say here? The last line of the Turin Papyrus. The last line reads, Venerable Shemsu Hor, 13,420 year reigns before the Shemsu Hor, 23,200 years total, 36,320 years. This is from the fifth dynasty. So that means that rule goes back 40,000 years. Okay, I presented this to Jabari in the debate, and people hated it. They couldn't debunk it, but they hated it because people deep down really hate the words of the Kemetians. That's the honest truth. They want the New Age teachings. That's why they never read from these papyruses, from what the Kemetians actually say themselves. Now, the ones to follow the tradition after the Younger Dryas period. What's the Younger Dryas period? 12,000 years ago, 800 years ago, right? And then men started coming back up onto land after the Younger Dryas period. I showed the Turin Papyrus and the follow through of how the netters were ruling, and then when the cataclysm hit, the physical beings went underground. After the netters gave man rulership, they went underneath the ground, and when that happened, spirit entities were ruling, and then the Younger Dryas subsided, and it was around 11,800 years ago. That is exactly when the end of this stone. The stone that I'm showing you was from 3.3 million years ago all the way to that exact same time period. And then when man came back up, they started evolving it into the weapon that Heru and Set, that represented the fight of Heru and Set. So here it is, everybody. We're going to go into the Heru name because all the pharaohs have to have a Heru name. It's the oldest of the 5 names, the great Heru name, because as a pharaoh, you followed in the footsteps of Heru, the great fighter, the great defender. You were called the Shem. This is where you get the word Shemitic from. Okay, here's the real word Shemitic. Shem, which is follower. See, to go, to march, advancing. This is Shem, because they were called the Shem Suhor in the Taurine papyrus. And there is your Shem, which means in the following of something. Okay? The Shem in the following of something. And here we have Shem Su Ra, Shem Su Heru, and I'll blow it up. And we see that it means successors. Successors. Shem Su Hor, the followers or successors of Heru. We look up the word successor in the etymological dictionary. Successor, one who comes after. Successor, follower, successor, to succeed. And it says a successor is an heir. You cannot be the heir of a principle. Ladies and gentlemen, let me say it again. You cannot be the heir of a principle. Let me say it one more time. You cannot be the heir of a principle. You can be the heir of a physical king or a physical female ruler. So Shem Suhor means a successor. So again, the netters were not principles. Here's the definition of heir. See, heir, heredity, heredity. See the heir? You can be the heir because the heir is the heir of one who is still alive, of course, because you're alive at the same time as your father. So while you're alive and your father's alive, he's the king, you're the heir. A principle is not alive, so you can't be the heir of a principle. These were the heirs of the netter, and the Shem Suhor is the successor of Heru, the successors of the netter. This is how the Kemetians taught it. I don't know what the New Age people are talking about today. Okay, but here is what the Kemetians say themselves. So this is the Shem Suhor. So here we go. So the fight was passed down to the successors. The fight was passed down to the successors who will continue to use this weapon to fight off their enemies with this symbol. Okay, so here we see something interesting as I blow this up. We see something interesting. The word netter is made of 3 interesting symbols, but it's not any spiritual symbols of creation. It's a symbol of some type of physical fight. So in turn, they will continue to be the netter on earth as the par EE. And here is Ramesses holding. Ask the Kemetic brothers to explain this. The netter is the divine principles of the higher self, and you fly on cloud. You're in this higher realm. It's the netter, the goodwill. I see the netter symbol in the hand of Ramesses, and he has a head. He has a head cut off in his hand. Somebody explain to me, what principle is this? What principle is this? The cutting off of heads, because Ramesses was a real king who was really at war, so he's there holding the netter symbol, because if Ramesses didn't defend Kemet, there would be no Kemet. If Akhmos didn't defend Kemet, there'd be no Kemet. If Tehuti didn't defend Kemet, there'd be no Kemet. But see, today, we don't have a country anymore, so all we have is the spiritual teachings, raising your self-consciousness, and that's all you have. So it's a bunch of hippies today that are not ready for actual war, because they think that the netter symbol, it's a great flag. It's the flag that was on the temples, although we can never find a flag in archaeology. It's not a flag, it's a weapon that goes all the way back 3.3 million years ago, and it's a weapon that represents a physical axe that's still found in archaeology today. The netter axe originated for physical war weapon, beheading the enemy, not a divine principle. Defending and physically fighting as the netter did to protect Kemet. The New Age will push this on you and push you away from the history of the netter axe, to move you away from the netter's history and your manhood and womanhood as a warrior for your family. That is my answer, brother. Boom. Thank you for asking the question, good brother. Tehuti Most, one of the greatest fighters on the planet, who fought 17 battles by himself. Tehuti Most, thank you for asking the question, my brother. That is my answer. It is not a flag. It is an actual axe, which goes back to the fight of Heru and Set, and the modern day new age conscious community wants to take you away from that because they want to teach you that Heru and Set were just principles. So that's they were just principles, that the Neter symbol could have never been a physical axe that was cutting off people's heads because it's a principle of the higher self and the higher realm. No, it's an actual axe. When you're running a country, you need warriors, you need the magi, which I actually have to break down. E-Manifesto asks about the magi. So you need physical warriors to defend your land. That is the Neter symbol. They were physical beings. They passed it down to their successors as physical beings who used the same axe because they passed it down after the Younger Dryas symbol, after the Younger Dryas time. So after the Younger Dryas time, 3.3 million years ago, there was no Neter on the planet when we were in our early evolutionary stages. But after the Younger Dryas period, and after 40,000 years ago, and 12,000 years ago, and 11.8 thousand years ago, when it was passed down, then man turned it into that axe, and it represented the fight that Heru and Set had some 36,420 years before that. Boom, that is my answer. Thank you for asking. I'm going to check the chat to see who heard the answer and if Tehuti most heard it. And once again, if you hear that, if you are able to ask that question anywhere else and get an answer, please drop the link in the chat so I can sit and watch the people. I'm just here about the knowledge. I want to hear others. Maybe I could form a team of other brothers that answer like this, so we can form a little team, a team of teachers like this. Until then, enjoy and appreciate the Tuti podclass, and understand that you can only get this here and nowhere else. And I would love there to be 25 Tehutis so I can maybe relax and form a team of teachers and form a whole community of people. But brothers and sisters in this day and time are too lazy to do what you see me doing here. So I'm going to do it for you as your servant. Let me check the comments and see if people heard the answer. Let's check it out. Let me get some agua. I taught that without drinking water for 2 questions. Man, my shirt's glowing. Shirt is sparkling with something. All right, let me check it out and see, man. See if anybody heard. Of course, Darius. Of course. That's it. Okay. Craftsmanship is second to no other culture. Each piece is one of one. There, notice that? None of the two look the same. Exactly, right? Okay, let me check and see the okay, we got Shannon Southward putting fire. Here's a person here. Shout out to this new person. I wanna say the name right. So let me shout out to is it Sturl World? Sturl World. Shout out to Sturl World. Shout out to you, Sturl World, brand new person in the chat. I've not seen you before, but I love new people in the room. Shout out to you. Thank you for the support of just throwing up a what is it? It's a heart. How do you do that? A heart. The muscle flex. Oh, the muscle flex symbol. And a green heart. I've never seen a green heart sent before. Shout out to Store World. You're new, or maybe you're someone old with a new name. But shout out to you, Store World. Thank you for the heart and the muscle and the green heart. Never seen the green heart. All right, let's see what everybody else has to say. So Zep Tepi Slim says, "True, Saba. Some of these Kemetic teachers have 1 foot in, 1 foot out, of course. Because let me tell you, they don't really believe in the teachings of. They don't really believe in the teachings. They don't really believe in the teachings. They're teaching it just for historical purposes, like Budge, and Budge is absolutely amazing, uncomparable when it comes to his research on Kemet and the amount of books he puts on. Budge has absolutely zero belief in the Kemetic teachings, but history, archaeology, wonderful. And that's what modern day brothers have turned into. Researchers, arguing over black haplogroup H21B. You're on the southern side of Africa, so you're not black because your molecules separated over here when you move to India, and therefore the Kemetians are not first, but nothing about what do you actually believe in, what is your spiritual practice and teaching. Nada, zero. Just like Budge, just like Petrie, just like all the other European Egyptologists, no spiritual belief in what the Kemetians teach. And that is the main difference between myself and the others, is that I actually live this, teach this, incorporate it in the mornings when I wake up with my family. Not only did I say the affirmation, but I've also incorporated the Tua Ra adoration in the first page of the Per Em Haru. We open up the windows, the sun comes in, and we say our Tua Ra. Brothers are not interested in that. They're just about bickering on the internet and ego chasing. Okay, shout out to you, Zep Tepi Slim. Shout out to Boss Fee, Black Elucard. Shout out to Kemet 101 who says, Tehuti, low key. Okay, I must be my eyes. Tehuti low key verbally revisits that Jabari debate every podcast. Yeah, I do actually. Agent Magul says, fight the power. Tehuti says, awesome breakdown, Saba Tua. Tua to you for your support. Agent Super Magul says, bomb answers. Kemet 101 says, Netter support, arming yourselves. Everyone go buy a SIG and a AR-10. Let's go. Hika Kepra puts hand claps up. AJ Magul says, chopping head, boy. And Tehuti says, sharpening my axe right now. Protect your neck from Boss Fee. Warriors. Darius McNair says, I've read quite a few books that mistake the Netter symbol as a flag, as an invisible force like wind. See? They're trying to turn that Netter symbol into anything other than a fight was going on. Ascari's back. Shout out to Ascari. Fantastic breakdown. Heavyweight king of knowledge. Shout out to you. To Saba for your service and teaching. Powerful. Chopping heads off, boy. Did I read that already? Scribe put up, send support. That's a link. Shout out to you, Scribe. Thank you. The Schlacken put something. I don't know what that is. A smiling face or mind-blown face. Okay, boom. Let's get to the next question, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. We are knocking these out. It is 10:52. Let's get to the next one. The next one is from one second. Okay. The next one is from okay, so first let me give a shout out to some of the a couple of the donations that were just sent today. We got Nito Campbell. Shout out to Nito Campbell. Nito Campbell with whoever this Nito Campbell is, man. Nito Campbell is awesome. He is constantly supporting me. I do not see the name in the room, Nito Campbell, but wherever you are, my brother, he's always watching. He even supports on the Sunday class. Shout out to Nito Campbell. I'm going to go ahead and put this in the room. To the mysterious Nito Campbell, whoever you may be, you are consistent with the 9 times 3, 9 times 2, 9 times 4 support. Thank you, my brother Nito Campbell. Let me go ahead and put you in the room for your support. Boom, 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 boom. Nito Campbell, who is an awesome supporter. Consistent supporter. I love that, brother. Consistency. What does he say? He says, supreme knowledge. Supreme knowledge. Supreme knowledge. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate that. Supreme knowledge. Thank you, Nito Campbell. You're awesome, my good brother. Always supporting. Supreme knowledge. Nice. Woo-wee. I love it. I feel good. I feel good. I feel good. I want to take this time to thank everybody who supports me. Okay, because I know that there are 75 people watching. I know there are 75 people watching, sucking this information up. Either you like the information and that's why you're still watching, or you're watching it to take notes to set up a debate with me in the future. I'm going to assume you like it, but there's 75 people watching and there's about maybe 17 people donating. I appreciate the watchers, but watchers, if you feel that anything I do is worth whatever you're feasting your eyes upon, please support. This is what I do for a living. Shout out to Neo Campbell and all those who support me, and all those who support the mission, and all those who support the Furious Five, or the Fantastic Five brothers, all those who support the website, all those who support what I do. This is very, 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 even though it seems like I'm flowing through this is natural to me. But if you were to see what I do go through before I get to this stage in front of you answering these questions, you would understand that it is extremely challenging. I just happen to have a gift for it, but it is challenging. Shout out to you, Nito Campbell. Shout out to you. You are awesome, and all those who support me. Okay, shout out to you. Let's get to the next donation, then we're going to get to, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Shan, wait. wait. Let me scroll down. I'm scrolling up too fast. Let me do this in order. I'm seeing some very interesting things. Oh my goodness, who is this? Is this who's Ajax? Ajax must be Hiccup. Is Ajax Hiccup Kepara? Whoa. He's another, I don't know, man. It's Hiccup Kepara, Kemet, Beget Leisure, Ascari, Black Alucard, Tehuti Most. You all are just you all are keeping me motivated. Cash Peden. There's too many Scribe. There's too many to mention, but you all are truly keeping me. You're helping support me. This is what I do, and it helps support my family, because this is literally what I have no. I don't have any kind of social life. I cut off everybody. I cut off people quick. I don't have any kind of social life. Either you're with me or you're not. 100%. I don't have any time to play around. I don't hang out with friends. I don't hang out with people. You can ask the brother Ahati, who lives not too far from me. How many times does he see me? And he's just a few roads down. I do not have time. I literally dedicate almost every moment of my day to this right here. Shout out to Hika Kepara, which I think this is him, Ajax 5. Shout out to Hika Kepara. Wow. Hika Kepara, if this is you, shout out to you, my good brother. You are a true dedicated supporter. I truly appreciate you. Thank you, my good brother. This is very highly appreciated. Oh, this is you. Oh, it is him. Okay, good. I gotta get used to all the names. Cash App names, different from PayPal names, from YouTube names, from in the chat names. It's hard to keep up with all these names, but shout out to you. I had a feeling this was you. Shout out to you, good brother. What a great supporter you are, man. What a great supporter you are. What an awesome supporter. I truly appreciate you, good brother. It keeps me motivating, going, and it helps to support. It helps to support me and my family for this time that I'm taking into this. And I'm glad you truly appreciate me, good brother. Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to see some big. We're the big sisters supporters. I don't know sisters. I don't know sisters. I don't know, but where's the monster sisters supporting, appreciating this? I know you're out there, sisters. Support as well. Sisters can support too, and be monsters too. Just like there can be a female Black Alucard, there can be a female Kemet 101, there can be a female Higa Kepara, there can be a female Cash Pede, and there can be, but I don't know. We got some got to click in the sisters' minds to take this as serious as the brothers do. Shout out to the sisters. I know you're out there somewhere. There's 9 billion people on the planet. I am in search for you. You're out there somewhere. Maybe you're in Portugal or Hawaii somewhere. You will be found, and something will wake up in you, and you will be here in the podcast. Shout out to you. All right, Higa Kepara says, you are dear and beneficial to me. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate that. Okay, that is awesome. That is what a monster donation that is. Let me see if that went into my files. Higa Kepara, did you go into my files? There you are. You are in my files. Shout Higa Kepara. Now we're going to get into the next podcast question. Not just a question, but a question. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. At the bottom there, you can see where to support if you do appreciate, just like the brothers you see doing this big time support. You can support at Cash App TTM Moon, which is also at the bottom of the screen. Rocky SV, I'm going to keep that at the bottom of the screen so people cannot say, well, I didn't see where to support. I was trying to support, but I couldn't see it. I came in the podcast late. Well, this is going to be at the bottom of the screen through the whole class. Donate, Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Only if you appreciate what I do. Honestly, if you don't appreciate what I do, please don't support. I'm begging you, please don't support. Only if you appreciate what I do. If what I do for you is worth more than cotton candy that you're going to buy your children the next time you go down to the park or the carnival and buy that cotton candy and that popcorn and the stuffed animals for your children. If you feel this is worth more than that, support equally as well. All right, here we go, everybody. Let's get into the next question. The next question is from... Who's the next question from? Who's this? That's Tehuti Most. Is AJ Super Magoo in the room? Is AJ Super Magoo in the room? We got Spiders and then AJ. AJ, are you still in the room? I know it's late. I don't know if you fell asleep. Let me check the room and see if AJ's still in the room. But I have a question about spiders from a while back. AJ Magoo, are you in the room? Okay, the next question, I'm going to answer the one and then get to AJ's question. And the next question is, stay up, AJ, because we're going to get into this one that was sent a couple weeks back. I'm just getting to it now. It's so much. This question is very, very interesting. And let's see if it's... Wait a minute. Okay, what an interesting question this one is, everybody. Check this one out from Jonathan Hacker. Jonathan Hacker, if you're in the room, shout out to you, Jonathan Hacker. What an interesting question sent in by the brother. Very unique, and this goes to show that you can send in any question based on any fear, any knowledge into the Tehuti pod class. You cannot send this question into the other conscious rooms. Let's see what the question is. The question is... Whoops, hold on. Let me fix it. All right. Okay. The question is, look at this interesting question, everybody. Very unique. And it must be derived from the spider on my hat and the reminding everybody that most people fear spiders, don't they? Why do we have an innate fear of spiders? Everybody see that question? Shout out to Jonathan. What a unique, interesting question this is. Why do we have an innate fear of spiders? Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. This goes to show that any question can be asked, and I will address it, especially if it deals with fear, animals, knowledge, consciousness, history, spirituality, as they call it. I am here for it. And I'll read the question one more time. Shout out to Jonathan Hacker. Why do we have an innate fear of spiders? Welcome. Let's go. Right, Rigo? Let's go. Let's go, right? Go ask this question on the other rooms and you will be laughed out of the room. Not here, though. We're going to have some fun, everybody. This question is going to be a little fun because, of course, it deals with something that I love. So I'm going to answer this question as if he sent $30 because I love this. I love this topic. I love, as you can see, right? Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Let's go, Rigo. Let's go. All right. Crazy side note from Kemet. Crazy side note, my grandfather gambled with spiders in his pocket. We got to talk more about that, Kemet. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Let's get to this answer. It is 10:05. I'm going to answer about 3 more. Here we go with this one. Here we go. Boom. Here we go, everybody. This one's going to be fun. We're going to go into some old movies and everything. So let's get into some interaction. Name the most popular quote-unquote spider movie, everybody, that comes to mind. And no, don't say Spider-Man. That's a movie about a human in an outfit, not an actual spider. So name right. Spider-Man is not about spiders. Spider-Man is about a person in a costume. Okay, so name the most popular spider movies you can think of that comes to mind. And no, don't say Spider-Man. That is a movie about a human in an outfit, not an actual spider. So go ahead, everybody. Take some time in the room and name for me a popular spider movie that comes to mind. Let me check the room and see what is a popular spider movie that comes to mind. Spider movie. What's a popular one, everybody? What's a popular one? Go ahead and tell me. Let me see what everybody gets. What's a popular spider movie? Look at it. Watch all the same word names pop up. Watch this. Here we go. Arachnophobia, of course. Arachnophobia. Along came a spider. Interesting. Along came a spider. Okay, arachnophobia. Anybody else? Any popular spider movies you can think of that you saw? That you went to the movies and saw? Or Charlotte's Web, of course. Mean Mama. Who is Mean Mama? Charlotte's Web says Mean Mommy. Mean Mommy. Sorry, I said Mean Mama. Charlotte's Web, there you go. Kemet put The Spider. I never heard of that one. Just called The Spider. Is that a popular movie, everybody? I never heard of that one. The Spider. Interesting. Charlotte's Web. Yes. Okay, good. We got enough. Let's go into the answer for this, everybody. I like interaction with you all. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. We are here to give information and answers. We're not here to play. Let them play around. Here we go. Okay, so let's get into it, everybody. So now, boom, arachnophobia. Everybody remember this? Remember this, everybody? Arachnophobia. This has to be this is the most popular spider movie in the world. Absolutely, hands down, without a shadow of a doubt. Arachnophobia is the most popular spider movie that almost everybody has seen or heard of. Note, it literally has the word phobia in it. Phobia, which is fear. This is the movie that placed most fear that we have, modern day fear, into our hearts of spiders. You remember the scenes. Remember this, everybody? Oh my goodness. Remember this? Remember this makes to make people shake. Everybody remember the shower scene? Sisters used to shake when thinking about this scene. They used to watch the movie, get into the shower the next day, looking around for spiders. Who remembers this, right? This particular scene right here placed a fear in the hearts of many. Oh my gosh, who remembers this, everybody? Who remembers this? Anybody remember the scene? This was it, right? This was it. All right, let me check the room, see if anybody saw arachnophobia in the room. Oh my goodness. Okay. Charlotte's Way. Yes, sir. Kemet went back to 1958. Let's go. All right, so yes, sir. Everybody remember the scene? Let's keep going, everybody. So, remember this guy? Remember this guy? Remember the pesticide man? Wasn't this like Roseanne Barr's husband? Remember this guy? Everybody remembers this movie, man. Everybody remembers this. Okay, arachnophobia is 1990, but this Hollywood-funded fear of spiders has been going on long before that. Let's go all the way back to 1955. What did Kemet say? That's why I'm laughing. Kemet went back to 1958. Rigo said, oh, hell no. Remember that? Hell no, right? You saw it as a child, right? Saw it as a child. So this goes all the way back. Hollywood has been funding this fear back to 1955. Arachnophobia is 1990, but this Hollywood-funded fear of spiders has been going on long before that. Let's go all the way back to 1955 and on. Look at this, everybody. This is going to get a little funny, but let's go, everybody. 1955, Tarantula. Look how movies used to be. Look at this. The Deadliest Accident, Tarantula. 1955. We're going to go all the way through this to see how much intent Hollywood put into this fear of spiders. Tarantula, 1955. What's this one here? Arachnid, 2001. Look at the scary, look at the fear they put in. Look at the big spider with red furry fangs coming down on the people. And this one here, the spider coming down as a shadow. 2001. Let's keep going, everybody. Remember The Fly? The original The Fly. Not the one you all probably know of. But The Fly, 1958. Mysterious murder leads to the revelation that a research scientist has been experimenting with matter transference. Unfortunately, the experiment on himself with a disastrous result, eventually leading to this terrifying encounter on a spider web. This is the old Fly movie. The old one, 1958. See? Terrifying. Everything with the spiders is terrifying. Look at this, 1977. I used to watch movies like this with my brothers. I made them immune to I made them what's it called? Immune or starts with a P. Wait a minute, let me plug this in before this gets 1 second, everybody. It's a word when you've become so used to something it doesn't affect you anymore. But 1 moment, everybody. 1 moment. Let me fix this. The one-man engineer. Here we go. The one-man engineer. Here we go. Let me fix this so we don't get cut off of this pod class. Are we fixed? We are fixed. That's there in sight. Okay. Yeah, they're immune to these. We used to watch these and laugh. 1977, Kingdom of the Spider. Look at this. Haha. Look how fake and weird this looks to us now. But this is the fear that's been placed in us all the way back from the 50s. Kingdom of the Spider. Then we got The Incredible Shrinking Man. He shrunk down and had to face this, what seemed like a huge spider, but it was really him small. 1957. We're going way back to the days that Kemet mentioned. 2002. Eight-Legged Freaks. You guys remember this one? Eight-Legged Freaks. This was the one that came in after Arachnophobia. Eight-Legged Freaks. Oh my gosh. Eight-Legged Freaks. All right. Look at all this energy that's put into this next one. May tickle you, but I want you to see the extensive energy they have put into the fear of spiders, even to the point of ridiculousness. Look at this title. Ready? Look at this one. This one is called Big Ass Spider. Big Ass Spider, some crazy title. Look at this. Big Ass Spider is an actual movie. Look at this. So incredible, right? So we see the intention of subconsciously putting fear into our minds of spiders goes back even as far back as 1955 to 1957 with some of these movies. But if I told you it goes back further than that to a hypnotic children's poem 45 years before the so-called end of slavery, everyone remember this? It was even given to children before they were old enough to watch horror movies. Yes. Let's go back to 1820 when slavery and lynching was fully out in the open. You know how I do this, everybody. You know. Oh, what happened here? Hold on a second, everybody. 1 second. My video, something weird happened. Hold on. I can see I have no head. My head got cut off. My head got cut off. What's happening here? Hold on. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on, everybody. I have to fix something here. Let me fix one thing. Hold on, everyone. The one man. Okay, what happened here? Oh, look at this. Okay. The one man engineer is back. Let me go ahead and do this. Let me go ahead and go to settings. Boom. Is it fixed? Cut off here. Go back to proper lighting. Start cam. And I think I'm back. I'm going to go to settings again. Lighting. I'm back. If everybody can see me and hear me, press A1. If you can see me and hear me, press A1. I had to fix something there. That was strange. I got bumped off. Press A1 if you can see me and hear moi. Can you see me and hear me? Press A1. Press A1, 1, 1. There we go. There we go. There we go. Eric, that's it. Rigo, no, Juan. AG Sumogul, Heka Kepra. Okay, good. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. We are back. You know what I'm about to do, right? You know what I do. My gift is the focus and seeing the matrix through what's in front of us. That is just what I do. I see the matrix and I trace it back to agendas. And I show the agenda. This fear of spider goes back further than what Hollywood was doing by just giving us fears. It goes back into actual self-hate and racism, back to 1820, into the days of lynching. How does the fear of spiders tie into lynching? Ask your modern day Kemetic teacher that. How did they use spiders to cast fear in us that tied into the lynching of black men? They even did it with spiders, everybody. Here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are here to break it down. Let's break it down. So we see the intention of subconsciously putting fear in our minds of spiders goes even as far back as 1955 and 1957. But with some of these movies, we see that let me read again. We see the intention of subconsciously putting the fear in our minds of spiders goes even as far back as 1955 to 1957 with some of these movies. But if I told you it goes back even further, and that to a hypnotic children's poem 45 years before the so-called end of slavery, 45 years before the end of slavery, everyone remembers this. It was given to children before they were old enough to watch horror movies. Yes, let's go back to 1820 when slavery and lynching was fully out in the open, ladies and gentlemen. Let me show you how the fear of spiders tied into our subconscious, going all the way back to lynching. Here we go. Woo! Will you walk into my parlor? Said the spider to the fly. Anybody remember this? Let's go ahead and read this. Let's see what's going on. 1820. Goes back to 1820. Will you walk into my parlor? Will you walk into my parlor? Said the spider to the fly. 'Tis the prettiest little parlor that ever you did spy. The way into my parlor is up a winding stair, and I have many curious things to show you when you get there. Oh, no, 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 said the fly. To ask me is in vain, for who goes up your winding stairs can never be seen again. I'm sure you must be weary, dear, with soaring up so high. Will you rest upon my little bed? Said the spider to the fly. There are pretty curtains drawn around. The sheets are fine and thin. If you like to rest a while, I'll snugly tuck you in. Oh, no, 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 said the little fly. I've often heard it said that if they never ever wake again, who sleep upon your bed. They never ever wake again who sleep upon your bed. Said the cunning spider to the fly, dear friend, what can I do to prove the warm affection I've always felt for you? I have within my pantry good store of all that is nice. I'm sure you're very welcome. You will please take a slice? Oh, no, 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 said the little fly. Kind sir, that cannot be. I've heard that in your pantry, and I do not wish to see. I heard what's in your pantry, I do not wish to see. Sweet creature, said the spider, you're witty and you're wise. How handsome are you, are your gauzy wings? How brilliant are your eyes? I have a little looking glass upon my parlor shelf, and if you step in one moment, dear, you shall behold it yourself. I thank you, gentle sir. She, remember, she. This is a conversation between a male and a woman with a lot of flirting and compliments going on. Let's get into it. I thank you, gentle sir, she said, for what's pleased to for what you're pleased to say, and bidding you good morning now. I'll catch you another day. The spider turned him around about and went into his den, for well he knew the silly fly would soon come back again. So he waved a subtle web in a little corner sly and set the table ready to dine upon the fly. Then he came out to his door again and merrily did sing, come hither, hither, pretty fly, with the pearl and silver wing. Your robes are green and purple. There's a crest upon your head. Your eyes are like diamond bright, but mine are dull as lead. Alas, alas! How very soon this silly little fly, hearing his willy flattering words, came slowly flitting by. So it's all about seduction and the male spider seducing this innocent little woman who we're going to find out what race she is in a moment. But with buzzing wings, she hung aloft and near drew, thinking only of her brilliant eyes and green and purple hue, thinking only of her crested hellhead, thinking only of her crested head. Poor foolish thing at last, and jumped the cunning spider and fiercely held her fast. He drug her up the winding stair and into his dismal den within his little parlor, but she never came out again. Okay, that's the story. Now, what is the story for? It's for children in 1820 while slavery and lynching is going on, steadfast, strong, and stern. Here is the message for children. And now, little dear children, who may this story read, to idle, silly, flattering words, I pray you never give heed. Unto an evil counselor, close heart and ear and eye, and take a lesson from this tale of the spider and the fly. So this whole concept was that the spider was evil. The spider was flirting, saying pretty things to this female. And children, be aware of this. Right off the bat, the spider is associated with evil. Right off the bat, everybody. So right off the bat, the spider is associated with evil and manifestation of distrust placed in children for spiders. While slavery is going on, the spider is evil, not the slave master, though. Tehuti, are you going to tell us that even our fear of spiders has a hidden agenda behind it and was designed by the Matrix and affects our subconscious mind for an end goal? No way. Well, let's take a look at all the images of the spider in the poem and tell me if you see anything in common between them all. So right off the bat, the spider is evil. The fear is in the children's heart of spiders. This is all going on while women are being raped in the room next door. The spider is evil, everybody. Spider is evil. Take heed, children, of this evil spider. Ignore the screams. Ignore the screams of the women being raped by 8 slave masters in the next room. Forget about that. Ignore that. Oh, that man over there with his balls cut off? Don't worry about that, children. Don't worry about that. Worry about this spider. Worry about the spider and the fly, because this is a message to you, children, that the spider is evil and cunning. Oh, that head over there that the slave master playing soccer with? No, don't worry about that. That's nothing. There's nothing going on here. Worry about the spiders, children. Worry about the spiders. All right. So how does this affect the subconscious and what is actually going on here? Let's take a look at all the images, because remember, the spider is male and the woman is a female. Remember that. The spider is male and the woman is a female. Do you all remember what would happen in the 1800s and 1900s if a black man was to be caught having sex with a white woman, or they were to partake in any kind of relationship? Do you know what would happen to the brother? Do you know what would happen to the brother if a black man was caught in any kind of sexual relationship with a white woman in the 1900s, 1800s, 1700s? What would happen to that brother? So here's a story here of the evil spider. Take heed, children. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podclass. Let's take a look. So what did I say here? I said we're going to take a look at the images of the spider, and you all are going to tell me, what do they have all in common? So again, let's take a look at all the images of the spider in the poem and tell me if you see anything in common between them all. Here we go, everybody. We're about to look at all the images of the spider and the fly. We're going to look at a lot of them. Tell me if you see anything in common. So here we go. Here's one over here. There's the spider. There's the fly. Look at the image of the spider and the fly. How about this one over here? Spider and the fly, poems and activities. Look at the spider, everybody. Look at this spider. Anything in common between this spider and this one? Maybe it's just a coincidence. Okay, let's go to the next one. Here we go. The spider and the fly. Do you notice the fly keeps changing? Okay, man. Okay. You notice the fly looks different? Look how the fly looks over here. Look at the fly over here. Look at this fly. The spider, though. The spider. Anything in common between these spiders? The spider and the fly. Let's look at the next one. We're going to go back to the old images here. Look at this one here. Look at the spider. Said the spider to the fly. Look at the spider. Interesting. Okay. I just took a couple of them. There's hundreds of them, but I just took a few of them. So there's this spider and the spider to the fly. There's this one. Spider to the fly. Spider and the fly, poems and activities. There's this one, spider and the fly. There's this one. Let me go in the chat room and you guys tell me, do you guys see anything in common between all the spiders? Anything at all? Anything at all? Let me check the room. Hika Kepara puts ding, 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 ding. They're all black. Darius McNear, ding, 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 ding. All the spiders are black. Oh, boy. All the spiders are black. Is that interesting, ladies and gentlemen? Let's go back and see. All the spiders are black. Has anybody ever told you this before? This is just what I do, ladies and gentlemen. I go and see the matrix and reveal it back to you. Remember, this is 1820. Slavery is in full effect. Black women are being raped in the open. Everything is fine and dandy with murder and killing and balls cut off and all type of stuff. And here comes the spider and the fly teaching the children, watch out for the cunning evil spider. While they see slavery taking place, they're afraid of the black spider. Okay, so do you notice anything? This last picture is very provocative and will make things much more obvious as to the hypnotic matrix agenda. So people may say, Tehuti, you're reaching. You're reaching, Tehuti. It's a coincidence that all the spiders here, when they're depicted as spiders, they're black, 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 black. And remember, the spider is a man in the story, and the little woman is a little fragile, innocent woman. I wonder what race the woman is, though. So did you notice anything? This last picture is very provocative and will make things much more obvious as to the hypnotic matrix agenda. Uh-oh. There's the rendition. And look, he has a hat on like me, right? There it is, right? There it is. What's going on with that woman there, everybody? What does that woman look like to you? That's the fly and the spider and the fly depiction. There's the animated version depiction. Look at the spider, though. Let's zoom in on the spider. The spider even has some black thing over his face. You see that? Where his face is black. His body is black. How about the woman, though? How's that woman look to you? Interesting. There's your spider and the fly, right? There it is. Go back here. Boom, boom. Black spider, green fly. Black spider, gold fly. Black spider, blue fly. Black spider, I don't know what color that fly is because it's black and white. Black spider, white woman. Beware, children, of the cunning evil of the spider to the fly. Beware, because the Europeans' greatest fear was the black man having any involvement with the European woman, especially in 1820. So here we go. You see how this is unfolding? Yes, the spider is always or 95% black. He is evil, and the innocent woman being flattered and deceived is definitely European. Always keep in mind this poem is from 1820. Destructive racism was open and fully accepted. Well, to always keep your mind and cogs always interactive and tested, I'm now going to ask another Tehuti question. Let's see who gets this right. What's the question Tehuti's going to ask the crowd? Here's the question. Onto a different type of spider. We're going to move away from this black spider here that they keep portraying here. We're going to move on to a different type of spider with a different type of fear attached. What type of spider is this? It's golden with tiger stripes. Let me show you. What type of spider is this? We're going to move on to a different type of spider. Forget about this black one. All the black spider, black, blue fly, black spider, black, the guy with a black mask on, black body, white woman. Forget about that. We're going to move on to a different type of spider. But this one has it's golden with tiger stripes. Has anybody ever heard of a golden spider with tiger stripes? We're going to move on to it. I'm going to show you it. And all of you are going to guess what type of spider is this. So on to a different type of spider with a different type of fear attached. What type of spider is this? It's golden with tiger stripes. Let me show you, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podclass. I am about to show you this new spider. Anybody please guess what kind of spider is this? Here's the webs. Look at that. What is this, everybody? Anybody ever seen this before? It's like a golden amber, like an amber resin color, with like tiger type stripes in the butt. Anybody ever seen this before? Anybody ever seen this spider before? I'm going to go in the room. You all guess what type of spider is this? It's orange with like stripes on its butt, kind of like an amber orange with stripes on its butt. Everybody guess to me what type of spider is that? I'll give you a few minutes and a few moments. I'm interacting with you. What type of spider is that? It's amber golden with stripes in its butt. Anybody knows? Orb weaver. We're getting close. We're getting close. We're getting close. Orb Weaver. Okay, good. We got Brown Widow. We got Orb Weaver. We got Brown Widow. We got we got Recluse. Hey, we got Recluse. Recluse is hold on. Let me go back to it. Recluse is definitely one of the most dangerous. Look at it. Let's take a look again. Recluse is definitely a brown type of spider that is in your house that is extremely dangerous. Okay, we got Recluse. What else we got? Brown Recluse. There is something there with the Brown Recluse. We got another Brown Recluse. I am slowly breaking everybody out of the matrix. You all are typing it in for me. You all are teaching yourselves right now. I'm showing you how hypnosis works right in front of you. Keep typing, everybody. Keep going. Keep typing. I'll show you one more time. What is this brown, golden, amber spider with stripes going down the butt? What is this? Let me show you the matrix right in front of you. I always do this to you all as my students because I want to show you that the matrix and the subliminal programming is right inside of you and me. It's been placed there. Look at when I talk about the spider over here. Look at this. When I talk about the spider over here, the subconscious is that the spider is black and it's dangerous. It's black and it's dangerous. It's black and it's dangerous. Black and it's dangerous. There's the black man talking to the white woman and he's dangerous. Then we go into the other most common, popular poisonous spider that's in your house. And what color are they associated with? Let's check the room. Let me see. Because remember, we're not really black people. Our skin is really brown, right? So what is the next poisonous, popular, venomous spider that everybody said? Let's take a look. And we have the brown recluse, the brown widow, the brown recluse. We have brown widow. Shannon put white widow, but the brown widow, because one of the most dangerous spiders that's in your house has to be associated with brown, right? Okay, everybody, welcome to the Tehuti podclass. What kind of spider is this? Everybody threw in their guesses, and now I'm going a brown recluse. Now we're going to go ahead and give you the answer. You would never guess what kind of spider this is, but of course, with the Tehuti podclass, you always learn something new that is right in front of you, and here we go. So before we get into that, because I have to build up suspense, right? Before we get into that, I'm going to show you some disturbing images of what was going on at the time of that poem. So the same time of that poem, said the spider to the fly, the black spider to the white woman. While that poem is going on, let me show you some disturbing images. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podclass. Let's take a look and see what is going on here. This is called public lynching. A crowd gathers to witness the killing of Thomas Ship, Abraham Smith, 2 victims of lynch law in Marion, Indiana, 7th August 1930. Right? Image was inspiration for the poem Strange Fruit by Abel Mir Apol. What do we see here, ladies and gentlemen? We see a bunch of smiling Tamahus looking at the brothers hanging. 1930. This is 110 years after the poem. Let's put it all together, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podclass. Victims of lynching, mob hanging from a tree. Bodies of Dooley Morton and Bert Moore, Londes County, are shown hanging from a tree after the two were lynched by an angry mob of white citizens. July 15th, they were torn away from police officials who arrested the men when a white woman identified the pair as the ones who had made an attempt to criminally attack her. The greatest fear up until this day that was going on back then was any type of encounter, especially sexually, between the black man and the white woman. They were arrested when a white woman identified the pair as the ones who had made an attempt to criminally attack her. She identified them, and they were arrested. Then they were pulled away, and they were thrown on a tree. Look at the brothers. This is what was going on at the time and after the time, during the time of that poem, while the children are being told, beware of the evil of this black spider. Beware of it. Beware. Forget about the guys hanging on the tree. That's not evil. No, nothing's happening here. That's not evil. Not us. We're not evil. No. But it's the spider. The spider over there that's talking to the little white woman fly. Beware, children. Beware. Forget about this that's going on right out in your backyard. But here we go again. Everybody, let's keep going, everybody. This is what's happening. I'm going to show you how deep the matrix is designed. Okay? Black man was brought out of prison and lynched by the crowd. They keep bringing him out of prison or away from the police and killing them. Okay? He was brought out of prison and lynched by the crowd, photographed around 1935. Okay. There he is. Okay? And in some of these cases, their scrotums were cut off. What are you getting at, Tehuti? What's going on here? Well, and there are thousands more. What do you notice similar about these lynchings? You know what you notice similar? 99% and 99% of the rest. What's similar about these lynchings? What's similar about them? They were all are mainly men. When you think about the lynchings, the hangings, the castrations, all of that, it's mainly men and men being lynched. You don't really find a case of a black woman being lynched with her clitoris cut off or her breast or vagina cut off, but you find the penises and the balls of men being cut off. They were all are mainly men. The sex war agenda was to have the black woman fearful and helpless, eventually feeling that she should be independent and doesn't need a man, as we see today. The destruction of the family. Again, I ask, what is the name of that golden spider? Look back at it. Are you ready? What is the name of this golden spider? Anybody want to take a guess again? What is this golden spider, everybody? Bum, ba, ba, ba. Let's take a look. What is the name of this golden spider? I ask again. It's an auburn golden spider with stripes on its butt. Woo! Are you ready, everybody? Let's go. Here we go. Are you ready? Let me shrink it down. The name of this golden spider is... This is a black widow. Uh-oh. How? How, everybody? How? Oh, you thought these spiders were black, didn't you? You thought black widows were black, didn't you? Huh? Yep. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. We're breaking the matrix. Breaking the matrix. This is a black widow, everybody. You thought these spiders were black, didn't you? Nope. Only the quote-unquote females are. Is it possible to name a species only after one of the genders, unless there is an intention? When asked, why do they call the female of the species the black widow? They will say, because it eats its female spouse, right? Is that right, everybody? Why do they call the spider the black widow? What? Everybody type in the room. Why do they call the spider the black widow? Why is it called the black widow? Why is this species called the black widow? Why? Why? Why was it called the black widow? Anybody know? Why was it called the black widow spider? Just type in real quick. Why was it called the Black Widow spider? There it is. Vegeta Gaines puts, she eats her mate. Kills her mate. Yep. That is what they say. Kills her mate, eats her mate. That's true. That is absolutely 100% true. But that's not why they call it the Black Widow. That's not why they call it the Black Widow. I love unraveling this matrix, everybody. Let's go. Why do they call it the Black Widow? They will say, just like people type in the room, because it eats its male spouse. That's what makes the spider special. Incorrect. All female spiders will eat the male if it waits around after they mate. Let me repeat this. All female spiders will eat their mates if their mate stays around after they mate. Your house spider, your recluse, your funnel web spider, all the spiders you see in your garage, the orb weaver, all the spiders you've seen around will eat their mate. So their answer is, we call this the Black Widow because it's special, because the Black Widow, they say, because it eats its male spouse. That's what makes this spider special. Incorrect. All female spiders will eat their male mate if the male mate waits around after they mate. So why is this the only species called a widow and black? It was to emphasize on the fear of spiders combined with the racist agenda of destroying the black family by eliminating the power and even the actual life of the black male, thus leaving the black woman a widow, subconsciously associating black women as single with no male to help raise the children. There's absolutely no reason to title this spider this label. Also, keep in mind, everybody, keep in mind, it is the most common poisonous American household spiders, thus the most popular name of a spider to say. Literally, the most popular name of a spider to say in America is Black Widow, Black Widow, Black Widow, Black Widow, Black. If you ask anybody, can you name like 5 species of spider? Like, what's some spiders you can name? Black Widow, brown recluse, Black Widow, brown recluse, Black Widow, brown, black, brown, black, brown, black, brown, black, brown. You don't really hear anybody talking about other species of spider. I'm talking about the average person that you see at a grocery store, the average teacher, your teacher of your 5-year-old, your average friend that you're drinking a beer with. Black. Everybody knows Black Widow. Ask them to name 4 other species. Black Widow, brown recluse, Black Widow, brown recluse, Black Widow, black. And it's the most feared. The 2 most feared spiders are the ones named after their color, but only the females. The Black Widow male spider, what's the name of that one? Because it can't be a widow, everybody. Can't be a widow. It's male. Can't be a widow. The male of that species is brown. Only the female is black. So how could the whole species be called the Black Widow? The brown recluse, both the male and female are brown. The woman today is called the Black Woman. The spider is called the Black Widow, a black female without a husband. But the husband is there. He's there. That's why we have spiders. We have Black Widows because they're having sex. So there must be a husband there, but he's erased from history. We don't even acknowledge him. We're going to call the whole species Black Widow, even though the male is brown. So thus the species cannot be called Black Widow because the species are brown and black. This is hypnosis. It's the most common spider, so is the brown recluse. The 2 most deadly poisonous spiders that we can think of are named after their color. We have another spider that makes a pretty web. It's called an orb weaver. it's golden, but it's not called a golden orb weaver. You have a brown spider in your house called a house spider. Many different, you have the jumping spider, but the only ones that are deadly are the ones that emphasize the color. One that completely erases the male out of the species' existence. The most common poisonous American household spider, thus the most popular spider to say, black widow. But you have a praying mantis. Praying mantises are green. Host of other insects. Guess what the praying mantis does, everybody? Guess what the praying mantis does to its husband after they have sex? Anybody guess? Anybody guess? Anybody guess? What does the praying mantis do to its husband after they have sex if the husband doesn't get out of there? Praying mantises are brown and they're green in America. Those are the most popular ones. When you see a praying mantis outside, it's brown and it's green. But what does it do to its husband after they have sex? Let me check the chat and see. I'm going to check the chat and see if it does something different from the black widow. The black widow. Let's see if it does different. What does the praying mantis do to his husband after they have sex, though? You ever seen the nature videos? You see a praying mantis at the bottom, and there's a male mating with her, and his head is gone. You ever seen those videos? They're still having sex, though. You still see the male on top of the female, pumping her, pumping sperm inside of her, but his head is gone. His head is inside of her hands, and the female's eating the head. Anybody ever seen that? Huh? Anybody ever seen that? I'm sure everybody's seen that. They eat their husbands. They kill their husbands just like the black widow. But of course, they want to associate black with widows, but it does nothing different from the praying mantis, everybody. The praying mantis are green and brown, and a host of other insects kill their husbands. The only one that is focused on is the one that is black. Their fear is doubly encrypted in the neurons with a racist theme that keeps the agenda intact. To this day, most police brutalities and killings are focused on black men. The Black Widow. That is my answer. Thank you, my good brother, for asking the question about why we fear the spiders and what's happening in our subconscious mind. And now you know the racism actually supersedes just the regular fear of any other insect, but is focused on black women being widows because they supposedly kill their husband, but so does a host of all type of other insects, including the mantis, kills almost every husband that mates with her if he doesn't get out of there in time. And he does it faster than the Black Widow, but they don't focus on that. They focus on it praying. But the Black Widow, they focus on the female being black, and the male is brown, but the whole species is a Black Widow. Anyways, thank you for that question, Brother Octavius. That is my answer. That is how we answer questions on the Tehuti podcast. Hope you appreciate it. I don't know if you're watching. Actually, not Octavius. Jonathan. Not Octavius. Sorry. Not Octavius. Jonathan Hacker. Thank you for that, Jonathan Hacker. That is the fear of spiders. That is all the way to along came a spider, and the spider being black and the woman being a white woman, all the way to the Black Widow and the fear happening in the 1820s, all the way up to the 1900s, where men were being lynched. Men were being lynched, and somebody put in the room that the women were killed and their babies were cut out. Exactly. Same thing. It is a sexual attack to destroy the family and destroy the male dominance, protective nature in the family, because he can't protect his wife or his children, and his balls are cut off. So when your balls are cut off, your testosterone can no longer, you can't produce testosterone, and you can't get an erection to get the woman pregnant. But guess what? If she's already pregnant, black man, we're going to kill her and cut the baby out and drop it on the ground. There's your baby. Your balls are gone. Boom. There it is. Thank you for asking the question. That is how deep this matrix goes, and it's all a part of neuro-linguistic programming and visual programming in the neurons and anchoring systems and links and attachments that are happening in our subconscious, and is the reason why today we call ourselves Black people. Boom, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Hope you got the answer. Hope you liked it. And now I'm going to take a little break again and answer the next question. I'm going to check the chat to see if people heard the answer, and then I'm going to take a break put the brothers back into the room, and then I'm going to answer the last question, which is AJ Magul's question. That's what I have time for. Woo! Which is oh, I have the Horus Jesus question too. Oh boy. What's his question? Yeah, the astronomy. The brother who asked about Horus Jesus, are you in the room? I'm gonna go ahead and answer. I gotta answer that one too. Okay, AJ Magul, I'm gonna answer your question afterwards. I'm gonna take a little break right here. I shall be back. I'm gonna put the link in the room for the brothers to jump in. And here you go. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. We are answering questions as such with this quality. Let me go ahead and see if everybody's in the room. And we got me and mommy putting spider. We got Kemet 101, Kemet fire breakdown, King Kong movie breakdown. Same principle. Don't let me get into that. That's a whole nother King Kong, Mighty Joe Young. When men started calling themselves little, whole nother thing. Boom. Let's get into it. All right. So Unplug Us King. Okay, there is Art. There is formerly known as Unplug Us King. Much love, great brother. Much love. Exactly. I think you were the one that pointed out about the women with the babies. Good point out. Same exact principle, same exact agenda, same exact fear. That's why the babies were cut out. Good point out. Okay, I put the link in the room. Mahati and everybody jump in. I got to take a break for a quick moment. Then I got to come back, answer AJ Super Mogul's question. And if I have time, the Jesus from Horus question. Woo! All right, who is in the room? Mahati, who is here? Where is the brothers? Where are the brothers? And I got to step out. AJ, are you frozen? I think Mogul's frozen.
I'm back. Peace.
Okay, there's the scribe. Somebody put the insect world is brutal. Me and mommy put it's breathtaking. That's right, me and mommy. This is what's breathtaking. Not the I don't know if you're in the Solomon breakdown where they're saying Queen Sheba saw Solomon and he was breathtaking, his wisdom. Okay. Oh, Unkenaten. My brother, reptile brother. Hey, peace to you, my good brother. Hope you're safe and well. Nice to see you again. Now I know that that's you as well. Wonderful. Glad you're enjoying the information. Oh, Nania sent Mer put the insect world is vicious. Yes, it is. Okay, and let me give a shout out before I take this break. A shout out to the awesome, wonderful moderators. Let me move this from the screen, the branding, banners. The great moderators we have Nania Set Mer, Ankia Ma'at, Ahati Ma'at, and we have the scribe. And if you look by Ahati's name, you'll see something very interesting there. A little thing I put there for Ahati. These are the moderators, not the moderators, but the moderators. There they are. Scribe, you're there on the screen now. There you are for about 3 weeks. I was trying to. 3 weeks I didn't have you on there, but you are there, and I have you there. Let me how the video is. Let me see. Is it playing? You have you there. It looks like you're jumping on, but that is you, Scribe. Ahati's there. Anki Ma'at is there. Nanny said, Mer, shout out to the moderators. Peace and love. I'm going to take my break right now. Whoop. Hey, where you going? Go back up there. Okay, and you guys taking over. Where's Arcad? Where's everybody? All right, I'm about to step out. I'll be back in a moment, everybody. Listen to the great brothers. They're going to speak and break it down. We're going to get about 2,000 of these shirts that AJ has, and we're going to get Scribe to put some writing on the back, and it's about to go on the website. That shirt is crazy. It looks like a person on your body. Looks like a living thing moving around. It's awesome. Okay, I'm gonna step out. Peace and love.
Hotep Ma'at. Peace, everybody.
Hotep Ma'at. Peace and love to everyone in the chat. Once again, that breakdown right there was ridiculous. That was crazy. It just kept going. It's kind of like, yes, it's definitely when they say life is a journey. I mean, oh my goodness, I felt like I was on I don't know how to feel about that one.
Man, cracking the codes. He bringing the truth that's been hidden from us, all the lies, cracking them codes.
Yeah, and what he keeps showing too is how it really is coming down to sex magic and how they really are destroying our biological imperative. I mean, that right there is, you wouldn't, without Tehuti breaking this down that way, you would not be able to know these type of things, especially in today's time, because they have literally taken it all away. You know, the closest thing that you might be able to make a connection to is the curse words, and how the curse words all go back to sexual energy, but it usually stops right there. But it literally, he's showing how deep it's really going to keep us separated and not joined together. Yeah, that was powerful.
Very powerful, very powerful. Yeah, I think if you think about our ability to procreate, and that's even in the state that we're in now, imagine what things would be like and where we would be if we were in our right mind and we had like actual culture of Ma'at, knowledge of self, understanding the magic before they gave us Bibles. Where would we be if we were still in our greatness? It would be a totally different ball game.
Yeah, that's a great vision to meditate on, you know, because it's hard to really see, you know, how far what we really would be doing, but it would be so much greater than where we are now with this anybody can be anybody, any it's completely out of hand and out of pocket at this point, you know. But hey, one step at a time, we're gonna be the ones that have to implement it. That's really what it is, you know. We're gonna have to take these teachings and implement it, and that way our children, they ain't gotta grow up in this and be confused, and you know what I'm saying, and having to break out these matrices at older ages. I mean, it's a lot of time, you know. Our ancestors live, you know, Ptolemy, he wrote that book at 110 years old. That's powerful in itself, you know. So yes, I love the fact that, you know, we're all gathered here, you know, growing and learning as a collective, as a class, you know, and it's always the first ones who, you know, get looked at sideways. But I always say, man, if I'm not getting looked at that way, or at least called crazy once a week, then I'm doing something wrong. I need that.
Yeah, I read a quote recently that says, if your dreams don't scare you, then they're not big enough. And so, man, I'm just thinking about what I was talking about earlier. I mean, what would things be like if the wealthy people of color were thinking about Ma'at and investing in the community and returning to our greatness and building empires and building dynasties? Like, we can't, it's like hard for people to imagine anything but the confusion that we've always seen. What would things be like if the music was different? If, you know, we had actual Now Valley holidays, what would it be like? You know what I mean? Like when we were great architects, like a lot of people can't even imagine that. Their minds don't even go in that direction. And so, yeah, it's so inspiring what Saba Tehuti does, because he takes your mind places that most people's minds have not been, because he's been teaching so long, because of his dedication, because of his wisdom, because of his intuition, because of his ability to study and research and really focus. He helps us take our minds with the information to places that no other source is taking us to those places. And hopefully this information allows all of us to imagine a new world, a new reality, a new existence, and returning to ourselves and who we really are. Because a lot of people, it's crazy. Like if you think about it, the more I learn about Ma'at, and then when I hear a song on the radio or I watch videos, it's hard. That's a hard pill to swallow, to see our people in the place that we're at. But it's also an inspiration to bring them back to themselves, to help with that healing is the key. So I love how he does it. I mean, with the nature and insects, and with the axe and Ma'at, and the way he deals with the meta netter is exactly what we need. And so it's an honor and a pleasure to be learning under him.
Yeah, most definitely. You know, we, especially over here in on the west side of the planet, you know, what they call the United States of America, it was completely just stolen and influenced by Kemet, without a shadow of a doubt. You know, so why not, you know, if we're going to get the warped, twisted version, why not just go back to the source and understand and learn, all right, how did they create this the way that they did? How did they start to do this? You know, and just like what he broke down earlier with the Saba'u fiends, you know, our makaru, our truer voice, our speech, we've become impotent, which means to not create through our own words. You know, we're creating, but we're not creating what we want to create. We're putting ourselves in deeper spells through this English language. This you know, this language is terrible.
I heard an artist, that's beautiful, brother. Thanks for sharing that. I heard a brother say that another race of people own the Black voice. And if you think about it, the images that we see, the media police, I call the media police, who are dictating the images that we see of ourselves with their currency. They're influencing the things that we do more than what we want or what we should be saying and showing who we are. So we don't even control. I call it the culture industry. I don't call it the entertainment industry, because in actuality, it's very difficult to separate culture from spirituality. So it's just misguided. And so, but it is definitely a fact. The Black voice is not our own, because a lot of the Black voices and the Black expression don't really have the knowledge and the wisdom of Ma'at. And so that is our original self. And then a lot of times we can't even fund our own initiatives. And so people are signing bad contracts. We see all the buffoonery and the movies and all of that, because we don't own our own voice. We don't own our culture. We're in a cultural war, and a lot of people don't actually realize we're in a cultural war. And that's why so many people in the West assimilate into the lifestyle of who people think is the dominant superior race. But in my mind, I don't believe they're the superior race because they learned and stole so much stuff from us. How can you be superior to someone that you learned from, stole from, and put all your time and effort and deploy every tactic possible to destroy them? That does not show strength in my way of thinking. So we got to get back to owning our culture and owning our voice and owning our expression, because it's sad to see us, you know, in the state that we're in right now. Peace, Saba.
Hey, peace, brothers. Just you two left? The fantastic two? All right.
We'll hold it down.
You hold it down? That's a good thing about having the multiple brothers is that if some fall off for a minute, if some go to rest, it's like ants. You could take 20 ants away from a nest and you never even know it. They come back the next day and it's the same colony. So wonderful, brothers. You're next, Super Mogul. Your question is next.
Let's go.
And then I got you, Scribe. Oh boy, this one here is let's go. Got this one. Then I got somebody sent me a question about Jesus from Heru. They're talking to their grandmother, so I'm gonna try to squeeze in both of these and close out. It's 11 my time. I'm gonna see if I can close out by 12. Let's go, everybody. Everybody ready?
All right, peace and love.
Okay, peace and love. Yes, sir. Peace and love. Okay. Ahati is here. Okay, here we go. Okay, let's go into the next question there. Let's go into it. Oh, here's the brother. This is there you are, brother. You just getting here now, or you've always been? Because I think I called for you last week. I like it when the people are here for me to answer the question, and I don't remember if I think I called for you last week, or sometimes I call out as his brother in the room. But I have your question you asked with the conversation. You had said 3 of them, and one of them is about Jesus Heru. We're gonna get into it. I'm gonna break down. Okay, perfect. Okay, so I'm about to break down one brother's question here on the netter, and then you're gonna be next. I'm gonna try to wrap this all up in 40 minutes. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. And this brother here, Q-Tone Q. Shout out to you. And you're I think you're in the battle rap world, right? So shout out to you. I'm definitely definitely enmeshed in the battle rap world. So shout out to you, brother. Okay, here we go. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. I am here to answer questions. Bijan Farrow says it's 2 a.m. in NYC. I know. Here we go. The next question in, everybody, is, let me close out some of these tabs. That was Jonathan Hacker about spiders. Support. You get leisure about the box. Octavius Sly about Cebu Fiends. Okay, the next question in. Oh, my hard drive just, 1 second. Good thing I got a backup. I have a backup. Hard drive, you can't stop me. So here we go. Next question in is from brother. He has so many names and he's trying to get his actual name from me. He's coming soon. Shout out to the brother here, man. This brother here. Brother, he was just on the screen with you all. This is a great brother. Very dedicated. Always supporting. He just sends me support after support, random support, questions, and this is Netter, formerly known as, I'm going to put him in the room right here. Here we go right here. We're going to go like this, boom. And he is Super Mogul, and here is his donation, 27. I emailed question about Medu Netter. Okay, good. Here's the brother right here. Asked a great question. and I'm about to answer the question. Everybody's listening. Subscribe.
Please subscribe and follow me on all social media. Your support is very much appreciated. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Please subscribe. Please support. This is how we do things, and this is what I do for a living. So the brother sent in this, and it said, I emailed a question about the Medu. So here is the question that he sent. Let me go ahead and put that in the room as well, so you all can see. And here is a interesting question. This is a very, very hard question here. Very interesting question, because my mind is so it's so precise and logical. I saw it for exactly what the words say, and if you go by what the words actually say, this question is very difficult. Here's the question right here, and it says, "Peace, Saba, Tehuti, to sub for my question about Ma'at. I'm wondering what aspects of the Medu involve science and astronomy." So, wow, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. This is how we're going to answer questions on the Tehuti Podclass. Look at this question, everybody. So this question is basically asking about what aspects of the Medu. Now, if you know what the Medu is actually a language. So what aspects of the actual language involves astronomy? Not the writings. Not the writings talking about astronomy, not the writings talking about science, but the actual glyphs themselves. How can Tehuti use the actual glyphs themselves to tie and explain astronomy and science? Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Charlotte, you're on the top of the hat. Let's get you a little bit down here. Go down here a little bit. And there. Okay, good. All right. There we go, Charlotte. You're in the right spot, right place, I think. Yep, here we go. All right, everybody. Let's get into the answer. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass again. Tehuti. Peace, Saba, Tehuti, to sub for my question about Ma'at. I'm wondering what aspects of Medu involve science and astronomy. What a question, everybody. What a question. Here we go. It's my job to answer questions, right? So I'm up for the challenge. Let's see if any parts of the actual Medu itself can explain astronomy. Astronomy is just the workings of things that take place in the sky and outer space. Astronomy, not astrology, astronomy. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Let's get into this answer and let's break it down. Ooh-wee. Super Magul, you ready, my good brother? Let's go. You know how we do it. Let me go ahead and do a screen share and get into the answer to these questions. Boom, 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 bomb. Here we go. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. We're about to answer the questions. I'm going to go ahead and put the brand of where you all can support me as you're hearing these answers here. At the bottom, you will see you can send your cash app to TT Moon, PayPal, Rocky SV. If you appreciate what I do and the way that I answer questions, this is what I do for a living. So my AI moderator says support with Cash App, TT Amoon. That's my AI moderator. You can also inquire how to get writings such as Melanin Dark Consciousness and Stepping Out of the Matrix by sending me an email inquiring about how to get those. And you can also go to the website teachingsofma'at.org also. Okay, here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here we go with the answer. Let's break it down. Here we go. Woo! Boom. Hide. Reveal. All right, to truly appreciate the depth of the high science and astronomy. Let me get a mic check, everybody. Press 1 if you can hear me. Press 1 if you can hear me. I want to make sure this is truly heard. Press a 1 if you can hear me. Let me check the room. Press a 1 if you can hear me. I'm teaching for 6 hours straight. 5.5 hours to 6 hours straight. Can everybody hear me? Press A1, man. There we go. Conscious Conqueror. What up, bye? Conscious Conqueror. There we go. Sounds like my Trinidadian brothers. Okay. Crown, Town Q, Higa Kepara, Vegeta Gaines, Master K, Shannon Southard is still hanging in there. Shannon Southard's hanging in there, even though she has a busy day tomorrow, but that's good. Eric, that's it. Super Magul, let's go! That's AJ Super Magul's favorite thing. Arcade Infinite says, come join us. AJ says, let's go! All right, here we go, everybody. You ready? We're about to go. Let's go. How do I answer this question? How do I take Medu Netter? How do I take Medu Netter glyphs and explain Medu Netter glyphs and explain aspects of astronomy? How is that possible? Okay, finally, I got a question big. Peace, Saba Tehuti, to sub for my question about Ma'at. I'm wondering what aspects of the Medu Netter involve science and astronomy. What a tough question. Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. Here we go. Boom, 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 boom. Let's expand this down. And there we go. Okay, ready, everybody? Here we are. Here we are. To truly appreciate the depth of the high science and astronomy and mathematics found within the actual Medu glyphs. Woo! Let me turn this timer off. Hold on, everybody. I left the timer on for the last question. No. No, I gotta stop. Reset. Start. There we go. Here we go. To truly appreciate the depth of the high science and astronomy, not astrology, astronomy and mathematics found within the actual Medu glyphs, I will first take you to the reason we have today algebra. Let me blow this up a little bit. Move to the side. There we go. Okay. Move to the side. Here we go. Okay, boom. What is the reason? I will take you to the reason we have today algebra, arithmetics, geometry, even integral calculus. Imagine this society with math, algebra, calculus, geometry, arithmetic, and then imagine it without it. Imagine the world you live in without math, algebra, calculus, geometry, arithmetic. We would not exist. So imagine the society with it, which is the one we live in. We don't have to imagine. Then imagine it without it. Imagine living your life. So first, we will give praise and reverence for the reason you can have a car to drive, a house to live in, the ability to budget, the computer you are using right now. And no, it did not come from a biblical God or anyone in the Bible or Quran. Let me introduce you to the reason you have all of what you use today, your computer and everything. Here is the reason why you even have it. Let me break it down. Boom. Here it is. Welcome to the podcast. This is the Moscow Mathematical Papyrus, which dates from the beginning of the 2nd millennium BC. It was purchased in Thebes in 1890 by the Russian Vladimir Bolenshev. The 5.5 meter long scroll contains 25 mathematical problems, including algebra, arithmetic, geometry. This is problem number 14 for the volume of Frustran, a truncated square pyramid. This problem and others was deciphered by the Soviet Orientalists. This name right here, VVS, we'll call him. This is in the State Museum of Fine Arts in Moscow. Here is your algebra, arithmetic, geometry. That is a Moscow papyrus, as they call it. Of course, not the Moscow papyrus, of course, the Kemetic papyrus, but that's what they call it right now today if you were to look it up. That's the Moscow papyrus. It goes back 2nd millennium BCE. Let's move on. Let's keep on going. We're not done. We're going to go to the Rhine papyrus. Detailed recto part of left part of the first section, British Museum, Department of Ancient Egypt and Sudan, EA10057. There it is right here. Here's the Rhine papyrus. Okay, this is in the Brooklyn Museum. Right, a section of it is kept in the British Museum. Intermediate section, 18 centimeters of length, are kept in the Brooklyn Museum. We're going to go right into the Medu glyphs. And you can see the Aku is the pyramid shape right there. One is long, one is short. Okay, these are symbols found in the first mathematical papyruses on Earth. Rhind papyrus and the Moscow papyrus. There we go. So this is between 1788 and 1580 BC. Akhmos, a modest man, introduces his script with the notice that he copied the text in the likeness and writings of the old made in the time of the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, Kemet, Nemma, et Re. The older document, which dates back to the 12th dynasty, 1849 BC. So we got one going back 2000 BC and one going back 1849 BC. This is where your arithmetic, math, geometry, calculus all comes from. Without getting into everything written here, I will focus on two aspects that these papyruses brought that will highly explain the science of the golden mean ratio, growth, and astronomy. I was actually going to get into three. One is the Hecat system. Two is the sept triangle. I was actually going to go deeper and get into the tetrahedron triangle, but I'll save that for another question. No, it's for something else. The tetrahedron triangle and Mons Olympus on Jupiter, but I don't have time to get into it all. So I cut off one. We're just going to deal with two systems here, the Hecat system and the sept triangle. So without getting into everything written here, I will focus on two aspects that these papyrus brought that will highly explain the science of golden mean ratio, growth, and astronomy. We're going to get into glyphs that's going to explain all of that. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti podclass. So now, here we go. These are the Medu glyphs called Hecat. When placed in sequence, it will create a very specific mathematical expansion seen throughout today's science and in nature. Here is the Hecat system. Here's the Hecat system. How many people have seen this? A few people have seen it. Actually, some of my students, I think even AJ Magul and Scribe may have seen this or seen me teaching this. But what are these actual fractions equal? What are they actually about? 1/64, 1/32, 1/16, 1/8, 1/4, 1/2. Why these specific numbers? So everybody's seen these systems before? Anybody seen this before? What do they actually equal, though? What do they actually equal? Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. We're going to break down what these Medu glyphs equal and how they tie into science, and then eventually we're going to get into astronomy. Here we go, everybody. What do they equal? We're going to break it down right here. Here we go. What I'm about to show you may not mean anything at first. Once it hits you, you will see how advanced the people of the Nile Valley were. The Hecat numbers expand into this, ending with 164. So remember, let me go back to the Hecat system. By the way, the Hecat system is coming from these papyruses. That's why I'm showing them. So these papyruses is where you find the Hecat system in. The Moscow papyrus and the Rhind papyrus have the Hecat system. So here's the Hecat system. 1/64, 1/32, 1/16, 1/4, 1/2. And there it is right there. What do these actually equal? Here we go. So what I'm about to show you may not mean anything at first. Once it hits you, you will see how advanced the people of the Nile were. The Hecat numbers expand into this, ending with 1/64. Get a look at this, everybody. This may not mean anything at first, but this is an actual system that's used in science today. It's used in building and architecture today, and this is the Hecat system. We're going to get into this in just a moment. So it's a half. You cut half into a half, cut that into a half, and keep going, and you get this square. So here we go. So have you ever wondered why there are so many sevens in the Bible and why it symbolizes completion? Look at all the sevens in the Bible. Let's take a look, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. We are getting into it. Look at all the sevens. Jesus fed with 4,007 loaves of bread. There were 7 baskets left over. God rests his rest from work on the seventh day. That's when it was complete. So 7 represents completion. John writes his revelations to 7 churches. It takes Solomon 7 years to build the temple. The Bible from the sin offering is sprinkled 7 times in front of the curtain. All right, it keeps on going on, keeps on going on. The following can be found in Revelations: 7 spirits, 7 golden lampsticks, 7 stars, 7 lamps, 7 seals, 7 horns, 7 eyes, 7 angels, 7 trumpets, 7 thunders, 7,000 killed in great earthquake, 7 heads, 7 crowns, 7 plagues, 7 bowls, 7 hills, 7 kings, and God blessed the 7th day and made it holy, and the ark rests on Mount Ararat in the 7th month, Genesis 8:4, and Jesus said we should forgive those who wrong us 77 times. What is going on here, ladies and gentlemen? Where is this number of 7 coming from, and why is it associated with completion? Why does it symbolize completion, and why are there so many 7s? How does this go back to the Hikat system? Let's go. Well, in Kemet, Tamaray, you were considered complete, quote-unquote complete, when your double body spine was aligned. At that point, you were able to transcend into more refined dimensional levels. These light centers crisscross nodal points that people today call chakras. That's what they call them today because of the Indians, chakras. Taking away once again from its Kemetic origins, but note how many must be aligned to transcend. How many chakras, as they say, they're really called mehis, but how many chakras must be aligned for the transcendental or transcendence? Okay, so this goes back to the pure energetic aspect. The pure energetic aspect has at least 7 primary centers, often called chakras or psychic centers, hundreds of secondary centers, centered minor chakras, thousands of tiny energetic exchange pores throughout. This runs a complex network of internal, external energy pathways connecting circuitry and energetic structures. This aspect of the etheric body does not strictly follow the internal and external contours of the physical body. So here's what they're calling chakras. These are actual nodal points, okay? They're called chakras, which are just round energy centers, and as they escape and get pulled in, they crisscross, causing nodal points and forming a serpent-type energy up the body. Thus, they're called chakras, which just means revolve or move in a circle. There it is, chakra from the quell, which is actually from the Kemetic word kur, which is the circle. What? So here it is in the Per M Heru, page 153. And what does it say? When you're coming forth or when you're being resurrected, it says, may I rise, even I, in the Sheshet chamber, like a hawk of gold coming forth from his egg. That's light energy coming forth from the egg being reborn. May I fly, may I alight, like a hawk of Mehi, 7 on his back. Pesjet, which is the spiritual light spinal column, you see? So they took it and they called it chakras, taken away from the Kemetians talking about it first. We're teaching on it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's the 7 aligned on the back or the spine going all the way up to the top of the head, which the Kemetians said Sekef. Oh, let me blow this up. Which the Kemetians said Sekef Her Pest F, 7 at the back for you to rise up. The back is light energy. The so-called chakra system is light energy. So when you look up Pesjet, which is back or spine, the backbone of Osiris, but it also is to shine and to illuminate. Why? Because that's how the system is, shining and illuminating. 7 up the back to spread out, because now you're actually extending past the physical body and spreading out because you are flying, or the chakra system is leaving the body. That's why I say, may I fly, may I alight, because you're spreading out. The spiritual spinal column is spreading out as rays of light. That is the Pesjet, that is the spine with the 7 lights on the back, okay? So, we go over here. Okay, so yes, 7 along the light spine. Now let me show you in the coming forth by light that each of your pure energetic doubles, body parts, the Ba, is compared and imbued with a netter for you to be complete, and you will notice something very interesting. So in the Purim Heru, in order for you to be complete, each of your body parts are compared to a particular netter. And once all those body parts are compared and meshed with the netter, then you can become a complete being and again leave your body. But we're going to show you something very interesting here. Let's take a look at that. Here it is right here. I'm going to blow this up for you to see. So we are in, this is really, this is very blurry. It's very blurry, but you can't really read it. But each of the body parts are compared to a netter. It's too blurry to read for you all. But we'll read the last line, which says, triumphant of Nut are the feet of Osiris, of Osar, of Ptah are the fingers of Osar, of the Sa are the leg bones of Osar, triumphant. And these ones over here, which is too blurry to read, each of them are different body parts, and it keeps on going. Now, here's what's interesting. Guess how many columns? So it's written in particular columns. Guess how many columns this completeness process is written in. Remember I said I was going to show you the Hecate Pi mathematics and the Sept triangle? So guess how many columns? Here we go, everybody. Boom. Here it is in the actual papyrus. These writings here translated are actually here in the papyrus. Here's the actual papyrus. And if I got this all, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 21 columns for your body to be associated with a particular netter. 21. What's 21, everybody? Let's break it down, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti podclass. Let's see the relevance of what is going on here. Boom. There's your 7 again, marking completion, which is 7 by 3. 7 by 3 is 21. So there's 21 columns breaking down how each of your body parts is to be aligned with a netter, and then you're complete, because the number of complete in Kemet was 7, with the 7 columns explaining the completeness. Okay, so boom, there's your 7 again, marking completion, 7 by 3, 3 representing the triangle of 70. The triangle of 70, what is that? So remember, the pyramids, and right up here, if we go all the way back up here to the beginning, and we go to the Rhine papyrus, we'll see there's interesting triangle symbols, because people think triangles in Kemet are just the pyramids. Triangles have a very significant meaning, and they represent 3 points for a particular meaning. So we're going to go into this here, and there is 7 by 3, because the 3 represents the triangle over here. So 3 represents the triangle of 70. Triangle of 70, what's that? Well, remember the star that represents the rebirth in Kemet was the Sothis Sirius star, right? The Sothis Sirius star is the rebirth star in Kemet. It represents rebirth as the completed Ba is reborn. Guess what the Medu netter symbol was of this astronomy? So all the way up, I think it's 8.6 light years. We go all the way to the Sirius star, and boom, look at this, the dog star, the star of Sothis, and look at the symbol. It is a actual pyramid. It is an elongated one. So the symbol of the pyramid, or the Sothis star, the rising star in Kemet, Septet, has the 3 points, 1, 2, 3. They call the dog star the beginning of the Egyptian New Year. So this triangle-shaped image, which represented the star of the Sapti, which was the Sirius star, represented the new beginning or the new rebirth in Kemet. So yes, a tri equals 3 angles as U, 7 by 3, when you would exist in the Netzerker, the realm of Amun, the unseen. Guess what? As above, so below. The Sirius represented by 3 points would also be unseen before it reappeared. Guess how long it would be unseen? So when you are in the afterlife and go into the realm of Amen, or into the out-of-body world, you are in a realm of the unseen, the subatomic world, or the light world that cannot be seen by the physical eye, representing a rebirth into that realm, just as the dog star or the Sothis star represents the rebirth of the beginning of the Egyptian New Year or the Kemetic New Year. The symbol of that star is 3, but it disappears and becomes the unseen for a period of a certain amount of days. Now remember, when you become the unseen and each of your body parts is aligned with a netter, it is broken down in 21 columns, which is 7 by 3. So let's see how long the Sothis star actually becomes the unseen. That's how intricate the Kemetians were. How long was it unseen? Well, this goes back to the time period called the Aktet. The Aktet symbol, the Aktet time in the calendar. First season of the ancient Kemetic calendar was the Akhet, which means appearance, right? It ran from mid-July to mid-November. This was the season in which the inundation occurred. It was hoped that the flood was not too low, resulting in a poor harvest, or too high, resulting in destruction of mud brick houses and paths built near the Nile. The inundation was also with the star Sirius because the star reappeared after 70-day absence. At the New Year, heralding in the flood, the star was associated with Subtet, Sothis, and Aset. The inundation was a quiet time for farmers as the fields were largely submerged. So before the New Year's, or before the star would show itself and the flood would appear, there was a period where it was in the unseen state for a number of days. How many? 70, which is 70. That's a 70 by 3 right there. So here is the Venus star. Here is the Sothis seen in the east. And when it would appear, then the flood would come, which would represent the inundation of the birth of Heru, but it would disappear or become invisible for 70 days, represented by the triangle, which is 3.7 by 3. Here we go, 70 years. Now, what about the mathematical Heket square equation? What about 70 years? Now, what about the mathematical Heket square equation? Does that also tie into all of this? That would be incredible. Remember, the complete being is the one who purifies physical and spiritual, the double self. You have two selves, the physical and the spiritual, as they say. The physical world and the realm of the Ka and the Ba. So his or her Ka and Ba can rise to be complete 7 and 2, the double self, because the second self or the spiritual self was called the Ka, and that word for Ka translates to as the double. It was the bioenergetic double, also turned into the Ba, the bioenergetic double, or the bioenergetic template, which was the Ka, the double self, the double realm. And for you to be complete, you were symbolized by 7 columns, explaining how each of your body parts would be a Nitiru, which meant the word complete, which is why the word 7, Sakef, is the word for relax, relaxed state. And that's why 72 is the heart rate. The average heart rate of a relaxed person is 70 to 72. All right, so does the 1/64 Medu glyphs communicate this? Let me show you. Look close. You will see the upper right boxes are all the size of the 164. Get a good look. Remember that box I showed you over here? This is the Heket symbol box. I'm going to shrink this down, everybody, and get a good look. So here's the Heket symbol box. I'm going to blow this up actually a little bit. So here it is. See all these little boxes? Then it's 128. Then it's 164. Then it's 132, 116, 1/8, 1/4, 1/2. Well, if you actually look at this box above, see all these little boxes? All these little boxes are the same size as 164. So you can take the 164 and put it right here, and it's the exact same size. What is the relevance of that? Look again, the mathematical equation to create a complete 360-degree box ending at 164. The 164, which completes it, is doubled. Now count the number of boxes of fractional, count the number of fractional boxes in the Heket symbol system. Let's take a look. So what I did, I took the 164. See the 164 here, that size box is the same as all these boxes combined. So you take the 164 and put it right over there. It's the exact same size, right? Which forms an exactly 360 square bar in box in mathematics, which is the 164. So it's really 164, 164, 132, 116, 1/8, 1/2, 1/4, 1/2 in the Heket symbol. And look how many boxes. So it's doubled. That's your duality, 64, 64. Those are the only two that are doubled, 64, 64. And then you count them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Boom, 7 boxes to complete the 7 hekats, which represents when one is complete and his or her spiritual eye is open. Your consciousness has expanded. And let's look at the hekat math again and put them together and see what they form. So here's the hekat math right over here. Boom. And you put them together to see what they form, because the hekat symbol forms a completion, which is the complete man, which is a spiritual man and woman when his eye is open. And when you put that together, you get the eye. Here's the hekat symbol right here. And here they are. 1/16, boom. 1/8, boom. 1/4, 1/2 right here. 1/64, 1/32. There it is right there. You take all those symbols, 132, 164, 132, 116, 1/8, 1/4, 1/2, and they form all the symbols, which actually form the symbol of the awareness called the Uwajet, which is the symbol of purity and health. And when you're in divine health, then you're able to ascend the spiritual planes, and that is the complete Hekat symbol there. Woo! Formulating into that, and just to give you a little jewel that I wasn't going to give, is how does this triangle here now tie into also into astronomy, because it ties into the Sirius star, which is astronomy. But if you take the symbol and go into the actual, what is called the tetrahedron triangle, and you look at it and you find that if you put a tetrahedron triangle inside of a planet, the parts where it hits the 60-degree vertices, a tetrahedron triangle pyramid is a shape composed of 4 equilateral triangle sides. The apexes of tetrahedron, when placed within the circumscribed sphere, one of the tetrahedron apexes touches the North Pole, the other 3 apexes with a surface of 19.5 degrees. So you take the 60-degree vortices of a perfect triangle symbol of Kemet, and you put it inside of a planet, and every time you put it inside of a planet, one hits the North Pole and the other one hits hyper energy centers. For example, if you put it in Jupiter, you get what's called Olympus Mons, which are the high volcano areas in Jupiter right there at the North Pole, and they hit exactly 19.5 degrees. So the triangle symbol called the Aku and the Medu Netter and the Hekat symbol of the triangle is also the triangle that can be placed into, if you make it a 60-degree vertices, you put it inside of planets, and everywhere it hits on the latitude, longitude inside of those planets form energy centers. Boom. That is my answer. I'm done. Hope you appreciate it, my good brother, and I am done with that. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. I know that was a lot of stuff. Review it, watch it, and you will see that is my answer. Glad you appreciated it. If you find this information in other places, please send the link into the room. All right, that was 26 minutes. Boom, there's your answer, my good brother. Hope you all appreciate this and support. There's 79 people watching and 13 people supporting. I'm not sure how that mathematics works, but for those who truly appreciate, please support what I do. This is the type of information I break down. If this seems like normal explanations to you, then hey, get it everywhere. But if this seems like something special that you appreciate that I take my time into, support what I do, because this is what I do for a living for me and my family, is answer all these random questions that are just sent in from no particular book. These are not even coming from anything I wrote. It's coming from just whatever is on people's minds. And this is the kind of answers you're getting. Boom, let me check the chat and see who heard the answer. Let me get some agua, and I have one more to answer. This is, oh my. Back again. What did that guy say? Oh my, back again. I spread thoughts to the deep, although the paper's thin. Oh man, bring my memories. Okay, let me go ahead and check the chat and see who got anything out of this. I don't know. Maybe I should get into car mechanics. Let's check it out, everybody. Okay, we got Master K saying Fibonacci sequence. This light is burning me. This is phenomenal. I thought I had actually created my own font similar when it's ancient. Okay, wonderful. Mean mommy. Jacob worked with Rachel 7 years, right? All these sevens, right? All these 777s. Worked for 7 years, and 7 years for Leah. Exactly. Big Blunt, shout out to you. Rigo, 21 days. Dang, that's it. Wow. And Ascari says, you're truly a reincarnation of Kemet, High Priest. Hail Tehuti. Thank you, my brother. I do my best. Rigo puts up hand claps. The person who asked the question, AJ Super Mogul, says, amazing. Shannon is still up saying, jewels, stars, and fire. E-Manifesto's still here. E-Manifesto, you hanging in there, brother? It's a Metanetter is so deep, isn't it? It's so... Oh, my goodness, man. Oh, my goodness. Isn't it so deep? Look at all that. All that from a triangle. All that from... So much, brother. So much. Glad you're still here. Hika Kepara says, all hail Tehuti. Thank you, my brother. Bijan Faro says, amazing. The Kemethians left so much info for us. Only Tehuti, the Shining One, can bring it. I'm trying my best, brother. Thank you for appreciating me. Tehuti spitting his rhyme. No, that's not my rhyme. That's Black. Forgot the group, man. That's not my rhyme. No, that's not me. Black by Demand. Way back. 1992 or something. We said thoughts carry long distance. I'm gonna start a trend right this instant. That was way back in the days of Def Jeff and when music was good. I spread thoughts deep, although the paper's thin. And those were the days when every lyric meant something. Those are the days. Not my rhymes, though. My rhymes are... No. All right, so Q-Town says, gonna be watching that again. I'm hanging. Scribe puts on, if you appreciate the information, show your reciprocity. Rigo puts bombs. Okay. Now to get into the very last question of the day. Oh, my. For those who appreciate what I do, there's the Cash App. Support with a question or just send in support if you think that anything I'm teaching is worth anything. If I'm worth more than a bag of candy apples, send in your support. Please, if I'm worth more than 5 packs of Newports or whatever brothers and sisters are doing out there, please send in your support if what I'm doing is of any quality. There is the shirts. You're going to be able to pick them up next week. Teachingsofma'at.org. There are the shirts. All right, so there's the support, everybody, if you want to send it in. Let me get into the next and last final question of the night. I've been teaching for 5.5 hours. I'm not playing with anybody. This is my life. This is my life here. Teaching for 5.5 hours. Let's go, everybody. People are playing around. Let's go. What's the next question here? It is from the brother Q. Where is he? This is my last question. He was talking to his grandmother about the Bible. Great scholarship as always, Tehuti. Great scholarship as always, Tehuti. Thank you, my brother. We go put down. Yeah, check that out. Black by Demand. Okay, here we go. This brother right here asked the final and last question that I can handle for the night. Let me go ahead and put that up. I want to end this. I want to close this class by 12:30 my time. Let's see if we can do this. I need to rest. It's been 6 hours. 6 hours. Let's go. Here we go. The next question is from Q Crown. And it is, where is it? Where is the question? I saw it here. Here it is. Shout out to the brother Q Crown who asked this question. And the question is... I'm going to put it in the room. Then I want to give everybody shout outs who gave their donations for the day. No, you may hear my rhyme soon, E-Manifesto. I may be doing something with the brother Raphael Garrett. I'm just so busy. He's supposed to get me in the studio and lay over a track. We shall see. We shall see. But yeah, I don't like to rhyme a lot with people because when I do, people get intimidated and then they don't want to rap after I rap. So I kind of just keep stuff to myself. I keep my raps to myself because the way that I rhyme, literally like almost every single word in the verse rhymes, so it's kind of intimidating and strange. I kind of rhyme like how I teach. Okay, so here we go, everybody. The question is from this good brother here, Crown Town Q. He says, where is he? Kwame Hannigan says, can you parallel Jesus to Heru? This is for you, brother, and your grandmother. I hope she watches. I hope you can convey this over to her. Jesus and Heru, thank you for the support. He actually had more questions too. It was like 3 parts. I got to go back and look at those too, but I'm going to do this one for now. Shout out to the good brother. I actually gave him hand claps last week because I think it actually equaled $25. He sent in 3 of them. So shout out to you, brother. I'll give you hand claps again because it wasn't just this one. It was 3 of them, which I think equaled $25. So shout out to you, good brother. All right, let's go. Are you ready, everybody? Let's break it down. Beautiful, beautiful question. Okay, wonderful. Here we go. We'll take it off the screen. A dangerous question for the Dagger Squad. I don't know. Yeah, that was a golden era, my brother. That's right. Okay, here we go. Next question is Heru. Can you parallel Jesus and Heru? Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Here we go. Yes, I can. Let's go. Let's go. Oh my goodness. Oh boy. This alone could be its own video. Just this. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Let's break it down. Let's break it down. Here we go. Let me go ahead and do screen share. This is the last question of the night. Here we go. Here we go. Not a Chrome tab. No, not Chrome tab. I want a full screen share. Share, and share. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Now, the known supposed unique attributes of Jesus that make him special. 1, he's the Lamb of God. 2, he's anointed Messiah. 3, he is God / Son of God. 4, he is the King of Kings, Lord of Lords. 5, mother is to be with child born of Yusuf and Mary. These are the stable foundations of all Christianity. If I show that all of these were stolen, then that is the end of Christianity. And I shall do that one by one. Let's begin with the ones that assemble the very first Bible. Who are the ones that assemble the very first Bible? Whoop, let me take it off of this. Sorry, hold on. Okay. So we're going to start off with the ones who assembled the very first Bible and what their actual belief. What were their actual beliefs? We would assume they should be God-fearing people, right? Let's see. Enjoy. This takes us back to the Rosetta Stone. Here's the Rosetta Stone, everybody. Now, the Rosetta Stone goes back to the Ptolemies. The Ptolemies were the so-called ones who were the ones that ordered the Bible to be put together because supposedly they were interested in the Torah. But here's the Ptolemies, according to their own belief systems. These are the ones that put together the Bible. The Bible traces only to these people and these people only. So this is the Rosetta Stone of 196 BC, which actually has the beliefs of the Ptolemies recorded by them. I'm just going to go ahead and read the red. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but the red. So They worship the Lord of the Arareas. They worship Ptah Tutenin. They believe Ptah is the father of the loving gods whom Ptah has chosen. So they don't believe they're the chosen of Israel, the chosen of God. They believe they're the chosen Ptah. They believe they're the living image of Amun, son of Pi-Re, which means that which is Ra. Ptolemy, beloved of the manifest God. Ptah is the manifest God. They're the priests of Alexander and the savior gods. I mean, they're not looking for one savior, Jesus. King Ptolemy. They're the scribes of the divine book, beloved of Ptah, manifest of God, son of King Ptolemy and Queen Arsine. He being God and the son of God, there's your God, son of God, and a goddess, being like Heru and Aset and Osiris, who protects his father Osiris. And his heart being beneficent concerning the gods. In order to create peace in Egypt, to establish the temples, they're about establishing Egyptian temples, having rewarded all the forces that are subject to his rulership. Tehuti, 2 times great. That is the belief system of the Ptolemies, the ones that the Bible traces to. That is their belief system. Here is the Met Museum. This is Ptolemy's wife. Remember, it mentioned Arsenal. So here's Arsenal right here. Well, first here is the goddess Isis and her son Heru. This is what I have in my background. One of the images I have in my background. This goes back 332 to 30 BC. That's the exact time of the Ptolemies, because this is what their belief system is. Here's Ptolemy's wife Arsinoe. Oh wait, where'd it go? Here's Ptolemy's wife Arsinoe. What does she believe in? There's the Arareas. The Arareas are the serpents on top of the head. As you can see, they have no interest in Abraham, Moses, Jacob, Solomon. Okay. Here is Ptah, Sakar, Osiris, 600 BC. This is what the Ptolemies believe in. Ptah. Okay. Now that the Ptolemies and Romans have full access to the Per-Em-Haru Book of the Dead to plagiarize it. So people say, well, how did they plagiarize the stories? Well, did the Ptolemies have access to the Per-Em-Haru? The Per-Em-Haru, which is the book dedicated to and about Heru, Asar, and the journeys of Asar in the afterlife. Did the Ptolemies have access to it? Yes. Here's the Book of the Dead in the Ptolemaic period, 4th to 1st century, BC papyrus, Oriental Institute Museum, University of Chicago. So here is the Ptolemies Per-Em-Haru. The Ptolemies had their own Per-Em-Haru. So they were complete believers in Heru, Asar, and the resurrection of Asar and Aset, and the Kemetic belief system. This is their Per-Em-Haru. They were not interested at all in any kind of Bible, Biblios, or anything like that. So we know that if the Bible was so-called put together or ordained by these people are going to have some Kemetic influence inside the Bible, because it looks like that's all they care about. Ptah, Osiris, Amun, the beloved chosen of Ptah, the Oraeus cobras of Aset. They don't care anything about biblical patriarchs, and this is where the Bible traces back to, called the Septuagint. So here we go. So like I said, we're going to take them one by one. So here is the Lamb of God, the first one. Let's go by Lamb of God. So here's the Lamb of God right here in the book of John 1:36. Looking upon Jesus as he walked, he saith, behold the Lamb of God. There's the Lamb of God. Where does the Lamb of God go back to? It goes back to these symbols right here. There it is. So there's the Kemetians with the lamb. Now this is interesting. I'll tell you what the lamb symbolizes in Kemet. Symbolize the holding of the lamb, or the goat or the lamb beside you, was a connection to the Ba of the Djed, of Menedjed, which is Osiris, which became warped into the Greek word Mendes, who was just a star and a moon. Do these images look familiar? So in other words, Osiris was the great ram, and of course the baby of a ram is a lamb. So the Kemetians would have pictures of them beside the ram, images of them beside the ram Osiris, because they consider themselves the Heru, which was called the Lamb of God. Okay, does this look familiar? Do these images look familiar? The man holding the baby goat, the man beside the lamb here on this side of his body. Does it look familiar? Well, do they look familiar now? Do they look familiar? Now, here's the images right here. The man holding the baby lamb, the man holding the baby lamb, the goat. And here is the man with the ram on this side of his body. Here's Jesus with the ram on this side of his body. Do these look familiar? We're going to want to find out what is going on. So here we go. We're going to get even deeper, everybody. Let's get into some specifics now. So here is the Neter Amun, the ram, and there is the pharaoh as the baby. See the pharaoh as the baby underneath the chin of the ram. So, of course, if you're underneath the chin or if you're the small baby, you are the Lamb of God. In Kemet, the Par'ii Pharaoh is said to be the son of God and considered the son of the male sheep, making him the Lamb of God. Starting with Heru, because Heru was the actual son of Asar. So the pharaohs being the Shemsu Hor, the successors or the imitators of the story of Asar and Heru. They were the little Heru under the big ram, Asar, who became Ammon. Hey, where are you going? Where are you going? Okay. 1 second, everybody. Hold on. Where are you going? Oh, you're coming all the way off the side. Hold on. Hold on, man. Hold on. Okay, good. Go back up there. Good. Okay, here we go. So let's get into it deep, everybody. We're going to actually go into the etymologies, into the actual biblical language. So here we go. That's the guinea pigs. Okay, here we go, everybody. So Jesus walked and saith, behold, the Lamb of God. So remember, Asar. Yeah, hopefully, yeah. Please. Is that outside their clothes? Okay, good. So here is Asar as the Amen, because he becomes the hidden one. He is the ram. He's the unseen one in the Netzakert. Also become the hidden one. Amen. And now we got Jesus being called the Lamb of God. And guess what it says, everybody? Guess what the word for Lamb of God is in the actual Greek? Here's the word lamb. It says right here, Jesus walked and saith, behold, the Lamb of God. So the Lamb of God, guess what the word is? Because remember, the Greeks always add the letter S to the end of words. So look at the word lamb, and it is amenos. Amenos. Look at that. A-M-N, which is amen, and os. Because they always add this os or this S at the end of words like Asar, Osiris, Aset, Isis. They always add the os or the end at the end. The actual word for Lamb of God in the Bible is Ammon. Ammon. There's the Ammon right there in Kemet, which is the ram. The Ammon, the Asar, which is the ram of God, and the baby lamb here. And of course, the baby lamb is also a baby Ammon. So they put in Greek, the word for ram or the word for lamb is literally Ammon. There it is right there. Ammon. No escape. Look at that. Lamb. The word lamb. Aminos. Look at that. Aminos. Primary word for lamb. No escape. No escape, Hebrews and Christians. No escape. Here we go. Okay. Osiris was the ram that's making his son the Lamb of God. Okay. So there's your Lamb of God. Behold, the Lamb of God. Okay. So there's your lamb. That's the lamb plagiarized right there from Heru being called the lamb, the baby Ammon. And they call Jesus the lamb, who is actually called in the Greek the Ammon. Now we got to get to the next one. What's the next one here I said? The anointed Messiah. God, Son of God, and we'll just go anointed Messiah. Let's go. Here we go. All right, boom. Welcome to Tehuti podclass. Now we're going to get into the anointed Messiah. Let's see if we can break that down and see if that came from Heru. So here's Luke 1:31, and behold, thou shalt conceive in thy womb and bring forth a son. They shall call his name Jesus. Matthew 1:16, and Jacob begat Joseph, husband of Mary, whom was born Jesus, who is called Christ. Here's the word Christ. It say means anointed. There it is. So there's Christ, which means anointed. There's my image in the background that you see in my background there. So let's take a look. So Christ is the anointed one. Is Heru the anointed one? Okay, here we go. Here's the image of Heru Bahutet right here. And let's take a look, everybody. This is from the King Tut exhibit at California Science Museum. Gold is Heru 1332 BC. That is 1,332 years before any time of Jesus is mentioned. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podclass. So here we are with the per Heru. Here's Annie's per Heru. And what does it say in Annie's per Heru? It says, shining beings come into existence with him, and I, even I, arose in the form of a hawk, divine, made worthy of honor, Heru, as the Ba, as the soul. Look at the word for soul, right there, the Ba, right? It is the ram. See the ram right there? Everybody see the ram? That's the soul. And Heru as the Ba, because he's the baby lamb. There's your ram right there, and there's Heru. But what is this word over here, hawk, which is Bak, inside the per Heru? Remember I told you over here the Ptolemies had their own per Heru. So they have the same writing that we're reading right now. There is the Greek per Heru. So inside of the original per Heru, or the popular per Heru, we have Heru being called the Bak. He's being called Heru of the ram. But what's this word Bak here? Let's check it out, everybody. Welcome to Tuesday Podclass. There is Bak. And what is Bak here? To be given birth to, because of course, Heru is a special birth child. That is the Bak. But what else does Bak mean? Bak, right? To be with child pregnant, because it deals with the story of Heru and Aset. But here's Bak. Look at that. Boom. Anointed. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Heru called the Bak, which is the hawk over here, is also the word for the anointed one, son of the lamb. There's the lamb right, the ram right there. Heru as the ram, the baby ram, and he is the Bak, which is the anointed one. And here is Christ, which is called the anointed one. That was Heru's title. Minimum 1,332 years before this was even conceived. Heru was the anointed one, the special one to be given birth to. There is your anointed one. What's the next one here I have here? The next one is, he's called King of Kings, Lord of Lords. That's Jesus Christ called King of Kings, Lord of Lords. Let's get to it, everybody. We're going to break down each one step by step. All of these are the foundation of Christianity. If we find all of these within Kemet, then Christianity is destroyed. Here it is, Book of Revelations, which is 110 AD, 1,300 years after the Book of the Dead, which the Ptolemies had their own copy of, lifted the son of Mary. Here it is, Book of the Dead. Book of the Dead of the priest Heru, Imhotep, early Ptolemaic period. Here is the Ptolemaic Book of the Dead. And here is Revelation says, 1916, and on his robe, on his thigh, he had a name written, King of Kings, Lord of Lords. So that's the Book of Revelations, which is 100 AD. Okay. Here is the Per Heru. What does this say? Inside the Per Heru, which is 1250 BCE. What does it say? He endureth forever and ever. And his name Unefer. Homage to the King of Kings, Lord of Lords, Prince of Princes. Same exact title. Sorry, Christians, King of Kings, Lord of Lords is already taken from 1250 BCE in the Per Heru, which the Ptolemies that put together have the Per Heru. And this is 110 AD. This is even 300 years after the Ptolemies. There is the King of Kings, Lord of Lords. Okay. What else is stolen? So we got, God, Son of God. So we got the Anointed One. We got the Lamb of God, the Anointed One, King of Kings, Lord of Lords. How about God, Son of God? Our mother to be born from, mother is to be with a child born of Yusuf and Mary. Let's go down one by one. Let's get it, everybody. Let's go. So here we go. So here is the book of John, 70 AD to 110 AD. That's crazy. That's the book of John. Jews answered him and said, for good work we stone you, not for blasphemy, because you as a man being made yourself a god. Okay, what does he say? What does it say here? Behold, they cried out, saying, what have we to do with thee, Jesus, Son of God? Now come hither. So there's Jesus, the Son of God. And over here, Jesus they're going to kill him because he's making himself a God. So this is where Christians get the concept that Jesus is God and the Son of God. So he's God and the Son of God. One of the claims right up here. He is God and the Son of God. Every single Christian you meet will tell you either Jesus is God, or he's the Son of God, or he is both. There's literally no Christian on the planet that will not tell you one of those two things. Let's get into the titles of those and see what is going on. So we're going to get into over here. This is the magical stela, Egyptian late period of Nektambu. And let's get into the translations. This can be found in the Legends of the Gods. And here it is in hymn 101, hymn praise to Horus, Heru, to glorify him, which is to be said over the waters and over the land. Tehuti speaketh, to this God reciteth, homage to thee, God, Son of God. This is going all the way back to the late period, Dynasty 30, magical stela, way before this time of Nektam-Nebo, way before the book of Revelations or the New Testament. Heru is already being called God, Son of God. See that, everybody? There's your God, Son of God. See that? Woo! We're just knocking these down one by one. Pretty simple. Pretty simple, knocking them down one by one. Okay, so now we get into the last one. What's the last one? Last one here is there's going to be a special child born of Yusuf and Mary. We know it's Yusuf because there's no J in the Hebrew language. It wasn't any J in English until like 1560. So the real name of Joseph is Yusuf. Yusuf. So here we go, everybody. So a special child born of, mother is to be with child, born of Yusuf and Mary. Let's see if we can find that. Where's Yusuf and Mary? Can we find that, ladies and gentlemen? Does it get that deep? Here it is, everybody. Look at this. Book of Matthew, 70 AD to 110 AD. What do we have here? We have, and Jacob, father of Yusuf, husband of Mary, of whom was born Jesus called the Christ. That's Matthew 1:16. Now, the way to pronounce Joseph in Hebrew, because there's no letter J, would be Yusuf or Usef. Yusuf or Usef. So Yusuf or Usef is the husband of Mary, father of Jesus. Guess what one of Sakar Asar's names was? Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti podclass. This is going to get interesting. We're in the Purim Heru, museum number EA9901.3, papyrus of Ani, 1250 BCE in the British Museum. And it says, Sakar Osar, Lord of the hidden place, the great God, Lord of the underworld. He wears the white crown with feathers and holds his hands in the scepter. Okay, so here's his wife, which is called Mary or Mer, or the T at the end to make it feminine, Mer Sakurt. So there's his mate Mer. So whoever this Asar is has a mate called Mer or Marie, which is Aset's name. And look what it says right here. There is that of Sakar, mighty. Look at this, everybody. Here it is. Here's Sakar Asar. So we know Sakar is another name for Asar. He has a mate called Mary or Meriti. The T is just makes it feminine. It's Marie, so this is Sakar Asar. And look what his name is. He is called Yusuf. Do you see that, everybody? Sakar is Yusuf. It is the Usef right there, which is mighty is he. He is Sakar Yusuf. So we have the Yusuf, which is Osiris's other attribute, which is mighty is he, Sakar Yusuf, and his mate's name is Mary. Oh, this is bad, man. This is pretty bad, but it's good. It's good. Okay, it's pretty bad, but it's pretty good. So here we go. Here we go, everybody. So boom, I have right in front of you deconstructed all 5 foundations of what all of Christianity stands on. 1, Jesus is the Lamb of God. 2, Jesus is the anointed Messiah. 3, Jesus is God, Son of God. 4, Jesus is the King of Kings, Lord of Lords. 5, chosen mother born of Usef and Mary, while simultaneously showing you the specific Kemetic root, detail, chapter, and verse from the Kemetic papyri as never done before. If you are still a Christian, Muslim, or Hebrew after this, you need Jesus. I can't help you. Peace. There's my answer. Young brother, thank you for asking me that question. That is a breakdown of the 5 foundations that make Christianity. I showed chapter and verse where each one came from. Christianity is over. Any argument after that is just gish, gallop, and talk. Boom. Hope you appreciated the answer, good brother. Share some of that with your grandmother. Let her see this video. That is the way I answer questions on the Tehuti podcast. Thank you. I believe that's 6 or 7 answers I've done. How long was that one? 21 minutes. Boom. Thank you for that, my good brother. Hope you appreciate it. I'm about to check the room right now to see who heard the answer and what everybody thinks of that. Woo! Okay. All right. So, let's see. Let's see this here. Oh, he manifested said he likes my rhyme style. Thank you, my brother. Thank you. I just try not to rap a lot. I don't know. I try not to rap a lot, but I love hip hop. I love rhyming. I love doing it. Been rapping for 30-something years. I just when I get in a cipher, I just let people go first and then I go last. But okay, shout out to E-Manifesto. So it's rapid fire, deep meaning. Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Okay. Conscious Conqueror said this could single-handedly be the debate against Garfield. Jabari better beat Garfield, or he literally be letting the Asian conscious community down. Okay. He said my style. Do it on the podcast. Pissed. That's funny. Okay, so we got Conscious Conqueror saying, my God, no pun intended, but those parallel photos of Jesus and the man holding the baby goat are nearly identical. Jesus Christ. Okay, we got Teachings of Ma'at. Somebody in the room, Teachings of Ma'at. Make sure you join us this Sunday. This must be Scribe. Okay, shout out to Scribe. Okay, boom, boom, boom. Oh, that's the link in the room. Okay, Q, Crown Town Q put fire. Okay, good. People like the answer. Kaboom. Nice. Kaboom. Rigo says, Christians aren't going to like this. Ascari says, the truth is so devastating to the Christian faith. They? Nania Setmer says, fire, 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 and some other symbols. What are these symbols? They're fire, 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 and the peace sign, and stars, and praise, and a heart. Thank you, Nania Setmer. You are great. Tehuti Keke Kepara. You're coming in just as we're closing. Don't know if you heard the breakdowns, but tonight has been the breakdown night. Shout out to Tehuti Keke Kepara. Scribe says any question after Tehuti's breakdown is just complete denial. Heru Truth says keep doing your thing. Break locks off the chains of the brain of our people. Thank you. Thank you, my brother. That's what I'm doing. Thank you. They can't even allow this to go mainstream. No, they can't. Okay, everybody, boom. That is my answers for the night. I've broken down so much for all those who stayed and appreciated and got the answers and asked the questions. Shout out to you. Now we're going to go run down the people who gave donations for the day, for today. We got Raphael Gary. Shout out to Raphael Gary who sent $7. Oh, for me to check an email. This must be about the music. Okay, shout out to Raphael Gary who says check the email once I get the opportunity. No problemo. Shout out to Raphael Gary. We're going to do these and end this off. Here we go. Boom, Raphael Gary. Shout out to you, my good brother. Shout out to you. Chrome tab. Boom. Shout out to Raphael Gary with the $7 for the check. It says check email once you get the opportunity. Thank you, Raphael Gary. I checked the email. I saw some, looks like you sent some more music. I will listen to them on the weekend. Shout out to you, Raphael Gary. Who is the next one on the list? Next one on the list is Stephen. Oh, Stephen E. Shout out to Stephen E. He's a regular supporter. One of my first supporters, too, by the way. He's one of my first supporters when I first started the podcast. Shout out to Stephen Escalar. Shout out to you, my good brother. Let me go ahead and put... what's that? We're going to put you in the room here to show the world the support that you are given. I greatly appreciate it. You are awesome and wonderful as always. Thank you for your support, my good brother Stephen E. Let me see if you are Stephen E. Shout out to Stephen E. Says for support the podcast. Support the podcast. Thank you, my good brother. Support the podcast. You are awesome and excellent. Thank you for you. Thank you for being you. Thank you for the support, man. A lot of people are watching this and they're not supporting, but I appreciate those who do. This is what I do for a living. Thank you, my good brother. Next one coming up is E-Manifesto. E-Manifesto. Shout out to E-Manifesto. He constantly supports. He sends me questions. Sometimes I can't even get around to his question, and but he still sends support. And thank you, my brother. Appreciate that. You are awesome. Let me go ahead and put you in the room. E-Manifesto. Shout out to you. Thank you for your support. He sent at $10. He's always supporting. This brother's supporting the podcast. He's sending questions. He's sending donations. And he does a Metanetter class. He's 100%. Shout out to E-Manifesto, who says he's supporting. He said for E-Manifesto. Shout out to you, my good brother. Thank you, my good brother. Next one on the list is, oh my goodness. Oh man, of course, the monster, the man of the hour, the man of the hours, who gives the biggest consistent donator I believe that I have is Tehuti, who appreciates me basically for changing him and his family's whole life, and he is so appreciative of that. And he sends in, of course, the monster donation. Shout out to you, my brother. Appreciate Shout out to you, my good brother. Appreciate it. You are such a great supporter. Always supporting. Always donating. And they're big donations. Every single one of them. Every donation is big. Every single one of them. This man has no small donations. This man came in. This man came in to the pod class asking me what's my biggest donation. He took them in. He took my two biggest donations, combined them into one, and made them his donation. This man is so appreciative of me. Thank you, my brother. He says, Hotep Saba, preservation of you is my mission. His goal is to keep me alive. Thank you, my brother. His goal is to keep me in a positive state, keep me motivated, keep me here, keep me alive, keep me to continue to do this. And thank you so much, my good brother. I appreciate it because I do go into seclusion very easily. But you all keep me out here teaching. Thank you, everybody. Thank you all for keeping me out here teaching. And I know there's a lot of people that need this information. So thank you, my good brother, for that. Thank you. Let's go on to the good brother Big Vapes, who missed He missed last week giving me a donation after the class. So he gave me this one, which is actually for last week's class. Thank you, Big Vigs. Appreciate that. Let me go ahead and show that on the screen. He always gives a donation the day after I do the class. Appreciate that, my brother. Here he is right here. He's loyal, dedicated. He's consistent. He always gives the $5 and he always puts a date. Thank you, my brother, Big Vapes. Thank you. You are awesome. Appreciate your support. Thank you very much. I'm going to get through these here. Where's the podcast? There it is. Thank you, Big Vapes. All right, let's keep on going. Owen Hythe, always. Owen Hythe. Which is Ascari in the room, everybody, if you want to know. Owen Hythe is Ascari. So when I shout out Owen Hythe, I'm talking about the brother Ascari. He is the one. He's consistent, like literally every class. Every class. He doesn't miss a donation. He actually told everybody. He's the one that created the theme that if you don't donate and support, you're stealing. I believe that was him. It was him. That was him that made that. Shout out to Owen Hythe. Thank you, my good brother. You are wonderful, fabulous, always supporting. I appreciate you. Constantly supporting. Shout out to you, Owen Hythe. Shout out to you, Ascari. This brother right here, that's him. Ascari 21 is Owen Hythe. Shout out to you, my good brother. Appreciate your support. You are awesome and wonderful. Thank you very much. I appreciate you, and I'm grateful for your dedication and loyalty, for the consistency that you demonstrate. Thank you, my good brother. Next up is Shane. Oh, Shane Harbor. Shane Harbor. Who is Shane Harbor again, though? I know Shane Harbor under another name. Is it Donkey? No, I don't know. I know Shane Harbor. Shout out to Shane Harbor. He just sent 2. I know him under something else, though. I don't remember what it is. So many different names. Shout out to Shane Harbor, who actually sent me a message a little while ago that said that I don't have to wait for him to be in the room to answer the question. I'm going to rename this. I'm going to put this next week 1. Oops, sorry. I'm going to put this next week 1, but clarity, because I don't know. I'm not sure which plagues. I'll go ahead and read it for everybody. I'm not sure if she's talking about like today's things that are going on or the biblical ones. So next week 1, I'll put clarity. Any clarity on this? If you're watching, Shane, I'm going to put it in the room. Shout out to you, my good brother. And it says, Mom wants to know. Oh, 10 plagues. Oh, that must be that's the Bible. 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 Oh, it's going to be fun. It must be the Bible, right, Shane? It got to be. Got to be the Bible. Shout out to Shane. Appreciate you, my brother. Let me go ahead and put him in the room for his awesome support. He gave 2 supports. So shout out to Shane. And I believe this must be talking about the plagues in the Bible. So Shane says, my mom wants to know if 10 plagues exist. Got to be the 10 plagues in the Bible, right? Must be. Shout out to you, my good brother. Appreciate you. And I will definitely answer this question. I'm going to get to the shout out to you, Shane, my good brother. You are awesome. Appreciate you. Appreciate you as always. And he sent another support. Shane Harbor sent another one. Appreciate you, my good brother. You are awesome, fabulous. He sends $30. And then he sends another support back to back. And he says, support Saba. So thank you, my good brother. That's $30 and 10. I appreciate you, my good brother. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Shout out to Shane Harbor. I believe I know under another name, but I can't recall because I've got so many people I deal with. But shout out to you, Shane Harbor, and I'm going to assume that question is about the plagues of the Bible. We'll definitely get into it. Shout out to you, my good brother. Actually may answer that back to back with Crown Q, his mother was asking about things in the Bible. I may just put that all as one answer. Okay, shout out to you, my good brother. And the next up is Arcad Infinite. Arcad Infinite, who always says the same thing. And he says, support. Thank you, my brother. Let's go ahead and put him in the room under support. Shout out to Arcad Infinite. Boom, boom, boom. Screen share. Arcad Infinite, thank you, my brother, who says support. He always writes in the Medu. It's getting chilly in here. Well, shout out to Arcad Infinite. Appreciate you, my good brother. You are awesome. Thank you. And he's part of the team, too. Amun Mat Ra, who just sent 33 like a day and a half ago. He goes ahead and sends another 1072. Thank you, my good brother. He is a great supporter, consistent too. And he was in the room all night tonight. Shout out to you, my good brother. Let me see if it shows up in the room. Boom, 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 and boom. And there we go. There it is, 1072. I'm going to give you a personal hand clap. Shout out to you. Shout out to you, Amun Ma'at Ra. Appreciate you, my good brother. You are a great supporter. Always, always, always supporting. Who is next? Is Stephen Jackson. This must be for a book purchase. Yeah. Gotta be a book purchase from the website. So, shout out to the website. This must be book purchase by the way that it looks. So, we're gonna go like this. Boom. And shout out to Stephen Jackson, Gmail. I'm just gonna give him a shout out because he may not even know what's going on. So I'm not gonna put his stuff out there because he's a book purchaser, and I'm just gonna leave it at shout out to Stephen Jackson. Thank you for purchasing. I believe he purchased Stepping Out of the Matrix. Shout out to you, my good brother. Thank you for the purchase. Okay, Stephen Escalar again. I love to join the Monday Men. Oh, let me I'll read this later. This is about the men in the class. Okay, shout out to you, Stephen. We'll get to you. Shannon Southern. Oh, everybody! Shout out to Shannon. Shannon is getting a snake from me. So is Scribe. Both of them are getting snakes from me. So shout out to Shannon, who says, "For my baby snake goddess." Shout out to Shannon. I'm just gonna put this on the screen anyways. It's a special moment because she's gonna be a part of the snake family, meaning she's gonna have her. So that'll be how many people with snakes now from the pod class? First of all, let me go ahead and put this up in the room. Shout out to you for the snake purchase, part of the snake purchase. So for Sheena, oh, she's already named the snake? For Sheena, baby got a snake. Shout out to Shannon. This isn't really a donation to the pod class, but it's a portion of a snake that she's getting, but I wanted to let everybody know. She's going to be part of the snake family, which means that we got one brother, I think Debo. I forgot the brother's name. There's one brother got a snake. Bev got a snake. Ahati Ma'at has got a snake. Shannon's about to get a snake. And Scribe is coming up here next week, and he's going to get 2 snakes from me. We're having a whole snake family, everybody. A whole snake family. Let me just give a clap to the whole snake family because it's going to be a bunch of people in the podcast with snakes. Shout out to the snake family. Shout out to the snake family. Gonna be a bunch of students of Tehuti with their own snakes. Shout out to you, Shannon. Yeah, she said, oh, Shannon's still up. She says, I can't wait. All right, shout out to you. Okay, who's next? Who's next? We got Raphael Gary, who gives appreciation always. This, all of you are just becoming consistent donators. It's like the whole. There's about 7 of you that are just every class, always consistent. Shout out to Raphael Gary, always consistent. He gave $7 and then he gave the 21. So shout out to you, Raphael Gary, for that. Appreciate you, my good brother. He says, for appreciation. Shout out to Raphael Gary for appreciation. Oh yeah, Nanya sent more has 2 snakes? Okay. Snake fan. So yeah, Nanya sent more has snakes too. Shout out to you, Raphael Gary. Shout out to you, Raphael Gary. Thank you. How many people is that with snakes then? So we got Nania sent Myrrh has snakes. One of the brothers, I think it's Debo, one of the brothers have snakes. Bev got one. Hati Ma'at, Shannon, Scribe. Is there somebody I'm missing? But that's like 6 people in the podcast with snakes. Shout out to the snake family. Shout out to the snake family. Who's next? Ron Ali. Shout out to Ron Ali. Ron Ali. Oh, hold on. Shout out to Ron Ali. Ron Ali with the $5. Hey, whatever happened to the brother that he used to always give 5 every class? His name was Nathaniel Turner. I haven't seen him for weeks. Anyway, shout out to this brother here. Shout out to this brother here for the $5. Appreciate that, my good brother. Ron Ali. I'm not sure if I'm familiar with that name, but shout out to you regardless. Ron Ali. Let me see if you went to the files. Ron Ali, where are you, Ron Ali? Let me move this. Is this you, Ron Ali? Yep, you're in the files. Shout out to Ron Ali. Thank you for the support, good brother. Oh, what is this? Oh. Is Scribe in the room? Scribe, are you in the room? Scribe? Hold on a second. Hold on. Is Scribe in the room? Scribe, are you in the room? I got something, but Scribe in the room. Ka and Inky? Who's that? Who's Ka and Inky? I don't know what's going on. So Nanny has a snake named Ka and Inky. I'm not sure. Oh, that's funny. Okay. Scribe, are you in the room? Okay, so I'm not gonna this. Okay, so I'm not gonna. This is Scribe getting his snake, but something. I'm not gonna say anything about this until I talk to Scribe. So shout out to Scribe for whatever that is right there. Shout out to Scribe. Shout out to Scribe. Shout out to Scribe. I'll just say shout out for now until I talk to him outside of here. I'm not sure what the message, what this whole thing is about, but shout out to Scribe. Okay, next we got Rigo. Rigo always pops up with the surprise big donations every once in a while. Rigo's like my surprise donator. He just like remember one time a class was about to close, and right as it closed, I think Rigo popped up with like $50 or something. Right when I closed, he's like my surprise donator. Shout out to Rigo. Rigo's awesome. I never know when he's gonna support, but when he does, it's always a nice surprise. Shout out to Rigo. If he's even still in the room, I don't know, but shout out to Rigo. Let me give him his just dues. Here he is right here. Screen share. Shout out to, is that Rigo? Yeah, there he is. Shout out to Rigo. Says, "Geez, Louise." Oh, he is here. Shout out to Rigo. You're awesome, brother. You're my surprise donator. I never know when to expect your donations, but they just pop up at the right time. I'll just say that. They pop up nicely. Thank you, brother. I can't say he donates every week, but when it just pops up, and it's always a nice donation. I appreciate you, my good brother. Oh, Scribe is here? Yeah, Scribe. I got the message, but it says don't show, so I'm not gonna I just left it. Okay, peace. Are the babies from the same mother? Yes. The babies are from the same mother. Yes. What is this Scribe is showing? Is this 2 swords? Oh, 2 swords. Okay, shout out to Scribe. Scribe's talking to me in codes, but okay, next up is I think this is the last one that I can close out. What in the world? Rigo, where are you? Come to the screen. Where are you, Rigo? When did this come in? Oh, no. Wait, is that Rigo? What in the world? What's going on? Hold on. Hold on. This is Rigo. One moment, everybody. I'll be right back. One moment, everybody. Hold your horses. Let me go confirm. Let me go see something right here. I'll be right back. Rigo is... I'll be right back. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. As a matter of fact, Scribe, jump in the room real quick. I think Rigo's turning into a monster. One of the monsters. I didn't even expect this. I just saw 30, but I see something else. Scribe, just jump in. I got to step away for a quick second, check something, come back, and show this Rigo. Go ahead and jump in. Rigo. Rigo is awesome. He always he's a big surpriser, man. He's a big surpriser. Subscribe if you're there, jump in. I just gotta step away for just a quick sec. Quick sec. If you're available. Okay, everybody, I'll be right back. I don't know if Scribe is available. I'll be right back in just a moment. Maybe I'll put on, I'm just stepping away for a second, though. Just for a second. Where's the Scribe? Scribe, you there? Shout out to the best chat, absolutely. Okay, Scribe is not here. Any one of the team members? Okay, I'm just going to step away for just a quick moment then. Hold on. And I'll go ahead and put on... I'll go ahead and put on something real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, here we go. I'm going to put anything, not just according to a book. But I'll be right back into some more.
This fall into savings with an affordable, delectable dining set. Whether you're craving farmhouse, rustic, contemporary, cottage, and more. I've got dining and counter lights, storage benches, and tons of configurations. Get us discount!
What?
The practice you are about to learn is almost never described.
There we go.
There's no remains of Solomon. Okay, let's cooperate to the great historical events of the great King Solomon. Did he come in contact with any other culture?
I'll be right back, everybody. In a second.
Okay. Now what I want to do is this.
I'm going to go right here, and we're going to talk about Solomon made an alignment with Pharaoh, king, and married the king's daughter. All right, now what I want to do is this. I actually jumped ahead. Let me go back. I actually want to jump here. I jumped ahead of myself. Pardon me, ladies and gentlemen. Got a little bit too excited. I jumped ahead from the Moses to the Solomon. We're actually going to start with Moses. Let me go ahead and start this with Moses, who I have to actually introduce before I even get to Solomon, because Moses was first, like I said in the beginning. Okay, so let's get to, of course, good old Moses. Here we go. So, when the Lord finished speaking to Moses on Mount Sinai, he gave him 2 tablets, testimony, tablets of stone inscribed by the finger of God. Exodus 31:18. Okay, so let's go ahead and shrink this down. And it says here, the magician said to the Pharaoh, this is the finger of God, and Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and he listened to them. Okay, so what do we have here? So we have a man named Moses, who received laws from his God, law by God's finger, who was claimed to be around 1400 BC. Do we have any Kemetic pharaoh named Moses who was dedicated to a god of law? Okay, let's shrink this down a little bit so you can see. So do we have any pharaoh at the same time, because they say Moses was 1400 BC? Who do we have at the same time who is dedicated to the god of law, which is the god of the finger, which is Tehuti? And of course, we have in 1479 to 1425 BC, we have Tehuti Mose the third, Tehuti Mose the first, Tehuti Mose the second, Tehuti Mose the third, and this is Tehuti, and Mose means the son of Tehuti. Okay, so over here we have a man named Mose, who his God gave him laws by his finger in 1400 BC, and over here we have Tehuti Mose. This is from the Luxor Museum. Okay, his name was Tehuti Mose, which means born of Tehuti, who is the God of law. But what about the finger part? Remember in the Bible it says that the God of Moses gave it to him by his finger. What about the finger part? Let's get into the actual papyri that speaks on Tehuti. Does the Bible say he received it? Let's go ahead and see. We're going to blow this up. So here is the book of Exodus here, where it says on Mount Sinai was altogether on smoke, because the Lord descended upon the fire, and smoke ascended in smoke of the furnace, and it goes on. And it said the Lord came down, and ultimately he got 2 tablets of stone. Here it is right here. And 31:18, he gave unto Moses when Moses had an end of community. Okay, everybody, I am back. We're going to close out, but first, we close out. Rigo, are you there, my good brother? Rigo with a surprise. Rigo sent 30. And then just as I'm closing out, when did this even come? 18 minutes ago. Rigo, to shut the room down. This has been a great podcast. You all have donated more than you've asked questions. And I appreciate that, because I am definitely backed up with a lot of questions. But here comes Rigo to shut the room down. Rigo to shut the room down. Here we go, everybody. He gave 30. Just gave 30. And let me check. He gave 30 18 minutes ago. Wait. He gave 34 minutes ago. And then 18 minutes ago, what did he do? What does Rigo do? Rigo shuts it down with... Wow, Rigo. Rigo shuts it down with $100. I don't know where this came from. He just gave 30. So that's $103 from Rigo. Shout out to Rigo. You are of the monster supporters. Appreciate you, my good brother. Let's see if there's a message attached to it. What does it say? What does it say? What does it say? Let me go and blow it up. Oh, it just says thank you. So he said, geez Louise in the last one. And this one he just said thank you. That is $130 from Rigo. Shout out to you, my good brother, for the support. I've been here for 6 hours and 46 minutes. And the brother appreciates me. Thank you, Rigo. That is a great way to end the Tehuti podcast. Thank you, good brother Rigo. Thank you. Thank you, good brother Rigo. You are awesome with just thank you. I've gotten a lot of support tonight with people just sending support. Appreciate that. Thank you, Rigo. Appreciate that. And Hega Kepara says, well done, Saba. I most definitely appreciate the time invested in your patience, Tua. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There's Rigo. Thank you. Nania Setmer says, hit the like, notification, subscribe. Shout out to everybody in the podcast. Shout out to Shannon. Shout out to Nania Setmer. Shout out to the scribe. Shout out to Heru Truth. Shout out to Crown Town Q for asking the question. Shout out to E Manifesto, Conscious Conqueror. Of course, Rigo. Of course, everybody. Vegeta Gaines. Hika Kepara. There's somebody named Auric. That's it. Where'd it go? It disappeared. Master K. Bijan Farrell. Big Blunt. Shout out to you. This person here, brand new person, extremely excited. I don't know who this sister is, but she's extremely, extremely excited. And she came in saying Shabbat Shalom, but she is heavily, heavily, heavily interested and excited for the knowledge. I've never seen this name before. Me and Mommy. Shout out to you, Me and Mommy. Shout out to Darius McNear, of course. Ahati Ma'at. There was somebody named Eric, that's it, but I can't find it. Shout out to everybody. There it is, Eric, that's it. Shout out to you. Shout out to, of course, Kemet. Shout out to everybody who came to the Tehuti podcast. You all are awesome and fabulous. Shannon says Tehuti is the best with sirens. Thank you, Shannon. Maurice. Shout out to Maurice. Pops up. Shout out to Tehuti. Shout out to you, Maurice. E Manifesto is still. What time is it? Where you are? E Manifesto. You are up late. What are you doing up? E Manifesto. Shout out to you. I like E Manifesto because he reminds me of. I would have thought when I first saw him, I thought he was like on the Jabari. I thought he was on that type of vibe with those guys over there, but he is serious into this teachings that I'm teaching. I thought that he was with the Dagger Squad or some of them, but shout out to E Manifesto. 4 o'clock in the morning, sucking up the knowledge. Oh boy, and it's 4. You guys are up at 4 in the morning. Oh my goodness, woo wee. All right, on that note, we're going to say the affirmation and close it up, everybody. Let me go ahead and put the affirmation on the screen. So first, also, I want to give one last shout out to, of course, those who have my back, those who support what I do, those who respect me, those who are here to keep the chat under control and assist me in every way possible. These are the one and only Ma'atorators. Nania Setmer, Anki and Ma'at. Ahati Ma'at with the symbol there beside him and the scribe. Shout out to you all. I made this one a lot more animated. And there on the sides of Tehuti podclass flashing, going in purple. And you can see all of you's names jumping and disappearing and rising and going. I got a Anki Ma'at's name turning into a butterfly. I got a Nanias at Mer's name disappearing, reappearing, Ahati Ma'at's name peeling back and popping up with a very special symbol beside it, and Scribe's name expanding into the screen and jumping on. Glad you all appreciate it. Those are my moderators. Nanias at Mer says whoop whoop. And shout out to you all. Shannon puts out the hand praising. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to put thank you, Nanias at Mer. Says, ooh, Tua, that's beautiful. Yes. And you see the small ma'at down at the bottom changing colors, which is the mirror image of the big ma'at. So the big ma'at is expanding, while the small ma'at is just turning into multiple colors at the bottom. That is for my great ma'atorators. I'm going to go ahead and put, once again, for those who want to support, my PayPal is at Rocky SV, Cash App TT Amun. Thank you all for the support. Please support what it is that I'm doing. This is my motivation to continue this, and you all are my motivation. This is my AI moderator saying support with Cash App questions to TT Amun. If you're watching this on YouTube after it's done, you can still support. Please, if you're seeing this, I have also books that are in PDF form that can be sent out to you. And that is Melanin Dark Consciousness, Stepping Out the Matrix. You can inquire how to get those books by going directly to my email and asking me how. Or you can go to the teachingsofma'at.org, which Scribe is continuously putting up in the room. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to put the affirmation up into the room, and we're going to close out in just a moment. For those who are just seeing this, this is the affirmation that I begin my family meetings with. I wake up in the morning with this as a part of my affirmation. I start my classes with this. I end my classes with this. And I'm sharing it with everybody here. And we can go ahead and say it together, or you can say it in your mind, or you can just watch it on the screen. Either or anything is fine as long as you're a part of the energy while I'm doing it. Okay? So this is how we close out the affirmation. And we're going to say peace to everyone in the room. And we're going to start off in the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Ankia Ma'at, MS, Nin Tet Aset and Maya, Min Habapet and Maya, Her and Hukiui, Per Ikut. I live for Ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Okay, everybody, this is Charlotte on the hat. And this is Nakash. This is the beautiful Nakash. He says peace to everyone, and he's about to feast right after this show is done. He's getting a little skinny. He hasn't eaten in a while, and he's going to eat up. He had to shed his skin first before he could eat, and now he's about to eat up. Peace and love, everyone. You all are wonderful as always, and we will see each other next week.